Hello, I'm Jennifer Joy, author of the Inseparable Mr. and Mrs. Darcy. Please stay all the way to the end as I have a question I'd love to hear your opinion on. Happy listening.
The Inseparable Mr. and Mrs. Darcy, a Pride and Prejudice variation, A Meryton Mystery, Book 3. Written by Jennifer Joy. Narrated by Nancy Peterson. Chapter 1. Elizabeth Bennet gazed over the candelabra at her betrothed, Fitzwilliam Darcy. Even in thought she pronounced his name with a sigh. His eyes, as tender as a caress and intense as the flickering flame separating them, met hers, capturing Elizabeth in their warm depths and pulling her into their own private conversation. She understood him better now. She had learned to read his expressions with greater accuracy, opening up a world of debates and flirtations with the subtle tilt of his chin, curl of his lips, and glint in his eyes, which at that particular moment flickered to her left. Elizabeth smiled back at him, clamping her teeth onto the edges of her lips to keep from laughing aloud and drawing attention to their clandestine communication. Miss Bingley sat at Elizabeth's left. Elizabeth wondered if she had distractedly leaned into the socialite's personal space, or if the man sitting on Miss Bingley's other side had done so. Either way, the lady did not attempt to contain her disdain for either of her table companions. Elizabeth considered the seating arrangements from Miss Bingley's perspective. Her brother, Mr. Bingley, was devoted to his new wife, as was Colonel Fitzwilliam to his bride. Miss Bingley's sister, Mrs. Hurst, was accompanied by her husband. Elizabeth's aunt and Uncle Phillips were happily married, while Sir William and Lady Lucas beamed unitedly at the cause of the celebration. There were 3 unmarried men at the gathering, not counting William, who was happily engaged to marry Elizabeth, Miss Bingley's foe. Elizabeth's father, recently widowed and in mourning, Mr. Collins, father's foolish cousin and heir, and Mr. Tanner. Both of the younger men would have been considered unworthy by the superior-minded Miss Caroline Bingley. No doubt Sir William Lucas, the host of the wedding feast they quietly celebrated at Lucas Lodge, had taken it upon himself to encourage those who had not yet met with so great a success as his own daughter Charlotte had in the marriage mart. In keeping with the tradition of parents whose child had achieved the blessed and highly coveted married state, he must have assumed the arrangement pleasing to the unattached pair. Mr. Tanner and Miss Bingley, however, clearly did not agree. Elizabeth chanced to look at Mr. Tanner, and the irony made her arch her brow at William. Only a Darcy dared appear so cross at a social occasion meant to encourage joviality, to look like a thundercloud over a field of cheerful wildflowers, arms crossed, chin jutting defiantly against any hint of gaiety, an irremovable scowl. Yes, it was the precise, annoyed posture William had portrayed at the Meryton Assembly only months before. How could Miss Bingley know of Mr. Tanner's origins? To her, he was merely the elected village constable and owner of the Meryton Inn. Had Miss Bingley known of Mr. Tanner's familial attachment to William, she might not have pinched her face so unflatteringly. She might have at least attempted to engage William's half-brother in conversation. William's cheeks tightened, forming a dimple, and telling her that he had, indeed, taken note of the similarities. His eyebrows knit into a plea of forgiveness, to which she smiled softly. She had forgiven him ages ago for his aloof manners and harsh words, if ages could be judged by the sensation of time transpiring rather than the literal passing hours. How she had despised William then! And now? Elizabeth's chest tightened, her heart overflowing with love for the man sitting across from her at the wedding feast. Mr. Bingley and Elizabeth's eldest sister, Jane, were forever joined in holy matrimony, as were Colonel Fitzwilliam and Elizabeth's best friend, Charlotte Lucas. Very soon, it would be Elizabeth and William's wedding banquet they would celebrate. Until then, the days could not pass quickly enough. Sir William cleared his throat and stood from his place at the head of the table. Elizabeth reluctantly pulled her gaze from William to focus on their kind host. Sir William's wife, Lady Lucas, had outdone herself, most likely moved by a guilty conscience and an intense desire to make expiation after her unwitting involvement in Mother's demise weeks before. It was a feast for the senses, such mouth-watering delights to tempt their palates, fragrant cedar branches in polished silver vases wrapped with lush velvet ribbons, the light laughter and easy conversation amongst the best of friends, excepting, of course, the aforementioned pair who killed no one's joy but their own, and the sparkling crystals of the chandelier reflecting sunshine and rainbows throughout the dining room. Tapping his glass, Sir William said, "My dearest friends, though we have been troubled by great sadness recently, we are blessed with merriness today. My daughter has married a fine man in Colonel Fitzwilliam, a son of the Earl of Matlock." Looking at his eldest daughter, his cheeks reddening with glee, he said, "I wish you a lifetime of happiness," he continued, directing his attention to the other end of the table. "To Mr. Bingley and Miss Bennet. Pardon me, I shall have to learn to call you Mrs. Bingley now." Several smiles and soft chortles acknowledged his error. They would all have to accustom themselves to new surnames. Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy. That sounded delightful. Soon. Her turn would come soon. Sir William continued somberly, "I hope you find comfort in each other. Mrs. Bennet would have been thrilled to know she had been correct to assume you would marry. I do not believe she would want her daughter's grand day to be tainted by sadness. Such was not her way." He paused, a moment of respectful silence filling the room, before he added, "And so it brings us great pleasure that you have allowed our family to rejoice with yours on this special day, a double wedding, 2 sets of newlyweds forging an inseparable bond and beginning their life journeys in union. I wish you great happiness and abundant love. And now, dear friends, I will accede to Mr. Bennet. I am certain he has much to say." Father mumbled to Elizabeth, "Indeed, I would, had he not said all of it himself." "You are clever. You shall think of something," retorted Elizabeth. Father nodded, an impish smile on his lips as he stood with his glass in hand. "Indeed, I do. As Sir William has so generously pointed out, we have much to rejoice. As of today, 2 of my 5 daughters are married. Kitty to Officer Denny in the regiment, and Jane to a kind young man with a property very near my own estate. That pleases me to no end. Another—" he looked down at Elizabeth, resting his free hand on her shoulder, "is engaged to an honourable man who will take her far away, but who has so grand a home. I fear I shall impose on his hospitality often for visits of a duration worthy of the distance." William nodded, and while Father's remark was made in good humour, it struck Elizabeth, not for the first time, that Father would miss her a great deal, especially with Mother so recently gone. Father continued, "Mary has found a place more suitable to her talents, putting her mind to good use at her Uncle Phillips's office, and Lydia has taken charge of the care of the newest member of our family most admirably." He smiled at Lydia, who picked up her black and white spaniel puppy from the floor and waved her paw at Father. "Chloe is happy to be allowed to join our party," Lydia said, adding, "and she thinks her mamma will marry better than all of her sisters." Elizabeth closed her eyes to keep from rolling them. Father squeezed her shoulder. He continued, "My wholehearted congratulations to the happy couples for whom we are assembled today, and to Lady Lucas for insisting on arranging a fine wedding feast." "I thank you." Father raised his wine-glass with a trembling hand, sighing so deeply his cheeks puffed out when he sat. Elizabeth saw it as surely as she had noticed several similar episodes over the past couple of weeks. She supposed it was to be expected as a part of his mourning. Father had put on a brave face of late, but his suffering had been great, as had hers, though she did not have space enough in her heart to dwell on it as he did, not when Mother would have been in raptures at the knowledge of her engagement. Elizabeth had William. But whom did Father have other than Elizabeth? And she would leave him soon for Derbyshire. The arrival of Fitzwilliam, Darcy and Meryton had brought a series of obstacles which, instead of keeping them apart, as most troubles as grave as these do, had served to bring them together. From the murder of Mr. Wickham to escaping compromise in Mr. Bingley's library, the accusations brought against William when he was accused of Mr. Wickham's murder and her attempted kidnapping, the murder of her own mother during the militia's departing parade and the discovery of a secret society against her, the near death of Mr. Collins, Father's cousin and the inheritor of Longbourn upon his passing. Elizabeth and William had suffered through countless trials enough for a lifetime. However, the fires of tribulation had revealed their true characters, and both of them had liked what they saw. 23 days ago this day, William had asked for Elizabeth's hand in marriage, and she had accepted. Richard bumped Darcy in the arm. "You will have a difficult time separating Mr. Bennet from his favourite daughter while he's in mourning." Darcy frowned. "I know it. Blast it all, he knew it. Were it solely his decision, he would have purchased a license and married Elizabeth by now. However, Mr. Bennet had exercised his right as the father of a young woman not yet in her majority. They would have to wait until the Bingleys returned from their wedding tour a month hence to marry. On the whole, it was not much to ask, and Darcy understood Mr. Bennet's reasons, though he could not agree with them. But there were days when the wait was unbearable, days like today. Darcy dulled his exasperation with another drink of wine. 30 days hence, he and Elizabeth would marry and depart in good conscience in the knowledge that Mr. Bennet was welcome at Netherfield Park. Bingley had even requested Darcy's help in lining the library shelves with enough books to entertain the scholarly gentleman. Darcy tried not to resent the delay, but he never had been known for his forbearance. Whoever said patience was a virtue had never been forced to suffer a prolonged engagement to a fine-eyed enchantress who had captivated him heart and soul. "And then there is Georgie," Richard said, stabbing a cut of cold ham with his fork and chewing slowly, leaving Darcy with no other option but to divine his concerns regarding his little sister Georgiana. "What about Georgie?" Darcy asked, his impatience reaching its limit. "I wish she and my family could have joined us today, but it is both thoughtful and kind of them to welcome Charlotte with the gathering they have arranged at Matlock House. It will make her introduction into society easier." That was kind on their part. But what about Georgie? It had disappointed Darcy to wait longer for her to arrive in Meryton, but he could hardly blame her for wishing to stay longer with Richard's family. They were complete, as their family would be once he married Elizabeth. Richard sipped from his wine-glass. "Only that I'm not surprised she chose to remain in London when she could have arrived here in ample time for the wedding." How little Richard understood Georgiana. Darcy set him straight. "She regrets it deeply, but Aunt Helen required her help in preparing for the dinner for you and Mrs. Fitzwilliam tomorrow. Mrs. Annesley agreed it was best for Georgiana to remain a short time more with your family in London. I do not see how she had much choice when her companion and your own mother recommended she stay." Richard chuckled. "Is that what Georgiana told you?" Darcy pushed his plate away. Really, Richard could be so irksome. That is what she told me. Richard, speak plainly. The last time we had a similar conversation involving Georgie, I ended up riding like the devil was on my heels to Ramsgate. And we both know how that ended. He shivered at the memory. How close his dear innocent sister had come to eloping with Wickham. Has it not occurred to you that perhaps Georgiana may not be entirely happy you are to marry? Richard asked plainly. Darcy scoffed at the foolish thought. Of course she will be happy. She will gain a sister. She will gain a rival for your affection, said Richard, his face full of pity, which only irritated Darcy more. Richard held his hand up and dropped his voice further. Before you object to the idea, think of it from her perspective. You must accept how little you know your own sister, otherwise she never would have come so near to eloping with that scoundrel Wickham, without you suspecting it. How can you be certain you understand her better now when you have been apart? There was that. Darcy could not deny it, though he would not admit as much to his aggravating cousin. Richard continued, You have been a more reliable role model to her than your own father, and she may very well see Miss Elizabeth as a threat to that arrangement. I believe it to be the real reason she has not joined you in Meryton as yet. Darcy waved it away, but his heart was divided. Mere speculation, he hoped. I received a letter from my mother suggesting as much. Then it was as good as a fact. With a sigh, Darcy reached for his wine-glass, wishing it contained something stronger. Why did Georgie not tell me? I thought she was being shy and reluctant to part from Aunt Helen. Do not lose heart, Darcy. Nothing worth having is ever had easily. Oh, the irony. You consider 2 murders, an attempted kidnapping, and a family poisoning easy? Ah, but Miss Elizabeth is worth it for you, is she not? Teased Richard. Darcy smiled. Elizabeth had that effect on him. Together they had borne a great deal already, and Elizabeth had shown admirable strength of character through every trial. Surely he could help Georgiana see how perfectly Elizabeth fitted into their lives without distancing her more. Elizabeth met his eyes and held them. He was already hers, mind, body, and soul. Nothing could separate the inseparable. Wickham had not, Aunt Catherine had not, death and mourning had not. Mr. Bennet would not. Darcy would walk over burning coals and brave 1,000 storms for her. Georgiana would soon love Elizabeth too. He would see to it. Chapter 2. Elizabeth wished she was an artist. She would capture William's expression so that she may never forget its intensity. His firm jaw and determined chin added depth to the dare in his eyes. He looked dangerous and defiant and, oh, so kissable. Father gasped beside her, wrenching her attention away from the man who had invaded her every thought and dream, to douse her with cold reality when he reached his hand up to massage his chest over his heart. His skin was ghastly pale. "Father, are you well?" Elizabeth whispered, her breath unsteady with worry. Mr. Collins, who sat on the other side of Father, noticed as well. "Mr. Bennet, Cousin Elizabeth is an attentive daughter for noticing the change in your complexion as I had. You do not look well. Here, have another sip of your wine, and allow me the honour of speaking to Sir William so that he may call for the apothecary. He cannot compare to the superior care of Lady Catherine's personal physician, but he is the best Meryton has to offer." Elizabeth kicked herself for whispering loudly enough for Mr. Collins to hear. He would make a scene at Charlotte and Jane's wedding feast. Father clenched his hands together and put them in his lap, whispering as loudly as he could without being overheard by others. "No, I will not spoil Jane's day." Like father, Elizabeth would never wish to diminish Jane's joy. One voiced concern over his health, and neither she nor Mr. Bingley would think twice about cancelling their wedding tour, a brief tour of only 1 month at that. Jane always put others before herself, making Elizabeth protect her interests all the more, even when it meant a delay in her own wedding, 30 days. Father clutched his stomach, measuring his breaths. "I will be well. It is only a slight malaise which will pass just as quickly as it overtook me. I dare say it was brought on by all the excitement of late." Mr. Collins remarked, "You are getting several concerned glances. Please allow me to speak with Sir William." "No," hissed father, a layer of sweat covering his pale cheeks. Elizabeth looked around the table to see Jane's worry written plainly across her face. "Father, if you are unwell—" "Distract her, Lizzie. She must not change her plans, or I will feel like the worst father in the world," he panted. "Lord knows I should have done better, but I will not disappoint her now." His bushy eyebrows bunched over his imploring eyes. Elizabeth could not refuse his request. He had been in fine spirits earlier that morning. Perhaps he was correct, and his malaise would soon pass. It had hit him rather suddenly. What had he requested? A distraction. Elizabeth motioned to a servant. She would arrange for the butler to call her father away. Before the servant had reached her, Mr. Collins pushed back from his chair. Rising to his feet, he tapped his glass with his spoon so enthusiastically, the edge chipped off to sink to the bottom of his wine. Evidently, he felt it appropriate to offer his congratulatory remarks along with the fathers of the brides. The broken glass and his presumption drew every eye around the table to the clergyman. Not trusting Mr. Collins' ability to effect a distraction to completion, Elizabeth made her request, and the servant nodded his understanding, then proceeded to take Mr. Collins's glass away before he could hurt himself by drinking from it, replacing it with another. Mr. Collins bowed repeatedly, looking at nobody in particular, and yet addressing everyone in the room. "As Mr. Bennet's cousin, and the rector at Lady Catherine de Bourgh's Hunsford parish, I feel it appropriate to add my blessing to Mr. and Mrs. Bingley's and Colonel and Mrs. Fitzwilliam's unions. As my great patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, would say, a young man is not useful to his community unless he is married. I hope both of you gentlemen will serve others in your exalted state as wedded men, and that your wives will contribute greatly to your happiness." Elizabeth bit her tongue. She ought not let his senseless words rile her, as if marital happiness depended solely on the woman and not the mutual efforts of a man and wife. If he believed his own utterance, he was the worst sort of fool, though his absolute ignorance of his faults and exalted sense of worth usually garnered her pity, not her scorn. Then again, how could she judge him a fool when he did not possess sense enough to know it? They raised their glasses, holding them awkwardly up when Mr. Collins did not yet drink from his fresh glass. He was not done with his soliloquy. With a blush, he continued, "It is my greatest wish to join you in my own blissful marriage soon. My patroness demands it." He looked pointedly at Mary, who blanched and squirmed in her seat. It was not the reaction Elizabeth had expected to see from Mary, but Elizabeth thought all the better of her sister for it. Any compassion Elizabeth had extended toward Mr. Collins after the part he played in bringing Mother's killer to justice shriveled up and dried away. How dare he publicly make Mary his target when her reaction made it obvious she did not wish it? Aunt Phillips nodded in approval as Mother would have done. Only Mother would have secured a proposal and an acceptance before Mr. Collins could take his seat. Father, who had been unable to hold his glass for the time required by Mr. Collins's hopeful declaration, said, "Thank you, Mr. Collins," and sipped from his glass, bringing an abrupt end to the speech. Only then did Mr. Collins deign to sit, though he did so reluctantly, and with several apprehensive glances in Mary's direction. Elizabeth had thought Mary well suited to Mr. Collins. She loved to recite sermons, and they held a mutual love for horticulture, in particular the care of roses. Perhaps her removal from Longbourn to Uncle Phillips's home in the village had improved her taste. Uncle often praised Mary for her efficiency and ability to memorize entire texts, as well as the location of every bit of paper in his office, which she had undertaken to put to order, and Aunt treated her like the daughter she had never had. Where Mary might have made herself the martyr for the benefit of her family and accepted an offer from Mr. Collins a month before, it appeared she would not be so quick to do so now. In fact, at that moment she looked rather annoyed at Mr. Collins. Elizabeth was annoyed as well. Father groaned, and Elizabeth turned in her chair. When would the butler call Father away? Fortunately, Mr. Tanner grimaced and stabbed at the cold cuts on his plate, and Sir William took that moment to remark how most everyone at their gathering was either married or very soon to be. "You are of a good ripe age to marry, Mr. Tanner. I dare say you will be next to fall prey to Aphrodite's spell." Colonel Fitzwilliam roared in laughter. "That would be the day pigs grow wings and fly, Sir William, a sight I should very much like to see." William struggled to keep his composure. By way of explanation, he informed Sir William, "Mr. Tanner does not take kindly to change. He fears a woman would upend his life." Sir William chuckled. "As she would, as she should." Mr. Tanner growled at his dish, his knuckles turning white as he squeezed his fork. If any man stood to improve from the softening influence of a woman, it was him. The butler came in, begging pardon as he approached Father and whispering to him just as Elizabeth had requested. Finally, "I do apologize. Please excuse me for a moment." Father placed his napkin on top of his plate. His hands trembled, and he rammed into the back of his chair before the butler could pull it away from the table, but he smiled as he departed. No matter what he said, he was not well. Elizabeth was worried. "Is that what most gentlemen fear?" she asked with a smile, signalling for William to continue the conversation so Father's absence would not be so noticeable. He did, just as she knew he would. "Perhaps so, though it is unfounded if the gentleman marries the correct woman. It has been my pleasure to observe in several couples of my acquaintance how a lady improves the character of her husband. I am convinced our friends for whom we are gathered here today shall be fortunate in that regard." Mr. Hurst, who until then had concentrated solely on the heaped mound of food atop his plate, agreed with a resounding "Hear, hear," as if he were one of the fortunate men to have been improved by his own wife. From the wide-eyed, blushing aspect of Mrs. Hurst, this news came as a shock to her, but it was a compliment she was pleased to accept whether he meant it for her or not. Aunt Phillips postulated how she was privileged to know many such couples. Mrs. Hurst, now an expert on the subject, supposed she might enjoy a more extensive acquaintance than the others present, given her upbringing in London. Sir William determined that his age, superior to that of both ladies, certainly qualified him to be an authority on the matter. And thus began a somewhat friendly debate where, naturally, Jane and Mr. Bingley attempted to convince their friends and relatives that each was correct without taking sides, when nobody could be brought to agree. Their attention thus distracted, Elizabeth felt free to excuse herself from the table in search of father. She found him clutching his stomach by the stairwell, the housekeeper and the butler at his side. She rushed to him. "Papa, let me help you." The butler said, "I apologize, miss. He will not allow me to call for the apothecary." They assisted him into an unused room with a settee. Elizabeth sat in front of him as he settled. A maid brought a cushion for his head and a washbowl with a cloth which Elizabeth used to bathe his forehead, cleaning the sweat on his brow and calming him with her soft speech and gentle touch. He did not refuse her attentions or move, but lay there as if he were too exhausted to even flinch or offer any protests. William poked his head into the room, his body following when he saw them. Pulling a chair close, he sat, leaning forward and speaking in a soothing voice. "Mr. Bennet, please allow me to call the apothecary until my physician arrives from London. I will send for him directly." The butler stood nearby awaiting orders, clearly wishing to be of service. Father opened his eyes abruptly. "Absolutely not. I will allow no one to spoil my Janie's wedding day, me least of all." He paused to breathe deeply. "Papa, Jane would want to know if you are unwell." Father grabbed Elizabeth's wrist, holding her firmly. "Promise you will not tell her. She will alter her plans, and I would never forgive myself for it. I made an oath. I swore on your mother's grave that I would never again act selfishly toward my daughters, and I will not go back on my promise at the first difficulty." Elizabeth could not help but think his refusal to grant his consent for her wedding bordered on selfish. However, she could not expect him to change so completely in so little time. Small steps. He continued, "Please, Lizzie, I am certain it is only grief from which I suffer. Grief and a house much quieter than I am accustomed to. Once time passes, I shall be myself again." He loosened his hold on her wrist, his voice losing its strength as he sank into the pillow. "Today has merely been too much for me." "I miss Mamma too," Elizabeth acknowledged, stroking his side whiskers and noting the dark circles surrounding his eyes. How had she not noticed how tired he was? Tears filled the corners of his eyes. "Do not take each other for granted, as I did your mother. Never allow a day to pass without strengthening your attachment. How different our lives would have been had I done so." The tears spilled down his cheeks. He brushed them away, leaving a trembling hand over his eyes. Elizabeth caught William's gaze. This was precisely why they had not yet married. He looked every bit as frustratingly resigned as she felt at the moment. Father had requested only time enough for Jane to return to Netherfield Park before Elizabeth could marry William with his full blessing and consent. She tried not to resent the weight, but his stipulation bore merit. How could she possibly leave her father in such a state? How could she add to his burdens by departing from Longbourn too soon? Drat it all! William covered her hand with his, and she felt his support. Mr. Bennet, allow me to reassure you that I will not take Elizabeth away from you before you are ready. I would not do you the injustice of adding to your woes when you have so recently lost your wife. My feelings for Elizabeth remain the same. If need be, I will lease a house nearby. Father chuckled, rubbing his hand over his face and dropping it by his side, as if it were too heavy to hold up. You are very kind, Mr. Darcy. It would be selfish of me to keep you from your home. Lizzie's place is with you at Pemberley. This shall pass, and I take comfort that you are not the sort of gentleman to change his mind once it is set. He had better not, Elizabeth exclaimed, adding with an arched brow, I would hold the emeralds hostage until he came to his senses. As she had intended, William laughed. Father tried. Be gone with you now, before we are missed. I do not want Jane to worry about me. Father pushed Elizabeth's hand off his forehead, sitting up and forcing a smile. I will join you shortly. I only need a moment more to collect myself. Elizabeth hesitated. Go, Lizzie. Let Mr. Darcy see you back to the feast. William stood, extending his hand out to her. They crossed the room, and she looked back at the greyish figure of her father before they closed the door behind themselves. Chapter 3. No sooner had they stepped onto the marble hall than William pulled her into a corner between the carved wooden stairwell and a tapestried wall. Elizabeth wondered how many years would pass before her heart grew accustomed to William's touch, how long her skin would tingle and her breath would tremble when his fingertips traced down her arm, sending a trail of molten embers tumbling through her limbs and leaving her weak-kneed. This changes nothing, he said, his eyes searching her face and lingering for a deliciously long time on her lips. Our wedding will not be delayed a day longer. If it means I must take up residence in Meryton, then so be it. You cannot know how happy I am to hear you say that, she said, rising up on her toes just in case he wished to steal a kiss. He stepped away from her, deeper into the shadows. Oh no, Fitzwilliam Darcy, you will not escape from me, thought Elizabeth, stepping forward with each he took in retreat. You will be the death of me, Elizabeth Bennet, he said, his breath as shaky as hers, she noticed to great satisfaction. Till death do us part, she said, undeterred. He caressed her cheeks with his hands and tugged on a tendril of loose hair by her ear, wrapping his finger around her tresses, as if he hoped they could restrain him. Why did you not wear your emeralds? He asked. Are you attempting to distract me, Mr. Darcy? She teased. He swallowed hard. I'm curious. As am I. Dare you risk discovery by stealing a kiss from your betrothed? You refuse to answer my question? I will answer your question when you answer mine. It was a bold challenge, but she felt such a desperate need for the comfort only he could give her. She was willing to throw caution to the wind for a kiss. Just one kiss. One reminder of William's steadfast devotion in the midst of her anxieties. One reassurance that they were now a team. Whatever befell them, they would face it together. although surely the worst was behind them. Her breath caught in her throat as he lowered his lips and brushed them over hers. She leaned closer to him, feeling the warmth of his closeness, and promptly jumped away when the stairs creaked directly above their heads. "Who fears discovery now?" William teased. Elizabeth scowled at herself. She did not fear discovery, but the creak had been loud enough to give her a fright. "Blasted stairs," she said under her breath. He reached for her hand, raising it to his lips to kiss the inside of her wrist. "Indeed. And for your information, I would have the world know how much I love you. I would declare myself from the rooftops, were it not so undignified." "That you would even consider effecting such a public display shows tremendous progress," she laughed, turning her hand over to caress his cheek and delighting in the tiny prickles rubbing against her skin. "And to be fair, I shall now answer your question. I did not wear my emeralds because Jane does not possess anything so fine as my jewels. It would have been unfair to her, and today is her day. Mine will come soon enough." "Not soon enough to suit me," he grumbled, pulling her hand down to hold against his chest, his heart hammered against her palm. "I admit, I will feel much better when both myself and your gift are safely installed at Darcy House or at Pemberley." Elizabeth had hid her emerald necklace and earrings, a present William had arranged for her even before she had accepted his hand, in the only hiding place Lydia had not yet discovered, in a box under a loose floorboard beneath her bed. "You are far more valuable to me than 1,000,000 emeralds. I will call every day until Bingley returns." "Even when your sister arrives?" she asked cautiously. The only reason Elizabeth could give for Miss Darcy's absence was that the young lady disapproved of her brother's choice. "Especially when Georgiana arrives. She will love your company as much as I do, and I shall soon grow jealous of her demands upon your attention." If only Elizabeth believed his optimism. "Do not be so certain. She may very well be jealous of your attention toward me. Otherwise, I do not understand why she is delayed in joining us in Hertfordshire." His forehead furled for long enough to justify her worry. William had thought of it too. He covered his concern with confidence, a trait she now admired. With a tilt of his chin and a curl at the side of his mouth, he said, "I believe I know my sister better than you do." Elizabeth shoved him, smiling widely as she curtsied. "I defer to your superior knowledge, sir. I hope you are right, as my sisters are trouble enough without adding another." She turned to join their party in the dining room. They had been away too long. Darcy lingered behind until Mr. Bennet appeared in the hall. His appearance had not improved, but the elderly gentleman's resolve was firm. Joining the party at the table, Darcy often looked at Mr. Bennet, though not so much as to call attention to his pale complexion and trembling hands, which he clasped in his lap between minuscule bites from his plate. Elizabeth, for her part, did her best to be covertly attentive to her father. And yet, for all their care, Mrs. Bingley noticed anyway. William saw her whisper to Elizabeth as the ladies departed for the drawing-room. Darcy sat beside Mr. Bennet while the gentlemen partook of their brandy and cigars and offered their repeated congratulations. Preferring light conversation, Darcy soon fell into an enlightening debate about the satirical work and verses of Mr. Peacock with Mr. Bennet. Darcy had hoped the intellectual discussion would ease Mr. Bennet's discomfort, but it did not. Under his breath, Darcy said, "I'm sending for my doctor. Expect our call tonight or at first light." "Please, Mr. Darcy, do not act so hurriedly," I am certain it is nothing. Sir, I am concerned. Imagine how Elizabeth feels, how all your daughters will feel knowing you are ill. Mr. Bennet wiped the film of sweat off his brow, attempting to chuckle and make light of his condition. Their mother has raised them to fear my passing. Darcy had not agreed with Mrs. Bennet on most subjects, but he could hardly see any benefit to Mr. Bennet's daughters if their father were to die, especially the unattached. Unless one of them is willing to marry Mr. Collins, Mrs. Bennet's fears were well-founded, and even then Mr. Collins would be free to choose whom to allow to remain at Longbourn. Sitting taller and straightening his shoulders, Mr. Bennet sipped his brandy. While I realize the futility of changing your mind once it is made, I beg of you to not act so soon. I shall be well tomorrow. And if you are not, then I will allow you to do as you please. Darcy narrowed his eyes, examining Mr. Bennet and finding him sincere. I will call on the morrow to see for myself. You do not trust my judgment? Asked Mr. Bennet with a weak smile. Smiling in turn, Darcy said, What man is to be trusted when he is ill? We are poor patients, and do more to try the tolerance of our nurses than 10 women twice as ill. And from whence comes such wisdom? Mrs. Bennet complained of the same numerous times. It was progress to see Mr. Bennet speak of his deceased wife without his chin quivering or his eyes filling with tears. I remember my mother saying as much. His dear, enduring mother, who had been much too good for the life she had married into. It brought Darcy comfort to know he had brought her happiness. Georgiana, too, would have brought Mother endless joy, had she survived the birth. Are you well, Mr. Darcy? Perhaps it is you who needs the doctor, suggested Mr. Bennet. Changing his expression, Darcy said, Death is an enemy. It takes those whom we hold close much too soon, and picks its victims in such a way as to inflict the most pain. Mr. Collins, who seemed intent on joining them from across the table, took half the tablecloth along with him, toppling glasses of Sir William's best brandy over to soak through the linen. Mr. Bennet peeked over his spectacles at his heir, saying in a low voice, I know it is wicked of me, but why could someone like that not be the next victim? Why must death choose those whom would be missed? He bunched his cheeks as he contemplated the man who would eventually inherit his estate. I do not think anybody would miss him. Take care what you wish for, Mr. Bennet. Who is to say the next male in line is any better? Mr. Bennet sighed, a hint of colour brightening his face. Oh, he is. He is infinitely better. Then see that nothing happens to Mr. Collins during his stay in Meryton. With all the recent murders, you would be the prime suspect were he to suffer harm. Sitting back in his chair, Mr. Bennet said, More is the pity. What a nuisance that I should place too much value on life to make such an evil deed possible. Mr. Bennet nodded to the bane of his existence, who took a seat in the empty chair next to him. Mr. Collins leaned forward, clearing his throat importantly, and squirmed in his seat, as if he could only utter the words he wished to say once he found a comfortable position. Mr. Bennet pinched his lips together, an example of forbearance worthy of imitation. Darcy nearly laughed at the conundrum into which Mr. Bennet had backed himself. Mr. Bennet would be the last person in the world to cause bodily harm to anyone, even a man so disagreeable as Mr. Collins. It was simply too much work, and Mr. Bennet was renowned for avoiding any decision or exertion beyond what was absolutely necessary. Sir William stood between Bingley and Richard, patting their shoulders enthusiastically and putting an end to whatever Mr. Collins had thought to say. Together the gentlemen crossed the room, signalling that it was time to join the ladies, and very near time for the newlyweds to depart for their wedding tours. Darcy had already given thought to his and Elizabeth's tour. She did not know much of England, and they would have to cross a lot of it to arrive at Pemberley. First, they would stay in London at Darcy House for the season. All the best theatrical works and expositions were on display then. When she had had her fill of excitement, they would turn north, travelling at their leisure, and stopping wherever she wished until they reached the most beautiful piece of land in the country. Not that Darcy was partial. They would walk the grounds of Pemberley every day, and end their sojourns with tea in the library. Elizabeth would love the library, which reminded him to add a stop at Hatchard's bookshop during their stay in London. The ladies were pleased to receive the gentlemen in the music room. Miss Bingley exhibited her talent on the pianoforte, while Mrs. Hurst struggled to turn the pages in time. Mrs. Bingley stuck by her father's side from the moment they entered the room, no doubt to ascertain the state of his health before departing. Mr. Bennet was a far better actor than Darcy had suspected him capable of being. He smiled often and patted his newly married daughter's hand repeatedly to disguise the tremor in his hands. Finally, it was time to depart. Elizabeth found her way to Darcy's side as the wedding party waited for their carriages. Bingley, after a brief conversation with his wife, joined them. "Darcy, Miss Elizabeth, do you consider it best for us to postpone our trip? My Jane cannot bear leaving her father when he appears ill, and I could not separate her from her family if we can be of assistance." "Think nothing of it, Bingley," said Darcy, with a nod of agreement from Elizabeth. "No, Darcy, I see how it is. Mr. Bennet has been greatly affected by the death of his wife, and it would not be kind to take all of his daughters away from him at once when they can offer him comfort. We had thought it enough to return in a month's time, but perhaps we ought not to leave at all." Elizabeth smiled at her brother-in-law and pulled Mrs. Bingley close to her free side. "You are very kind, Mr. Bingley. If you are to return in a short month, you had best enjoy the time you have with Jane to the fullest. Father is merely overwhelmed, and we will see him put to right." Wrapping her arms around her sister, Darcy overheard Elizabeth whisper to her, "You must enjoy your time with your husband. Do not worry about us. Father would be devastated if he thought you cancelled your plans because of him." "And what of you, Lizzie?" Mrs. Bingley insisted, pulling away from their embrace. Elizabeth answered without hesitation, "I will be devastated if your delay causes father to postpone my wedding day." Darcy could not agree more. "Father may very well think of another excuse to delay your wedding once we return. You are his favourite, and it will be a difficult thing for him to allow you to leave so easily. We can stay at Netherfield Park," suggested Mrs. Bingley. "With Miss Bingley and the Hursts in your home? No, Jane, you've already cut your tour short, and we would not have you change your plans any further for our benefit." Elizabeth left out any acknowledgement of her sister's concern that Mr. Bennet create more obstacles to her departure from Longbourn. Truth be told, the thought had occurred to Darcy as well as it had to Bingley's wife. Mrs. Bingley looked at Darcy, and he was quick to agree with his betrothed. How he loved Elizabeth! Her unselfish love for those whom she held dear would make her fast friends with his sister Georgiana. And Georgie desperately needed a friend. She was of the age where he felt incapable of guiding her as she required. Her new companion had come highly recommended, and had passed Darcy's particularly strict requirements by her own merits. What brother would not do the same after Mrs. Young's treachery? But a companion was not enough. What Georgie needed was their mother, and while Darcy wouldn't put that impossible task to Elizabeth, he held high hopes that the two women he loved most in all the world would become as close as sisters. Elizabeth's sincerity convinced Mrs. Bingley to continue with their wedding tour on the understanding she would write immediately if Mr. Bennet worsened, a condition Elizabeth willingly accepted. Darcy exchanged goodbyes with Bingley and Richard, waving with their friends and family members as the newlyweds' carriages clattered down the gravel path, thus conveying them onward to the next chapters of their lives on comfortable velvet squabs. He was happy for them, and incredibly jealous. Darcy looked at Elizabeth. Her eyes brimmed with joyous tears. Her smile illuminated her face with an innocent bliss he craved to see every day. Tiny freckles danced across the bridge of her nose and disappeared into her rosy cheeks. The corners of her lips curled up, taunting him to kiss them. Never before had anyone tempted him to lose his composure as she did. He handed Elizabeth into her family's carriage after Miss Mary and Miss Lydia had been assisted inside, holding her hand longer than he needed to. Before the coachman closed the door, he reminded Mr. Bennet, "I will call on the morrow." "Very well, Mr. Darcy. You shall see that I am well, and I will retire into my study so you may spend your time in better company." Mr. Bennet looked pointedly at Elizabeth. She laughed. "You are not so unwell as to have lost your sense of humour, Papa. That would truly cause concern." "Until the morrow," Darcy said to Elizabeth. Mr. Bennet was correct to assume Darcy was more interested in her company than in his, but though the gentleman put on a good show, he had concerned Darcy enough to offer to send for his London doctor. He would have the letter ready to send should Mr. Bennet not dramatically improve over the course of the day. On the other hand, if Mr. Bennet was much improved on the morrow, it meant they had another battle on their hands, the battle to win his consent. Turning to Tanner, who smacked their horse's reins impatiently against his palm, Darcy said, "Shall we return to the inn?" "I thought you would never ask. I need a drink." Tanner mounted and touched his heels against his stallion's sides, taking off at a clip quick enough to make Darcy wonder from what he ran. Chapter 4. Father rested his head against the carriage cushion all the way back to Longbourn. Lydia, too occupied with Chloe, did not notice his discomfort. Mary, who had decided to accompany them home instead of returning to Meryton with aunt and uncle, looked disturbed, though Elizabeth suspected it was not principally out of concern for father. When they arrived home, Mary asked, "Papa, might I have a word with you? I need your counsel in a serious matter." Asking Mrs. Hill to send in a tray of dry toast and tea, father followed them into the drawing-room, explaining, "The food was too rich for my poor stomach." "I thought you looked poorly. Do you require a doctor?" asked Mary. "Not yet. It will pass. Contrary to your mother's constant concern, I have always enjoyed a hearty constitution. I will not go down so easily," he replied. Lydia snorted. "It is a good thing. I would be forced to marry Mr. Collins, and I am saving myself for someone infinitely more handsome." "I wish he would ask you. Then perhaps I might have some peace," said Mary vehemently, drawing all eyes to her. Elizabeth in unsurprised interest, father in inquisitiveness, and Lydia in shocked disbelief anyone would prefer Mary over her, even Mr. Collins. Father asked, "You do not wish to receive Mr. Collins' attentions?" Mary said, "No," with such depth of feeling, it staved off all further inquiries regarding her certainty. Elizabeth, always having believed true love was worth waiting for, was pleased to hear that Mary, by all appearances, was unwilling to resign herself to a life of mind-numbing, superfluous conversation and mundane people-pleasing with father's heir. Lydia, her nose firmly out of place, huffed. "What makes you think Mr. Collins would prefer you to me?" Mary answered in her forthright way. "Because he has called at Uncle's every day this week." With a gasp, Lydia clutched Chloe to her bosom, stroking her shiny fur and muttering, "Shocking! Simply shocking! What has this world come to?" "You would not accept him were he to ask you anyway, Lydia. I do not see why you should be affected in the least by him showing an interest in me," observed Mary. Father said to Lydia, "The sooner you understand the world does not revolve around you, my dear, the better. Would you be jealous over your sister's unwanted success when you admitted to despising the gentleman in question? That is a selfish view, Lydia, and I challenge you to correct it, lest your future husband come to believe you the silliest wife in all of Christendom." He accepted the tea Mrs. Hill offered, the elderly housekeeper showing her approval of the long-overdue chastisement with a firm nod. Elizabeth wanted to laugh at the reactions in the room. She was proud of father for correcting Lydia. However, Lydia was unaccustomed to receiving discipline of any sort. She gasped in short breaths and swayed on the chaise, apparently undecided whether she should erupt into a toddler-like tantrum or faint in shock. "Calm yourself, my dear, and put a spoon of sugar in your tea," father said kindly, taking the lid off the sugar bowl. Deciding she would rather have sweet tea than continue in her current state, Lydia reached for the bowl, stirring a spoonful of sugar into the liquid and greedily reaching for another. Father rested his hand over hers. "One is quite enough, Lydia. You must ensure there is enough for everyone else." With a scowl, Lydia mumbled some nonsense to Chloe about King Charles. Filled with pride for her decisive sister and authoritative father, Elizabeth turned to Mary. "You do not wish to encourage Mr. Collins? Do you think he will make an offer soon?" Mary nodded. "Since Mr. Collins' recovery from the poisoned cake, he has called often at Uncle's home. However, this week he has called daily. Aunt, of course, encourages it. Like Mother, she believes all of our problems will be solved if one of us marries him. But I cannot find it in me to do it. A month ago, I might have considered it my duty to agree. I would have thought it a sacrifice necessary to ensure the futures of my sisters." Elizabeth reached over to squeeze Mary's hand. "That is considerate of you, but none of us would ever ask you to become a martyr for our sakes." Mary smiled. "I am blessed to possess such thoughtful sisters." Lydia, never one to keep her mouth shut when she could make herself sound bad, said, "I would have. Do you not realize what will happen to me if father dies and you do not marry Mr. Collins?" Mary pursed her lips, inhaled deeply, and continued, "I have not refused him yet, as he has not made an offer. I am not so unrealistic as to believe I shall ever again receive another offer of marriage, and so I will not make a decision to refuse him lightly. I only seek to buy myself some time to determine my future. Once the decision is made, it cannot be undone." "You surprise me, Mary. I had believed you agreeable to the match, but I will support whatever decision you make regarding Mr. Collins. Have you spoken with your Uncle Phillips about this?" asked father. Mary looked down and shook her head. "I'm so happy with the work he allows me to do. I would rather not say anything which might make him regret my presence in his home. I am sorry, father. It is selfish to want to continue on there when my proper place is at home with you." Father's eyebrows knit together. "What a silly sentiment, my dear girl. Why should you not want to continue in a home where you have found a worthwhile occupation, and a healthier sense of worth. I can only apologize I did not take greater care to offer you the same here. Now tell me, Mary, how can I help you? Do you wish for me to speak with your uncle, or with Mr. Collins?" Mary paused, unaccustomed to be taken seriously. Had she been present at home during the past few weeks, she would have noticed the gradual change come over their father. For the first time, he took an interest in the estate, meeting often with his land steward, as well as a more active interest in his daughters. Elizabeth was grateful for it. "No, I think not. I gave my reasons for not speaking to Uncle Phillips, and would rather you not mention it to him. As for Mr. Collins, I sense the vicar is tiring of Mr. Collins's company, and he is soon to request that he depart to tend to the needs of his own parish. Such a solution would be the answer to my prayers, were he to heed the vicar's suggestion. However, Mr. Collins has expressed his desire to remain in Meryton. My fear is that Aunt Phillips will sense an opportunity and invite Mr. Collins to stay with them." Father observed, "At which you would have to return here, or be forced into a marriage you are uncertain you want. Mr. Collins, with your aunt's help, would soon wear you down until you accept him merely to have some peace." Father took off his spectacles to rub the bridge of his nose. "I think I understand you, Mary. I must invite Mr. Collins to return to Longbourn. However, I must also consider Elizabeth and Lydia." Elizabeth was quick to reassure him. "It is a good idea. He would not dare to attempt to court me when I am engaged to the nephew of his esteemed patroness." "An engagement the lady does not support, and will do what she can to prevent," interrupted Father. "It is true," Elizabeth acknowledged. "However, Mr. Collins will be limited here. If you were to encourage his interest in the running of the estate, he could be kept occupied. Lydia and I are in no danger from him." Lydia huffed. "Speak for yourself. If Mr. Collins stays at Longbourn, he is sure to propose to me, and it will be awkward for me to refuse him." "Allow me a bit of time to ponder your problem, Mary. Whatever I decide, I will act before the day's end, or risk your Aunt Phillips's interference." He put on his spectacles and nibbled on his toast. "Thank you, Papa," said Mary. "If only I had seen to a companion for you to provide a barrier to Mr. Collins's attention. He must assume I approve of the match, and I fear I have given him cause to believe as much. However, he is greatly mistaken if he thinks I would force one of my daughters to marry against her will." Setting his teacup and half-eaten toast aside, Father rose. "I will think about the matter in my study. Please feel free to play a merry tune on the pianoforte and make as much noise as you wish. I find the house too quiet these days." He bumped into the doorway on his way out. Elizabeth looked at her sisters. Her concern was mirrored in their faces. For all his show to the contrary, Father was not well. Or was he? Was his grief so great he was making himself ill? Tanner downed the amber liquid in one swallow. Darcy knew better than to ask directly why Richard's wedding should bother Tanner so badly. A couple of hours seated next to Miss Bingley would put most men in a dark mood. So he sat opposite his brother, sipping from the glass at his leisure and waiting for him to say something. When the minutes stretched long in silence, Darcy chanced to say, "I will miss Richard." "Aye," Tanner replied, pouring himself another drink. Darcy could not force Tanner's confidence, so he changed subjects. "Georgiana arrives on Friday from London." The drink was part way to Tanner's lips, but at the mention of Georgie, he lowered it to the counter. Tanner looked around his inn, his shoulders slumping the longer he inspected his domain. She will not want to stay here. It is not grand enough for a young lady brought up as fine as she has been. Your inn is as fine as any other she has stayed at, countered Darcy. I surmise you will want to leave as well. Your place is with her. No doubt Bingley offered his house. What? Do you want me to leave? Some brother. Were all brothers so annoying? Yes. No. I mean, you must do as you please. Tanner grabbed a white cloth and scrubbed the polished wood of the bar. Georgie wants to meet you. She was overjoyed to learn she has another brother. Tanner scoffed. Some brother? A keeper of a tavern? A man who has worked hard for what he has. There is no shame in that. Not for a common man, but she is a lady. I am a gentleman, and you have never been intimidated by me. Or have you forgotten how rude you were when we first met? Why should you cower before our little sister? That was different. I saw you as an adversary, a spoiled brat raised with a silver spoon. Georgiana is neither spoiled nor a brat, Darcy said, feeling his hackles rise. No, she is far worse, mumbled Tanner. That was it. Rising to his feet, Darcy slammed his empty glass down on the bar. If you are so determined to wallow in your misery and isolate your friends that you would insult your own little sister, then I shall take my leave. We will not burden you with our presence here. Tanner crossed his arms, saying in a soft voice, She is a refined lady. What is she going to think of a brute like me? Had Tanner responded with fists, Darcy would have been better prepared. He had suffered a blow from him before. But this humble insecurity was foreign to him and entirely unexpected. Darcy said, Allow me to assure you that Georgie is rather accustomed to bold personalities. She enjoyed his company, did she not? Tanner continued, She will find me disappointing. Sometimes I wish I had never met any of you. If only I'd kept my mouth shut. But you did not. Tanner glared at Darcy. You are a pest. As are you, but we will still welcome you at Pemberley. What? You would have me as a guest in your grand house and set the society gossips against you? You know they would talk. They would wonder why a high-born gentleman would entertain a lowly tradesman in his home. We are from different worlds, Darcy. Darcy's heart clenched at the bitterness in Tanner's tone, and the unfairness society placed on the two men separated only by circumstances. Bingley comes from trade, and he has stayed at Pemberley. He is wealthy, and has pleasing manners. I am nothing like him, nor could I pretend to be if I tried. I care not for gossip. I refuse to allow it to influence how I live my life, and to whom I choose to extend an invitation to my home. Georgiana has been raised to possess a better sense of justice and honesty than you give her credit for. Still, I think it best for her to stay at Netherfield Park, or even better, at Longbourn. She wants to meet you. Will you deny her the pleasure of acquainting herself with her eldest brother? Tanner slammed his fist against the bar. Blast you, Darcy, do you not see how it is? All I see is a stubborn man who appears to be afraid of a girl. I am terrified. Call me what you will, Darcy, but I do not do well with the ladies like your sister, the delicate type. I will say the wrong thing, and she will think of me as everyone else would if the truth became known. I am nothing but a disgrace on the Darcy name. I was, still am, and forever will be a mistake. It will be better for all of us when you leave." Darcy squeezed the glass between his fingers until they turned white. Tanner was not at fault for their father's indiscretions. No life is a mistake. Whether you wish it or not, we are family. And as your brother, I will warn you plainly. If you show any of the resentment you displayed toward me when we first met to Georgiana, we will come to blows again. But like it or not, Tanner, we will forever remain brothers. Tanner clenched his jaw, speaking through his teeth. "You had best arrange for her to stay at Longbourn." Darcy left the tap-room for his room upstairs before Tanner could utter another word. The man was impossible. Chapter 5. The following morning, Elizabeth left her room for a stroll. She had much to ponder before William called, but she was pulled out of her thoughts when voices from Father's study reached her at the top of the landing. Or rather, a voice, an angry voice. Elizabeth stopped short, tempted to sit 3 steps down and lean in toward the wall, where a convenient hole behind a bookshelf in Father's study would allow her to listen in on the argument. Before she could properly justify her reasons for eavesdropping, the study door burst open, and she saw Father's land steward, Mr. Bilford, stalk stiffly across the hall, leaving an unsettled air in his wake. What cause did Mr. Bilford have to speak harshly to Papa? She had not heard his complaint clearly, but there was no mistaking the ire in his tone. She continued down the stairs, making her way to Father. He stood in the doorway of his study, his spectacles pushed low on his nose, one hand rubbing his eyes and the other propped against the wooden frame he leaned on. "Are you well this morning, Papa?" she asked softly. He lowered his hand from his eyes to reveal a pink complexion. Whether it was from his agitation or his improved health, Elizabeth could not discern. However, it was far preferable to the grey hue of the day before, even though it boded ill for her future plans. Father answered, "I am vastly improved. You have all concerned yourselves over nothing, I fear." "I am glad to hear it. You look well. Perhaps you should meet more often with Mr. Bilford," she teased, pausing to allow him to fill in the details should he choose to do so. He sighed. "There is nothing to raise the blood like discussing business before partaking of a proper breakfast." With a smile, he pushed his spectacles up and added, "It is a mistake I shall not repeat." If he would not volunteer the information, she would ask directly. "What was your business with Mr. Bilford? He seemed agitated." Father clucked his tongue, turning to his desk to close the open ledgers and stack them on the corner. "It is nothing for you to trouble yourself with, Lizzie." "Promise me it has no bearing on your illness yesterday, and I shall press no further." Father sat in his worn leather chair, leaning back and resting his arms behind his head until the seat groaned. "I woke this morning in the best of health, leaving me to conclude that I miss Jane, and this house is much too silent without her, Kitty, Mary, and your mother in it. I do not know how I will manage with all of you gone. I might be moved to drastic measures and invite Mr. Collins to stay until my demise." Elizabeth giggled. "You will do no such thing." Father sat forward. "And why ever not, I ask? He is not my first choice, not even close, but he knows how to fill the silence with his endless verbose allocutions." "I would never wish such a fate on you. I hate to admit it, but perhaps it is for the best, then, that you have delayed my wedding until Jane's return to Netherfield Park. If one daughter's wedding and departure affected you so poorly, I dread to think what mine will do." Elizabeth held her breath for his reply. Were father to give his consent, she would marry William that same day. He would carry her off to Pemberley, and she would lose herself in his arms for days, weeks, however long it took until she felt truly secure. The past few months had been tempestuous, and though she had enjoyed the calm of the previous weeks, she could not shake the sentiment that trouble yet brewed below the calm surface of her life. She only hoped father would not be the source of it.
I gave far too much consideration to my reply to doubt it now, Lizzie. You may feel that my decision is selfish, but I assure you I did not make it lightly. I sense something of import is underfoot.
His eyebrows furled, and his voice trailed off. What could she say? Elizabeth felt it too. Still, her heart fell to her empty stomach, disappointed in postponed expectations and full of sadness for her grieving father. She was not so cruel as to leave him until he gave her leave, and he knew it. Blast it. I could not forgive myself were you to suffer at my hand when it is in my power to prevent it. She felt the truth of her words from the bottom of her soul, and she took comfort in it. It was the silver lining in her rain cloud of unfulfilled hope. Father's eyes glistened with tears.
I cannot deny that I will miss you greatly. I could not bear to part with you were it for a lesser man than Mr. Darcy. But, Lizzie, though I have asked for your patience, I will not be the one to prevent your union when there are so many others who would delight for you to never make it to the altar.
Lady Catherine, Miss Bingley, most likely the Hursts, and who knew what Miss Darcy would think of her? What if she was as proud as her brother had been upon arriving at Meryton? Elizabeth did not know many ladies of gentle birth whom she would befriend. Most of them were like Miss Bingley, full of nothing but airs. If only they would fly away like a hot air balloon.
Lizzie?
Father asked. She shook her head. I apologize. I was lost in my thoughts.
Listen to this, then, and I will bore you no longer. Mr. Darcy is to call today, and I believe we should discuss the matter with him.
I was not bored, Papa. Your words gave me pause to ponder how many enemies I have acquired since meeting William. She felt like a fool when Father's countenance darkened. Mother had been murdered by a concealed enemy. Wickham as well had met his end at the hand of one of his many enemies. Enemies killed, and it was a poor choice of a word to use with Father.
I am inclined to think you would do well to leave Meryton sooner rather than later, he said. It has become a grim place of late, and I fear that I, too, have acquired an enemy.
Now that she had not expected. Mary, after passing the night in her old room, returned to Aunt Phillips's house, taking Lydia and Chloe along with her to share in the tea and gossip. Elizabeth was grateful. Father would speak more freely with her sisters away, although her attempts to pry more information out of him had been met with silence, leaving her imagination to run rampant and assume the worst. A few long hours later, William called, and Father lost no time in revealing the source of his concern.
Mr. Darcy, the truth of the matter is that I have changed my mind. I heartily give my consent for you to marry my daughter immediately. There is nothing which would please me more than for you to take her far away from this place. If you act in haste, you may marry on the morrow and depart immediately afterward.
It was too good to be true. William sensed it as clearly as Elizabeth did.
To what do we owe this change of heart, Mr. Bennet? Are you unwell? Asked William. Other than a touch of dizziness, I feel much as I normally do. While I will not deny that my grief and the emptiness of my house weigh heavily on me, I do not believe they were the cause of my illness yesterday, or on other occasions over the past few weeks.
Over the past few weeks? This was news to Elizabeth. She had noticed several small changes over father, but nothing nearly so alarming as yesterday's malaise. "Why have you said nothing until now?" she asked.
I do not discount the possibility that I am merely allowing the trauma of the past few months to have a greater effect over me than I would like to admit. A mad woman attacking me with a penknife, the murder of my wife, bricks with accusations thrown through my home's windows, the drugging and kidnapping of my dearest daughter, and those are just the more memorable events from which I could choose. It is enough to make any man wary, and so I must voice my concerns with others of a sounder mind than mine, lest I begin to doubt my own sanity. In fact, I briefly considered the possibility of Lady Lucas poisoning the food at the wedding feast, but since I was the only one to fall ill, I think we can discount that thought.
"Papa! After what she has put herself through, she would be the last person in the world to bring us any more harm," Elizabeth said in Lady Lucas's defence. Father may question his own mind, but she knew him to be as sharp as a needle. Was this a clever attempt to keep her near? To get both her and William to agree she should remain at Longbourn longer?
I know it, Lizzie. Pardon my inappropriate sense of humour.
William's face was devoid of all emotion. In a grave tone, he said,
"If it is logic and reason you seek, let us discuss the matter thoroughly."
"You have reasons to believe someone wishes to do you harm?" Elizabeth asked, praying father had no proof to suspect another mystery was afoot. Oh, please, not that. There had been a time when Elizabeth had thought an investigation exciting, a grand adventure, a satisfying puzzle. Not any more.
"I believe I do,"
he answered simply, dashing Elizabeth's hope of continuing with the somewhat normal rhythm of life they had adopted over the past 3 weeks.
"What proof do you have?"
asked William. He leaned forward in his chair, paying rapt attention to father.
"Yesterday was not the first time I have been affected by a stomachache the likes of which I suffered at Jane's wedding feast, although it gripped me harder than previous times. If it were a normal illness, why should I recover so quickly? And why am I the only one in my household and among friends to suffer?"
Because he had always enjoyed a hardy constitution, and he mourned mother's death and the changes to his household more than anyone else, Elizabeth could have answered. Instead, she asked, "You believe someone is poisoning you? Papa, why did you not say so before?" Father shook his head.
"Like everyone else, I believed it was only an accumulation of emotion I am unaccustomed to allow myself to feel. It is much more difficult to live with the consequences of one's neglect and the burden of responsibility than to hide away in my bookroom and continue on as I did before. However, I can no longer ignore the sensation that something dire is amiss."
He based his suspicions on a sensation? Elizabeth tried not to despair, to allow her father the dignity of a listening ear without judgment, as he had requested. But the more he spoke, the more she was convinced his concerns were merely part of a bigger plan to delay her departure.
"Whom do you suspect?"
William asked.
"Due to Jane's courtship with Mr. Bingley, we have often been invited to Netherfield Park to dine or take tea. That was the first time I recall falling ill."
"At Bingley's?" Darcy exclaimed in disbelief. Elizabeth, too, was astonished. Father so often hid in Mr. Bingley's library, a habit Mr. Bingley encouraged to allow himself more conversation with Jane, that Elizabeth had not noticed anything untoward, except for that one time. Elizabeth had credited Father's flushed face and agitated expression to annoyance with Mr. Collins, who during his recovery at the vicar's house must have amassed several sermons on his sick-bed with which he graced them that fine afternoon. Mr. Hurst had lasted a mere 5 minutes before a snore had escaped him. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes at her father. If he was as ill as he said he was that day, why had no one taken notice? Father continued.
It confounds me as well. While I am convinced Mr. Bingley is ignorant of it, otherwise I never would have allowed Jane to marry him, I cannot extend the same conviction of innocence toward his sisters or Mr. Hurst. You understand, of course, I only mention their names in the confidence of your discretion. I will make no accusations public, unless I am certain they are not the senselessness of a grieving, lonely old man.
Of course. William ran his hand through his hair and squeezed the back of his neck, the frustration on his face evident when he looked up at Elizabeth. Had he drawn the same conclusion she had? Are there any other occasions worth mention? He asked, pulling his eyes away from her to focus again on Father.
Another was after a hunting expedition at Lucas Lodge. Not being of the sporting sort, I joined the gentlemen at the lodge after they had rid the property of its fowl.
Elizabeth would rather have another mystery to solve than accept that her father's illness stemmed from his desire to keep her at his side. Her whole being recoiled that he would attempt to manipulate them so selfishly. Otherwise, how could Father express himself so calmly? No, she would not accept it. Nay, she would not even consider it, unless the evidence became irrefutable. Was Mr. Hurst there? She inquired, trying to find a pattern.
He was. Many gentlemen were there, Father answered.
As was I, William said, adding,
It was a hunting party I will not soon forget.
Father chuckled.
Nor I, Mr. Darcy. Had I known Mr. Collins to be so inept with a firearm, I would have taken it away from him before Mr. Bilford did.
Mr. Bilford was there? Elizabeth asked, more surprised at the knowledge of his presence than Mr. Collins' lack of skills with a flintlock rifle.
He was at Lucas Lodge, seeking the counsel of Sir William Stewart. They, of course, did not join our party, but they remained nearby should we require their assistance. As it turned out, we did.
Turning to William, Father added with a grin,
I do hope Mr. Collins replaced Mr. Hurst's beaver hat.
Elizabeth's jaw gaped. Mr. Collins shot Mr. Hurst?
Not Mr. Hurst, dear girl. Mr. Hurst's hat. There is a significant difference between the two. It was the kind of shot only the best marksman could have made. Or, as in the case with my cousin, the blunderingly fortuitous.
William narrowed his eyes.
As I recall, Mr. Bennet, you left fairly suddenly after Bingley served refreshments in the billiard-room.
Father sighed.
I felt unwell, much as I did yesterday. My insides twisted painfully. Sweat covered my chilled skin, and my heartbeat became so fast I thought it would run out of my chest.
That had also been the day he expected a new book sent to him by an old colleague in the post. And were not the symptoms he described the very same Mother had suffered, and described in detail numerous times over the years when she had a nervous spell? Shaking her mounting belief regarding the true nature of his suspicions off, she asked, I heard Mr. Bilford arguing with you this morning, Papa. Do you suspect him?" Elizabeth's list of potential criminals shortened, if indeed father's suspicions merited further investigation. There would have been no women at Sir William's hunt, thus excluding all members of the fairer sex. Father nodded his head slowly.
"While he was not present at the wedding feast, he has often been in my study. I poured myself a glass of brandy before we departed for the ceremony. Perhaps I should empty the decanter."
William pondered father's fears. Unless father had better evidence than what he had presented, his concerns sounded more fanciful than real. Most certainly the work of a clever man unwilling to allow any more change in his life than necessary. Both she and William were well aware of the physical signs of poisoning when Mr. Collins nearly fell victim to tainted cake. Father exhibited few of those symptoms. When William finally looked at her, she was certain she read the same in his expression. "Is there any reason why someone would want to harm you?" asked William, his eyes never wavering from father.
"I am not a rich man. My estate has been neglected too much to conjure envy. I do not possess any secrets to my knowledge, nor have I ever induced the wrath of the desperate matrons of unmarried daughters by pushing my girls into the fore. I can think of no one who would benefit from my demise."
It appeared more and more certain to Elizabeth that the enemy father had spoken of was nothing more than his impending loneliness, filling her with anger and sadness for the man who had sworn not to act selfishly toward his daughters. Was she to be the exception?
"What about Mr. Collins? He will inherit at your death," suggested William. Father scoffed. "You saw how he shot. He could not hit the broadside of a barn with a musket at spitting distance. If he tried to slip arsenic into my drink, I would not put it past him to confuse the glasses and drink it himself. No, he lacks the calculating intelligence required to bring an evil plan to fruition, nor is his situation so desperate as to benefit from inheriting my estate."
Elizabeth agreed with father's estimation of Mr. Collins' abilities, but the clergyman's lack of motive was more convincing. Father had no enemies, and he knew it. Mr. Collins has a comfortable living with a generous patroness guaranteed to him at Hunsford, aside from the eventual inheritance of Longbourn. And, as father said, the estate is in need of care. Care which would be better for Mr. Collins that father attend to rather than himself.
"What of Mr. Bilford and Mr. Hurst?" William asked, thoroughly covering all possibilities implied by father. "Mr. Bilford is unaccustomed to my interference in estate matters. We are bound to have some difficulties until we learn how to work together. As for Mr. Hurst, I have no insights to share, other than to note his appreciation of a good midday nap."
"Is there anything else which has led you to believe yourself in danger?" asked Darcy. Father considered the question for a good deal of time. Was he scheming another plan, the present one not proving as effective as he had hoped? Finally he answered,
"I do not. Now that I have spoken of my concerns aloud, I see how ridiculous I must sound to you. I am merely suffering a moment of weakness, and apologize for wasting your time when I am certain you have many other delightful topics to discuss with my daughter."
William shook his head.
"No, Mr. Bennet, please, do not apologize. Meryton has suffered more than its fair share of misfortune, but the worst is behind us. Otherwise, I never would have written for my sister to join me here."
Father's disposition was remarkably cheerful as he asked,
"When is she to arrive? Have you arranged lodgings already?"
"She is to arrive on the morrow, and I must find other arrangements for her lodgings. I do not wish to take up all of Tanner's rooms when he needs them for his guests, and after what you have told me, I do not wish for her to stay at Netherfield Park." Elizabeth wondered what had transpired between William and Mr. Tanner. She doubted it was out of consideration William had decided to make other arrangements for his sister.
"I hope I am wrong about Mr. Hurst. It is difficult to trust a man who sleeps as much as he does,"
nodded Mr. Bennet, his face brightening as he caught an idea.
"I have just the thing. It is the perfect solution for all of us."
Elizabeth knew what he would say before he voiced it, and she thought it a terrible idea. Chapter 6.
"Please allow us the honour of receiving Miss Darcy as a guest at Longbourn. You need somewhere agreeable for her to reside, and what could be more agreeable than the home of your betrothed? She and Lizzie shall have ample opportunity to become the closest of friends here, and I shall delight in the extra sounds and movement the addition to our household shall provide. I take it she has a companion as well?"
Mr. Bennet asked eagerly. Darcy glanced at Elizabeth. She tried to hide her uncertainty behind a smile. Was she as nervous to meet Georgiana as Tanner was? Be that the case, Mr. Bennet's solution was truly perfect.
"Yes, Mrs. Annesley is her companion,"
he said, with a reassuring glance at Elizabeth. Father clasped his hands together.
"Excellent. You simply must allow us to extend our hospitality to your dear sister, Mr. Darcy."
"It is a relief to me, Mr. Bennet, and I accept your offer on behalf of my sister gladly. Thank you." Elizabeth did not appear so pleased, which puzzled Darcy. She looked down at her lap and twisted her fingers. "What about Mr. Collins? He is to come to Longbourn today, is he not?" she asked. If that was Elizabeth's only objection, she need not trouble herself over it. Mr. Collins conformed too rigidly to social norms to be of any danger to Georgiana. Mr. Bennet blinked in confusion.
"I expect him to arrive at any inopportune moment. I do not see him as a hindrance, my dear. In fact, it may very well be to our benefit to have the niece of his esteemed patroness under our roof. He will be on his best behaviour."
Darcy agreed.
"Mr. Collins is too aware of his position to make himself a nuisance to Georgiana, and Mrs. Annesley will ensure he does not."
Mr. Bennet rubbed his hands together.
"What an opportunity for Lydia! She will see firsthand how a young lady ought to behave under the direction of a good companion."
That was the only fly in the ointment for Darcy. Miss Lydia and Georgiana would have absolutely nothing in common, nor did Darcy wish for them to spend enough time in each other's company to find a similar interest. Now that Mr. Bennet's suspicions had been addressed and declared as harmless coincidence, and arrangements had been made for Georgiana to stay with Elizabeth, it was time to see how serious Mr. Bennet was about giving his consent for Elizabeth to marry. Despite his vow to unselfishly put his daughter's interests first, Mr. Bennet had proved to have more difficulty living up to his claims where Elizabeth was concerned. Otherwise, they most certainly would have married by now. A knock on the drawing-room door prevented Darcy from inquiring what he most wished to know. Mr. Hill said,
"Mr. Collins is here, sir. Shall I have him shown into his room?"
Mr. Bennet grinned at Darcy, recalling his inopportune moment comment to mind. Darcy would not disagree with him. Mr. Collins had horrendous timing, even if he was impeccable in his attention to the clock. Mr. Bennet rose to receive the clergyman, who sneaked past Mr. Hill before he could persuade Mr. Collins to freshen up in his room. Grasping the back of his chair, Mr. Bennet leaned on it for support and closed his eyes. "Father?" asked Elizabeth. Taking off his spectacles, he opened his eyes and dismissed her concern with a wave.
"I dare say I only require a new pair of spectacles, Lizzie. A dizzy spell is nothing to worry yourself over."
Mr. Collins, who bowed before Darcy in such a way as to block his progress to assist Mr. Bennet, spun around. "Is my cousin unwell?" Before he could listen to any reply, Mr. Collins continued, "How fortunate I am to accompany you for a time. You have suffered enough to break a weaker man, Mr. Bennet. Your endurance under tribulation is admirable and a testament to our family's strength of character. I vow to help alleviate your unease to the best of my abilities, by offering what little encouragement and support as I am capable of extending in my humble capacity. I shall not depart from your side." He emphasized his words with yet another bow. Elizabeth bit her lips, but Darcy stood close enough to her to hear her choked chuckle. Darcy, too, struggled to maintain his dispassionate expression at the look of a horror covering Mr. Bennet's face. The older gentleman mumbled, "I suppose it is what I deserve." He motioned for Mr. Collins to take a seat. Mr. Collins sat beside Mr. Bennet, pulling his chair closer to his cousin in a display of the sincerity of his promise. "Absolutely. You deserve the best care, and I shall see you are not neglected, not for a moment." Elizabeth turned her face away from their group to ask for more tea to be brought in for their new guest. Mr. Hill, who had observed the exchange in its entirety from the doorway, admirably kept his composure while Elizabeth struggled to control hers. As for Darcy, though he be the master of his expressionless face, he knew he could not hide his humour completely, and he knew Elizabeth would be unable to contain her merriment should their eyes meet. She had learned to read him with greater accuracy, a feat for which he was grateful, as she was less likely to take offence when he uttered what he ought not to have said. Darcy was not so different to Mr. Bennet in that regard. Both of them sought to improve their characters, and still fell short at times. If only there were not so many vexing people in the world. Clearing his throat, Darcy changed the subject away from Mr. Bennet's health and the superior care Mr. Collins could offer him to one infinitely more agreeable to the clergyman. Under normal circumstances, Darcy would have kept silent, for silence was impossible to misquote. But he felt generous. "I recently received a letter from Lady Catherine." Elizabeth reached through her tendrils of hair to rub her ear. Did her ears tingle at the mention of their old adversary? If Anne's letters were any indication, Aunt Catherine was too distracted with her own affairs to give much attention to his. Darcy was happy for Anne's sake, and for his. More for Elizabeth's benefit than anyone else's, he added, "Lady Catherine says that while she does not approve of the methods employed by the good doctor, my cousin's health does seem to have improved in short time." Darcy gave them that happy news, leaving out all the faults Aunt Catherine had found in Dr. Hammond, namely his youth and unnatural good looks, for surely no experienced doctor could possess both and be worth his salt. The strange lodgings where Anne was obliged to stay, as well as her changed diet and regimen of exercise. Those complaints paled in comparison to his most unforgivable sin, that of being Lord Havisham's son, Lord Havisham being the man formerly jilted by Lady Catherine, and sworn enemy of said lady for daring to inherit the title she sought and the fortune to match it after she had humiliated him in public. There was much for Anne to complain about, all of which she would share with Elizabeth later. She would find as much humour in it as he had. Missing from Aunt's letter, so obvious as to have been omitted deliberately by her, was any mention of Elizabeth. After sharing what news he could in the presence of Mr. Collins, it was time to depart, and Darcy did so reluctantly. Even with Mr. Collins, the atmosphere was more relaxed and content at Longbourn. Much better than the tension awaiting him at Tanner's Inn. Even with Tanner's surly mood, Darcy refused to leave him. Tanner would simply have to put up with him until he left for Pemberley. Mr. Bennet saw him to the door.
"Thank you, Mr. Darcy. I will be delighted to receive Miss Darcy here. Lizzie will make sure she is comfortable." "And I thank you. My greatest wish is that they become close friends." "I am certain they shall."
Mr. Bennet shuffled his weight, glancing behind him and lowering his voice.
"There is another matter which I would like very much to discuss with you. As you are aware, I had an altercation with Mr. Bilford this morning. I found an inconsistency, and I am unsure what to make of it. Would it be presumptuous of me to ask for your opinion?"
"What did your land steward say?" Mr. Bennet bunched his cheeks up.
"He appears to be the issue. However, before I put him to task for what I speculate, I want to make certain I understand the matter completely. My mind has taken a suspicious turn of late, and I do not trust myself fully."
"I see." If Mr. Bennet's land steward was not trustworthy, Mr. Bennet had some difficult decisions ahead. Decisions which would need to be made quickly and with certainty. "I am at your disposal, Mr. Bennet," Darcy said with a bow. With a sigh of relief, Mr. Bennet squeezed Darcy's shoulder.
"Thank you. I will call at the inn on the morrow before Mr. Collins wakes, and while Lizzie is enjoying one of her walks. I do not want to concern her, nor do I wish for Mr. Collins to accompany me."
"That suits me well." It would, in fact, be a welcome reprieve from the mundane business and endless letter-writing awaiting him in his room. With a final bow of departure, Darcy took the reins from the stable-boy and glanced at the stables. The roof had recently been repaired, and the carriage horses neighed from behind the building where they grazed in their paddock. There was a pretty little filly at the Meryton stables. Darcy had never asked Elizabeth why she preferred walking to riding, but he was not averse to giving her lessons if need be. A splendid idea, if there ever was one. Turning down the lane toward Meryton, Darcy saw a rider as wide as his horse approaching. With little more than a nod and a grunt, Mr. Hurst passed Darcy on the lane. Apparently, the gentleman was as pleased to see Darcy as Darcy was to see him. It was curious, though. Continuing down the lane a few paces, Darcy turned in his saddle long enough to see Mr. Hurst disappear down the path to Longbourn. What business did Mr. Hurst have with Mr. Bennet? From their conversation minutes ago, he knew Mr. Bennet would never seek out Mr. Hurst's company. Darcy had assumed the Hursts' return to Netherfield Park had been for the benefit of Miss Bingley, who, thanks to Aunt Catherine, was now unwelcome in society. With the season fast approaching, it would be a bitter tonic to swallow for Miss Bingley to be excluded completely. He had not thought to ask Bingley, if Bingley knew anything that was. It was possible his trusting friend had accepted his sister and her husband into his home with no questions asked, as he was wont to do. Darcy continued down the lane, pressing his heels against his horse to quicken his pace. He had a great deal of correspondence to deal with, and Mr. Bennet's call on the morrow promised to be eventful. Mr. Hurst would not be pleased to see Mr. Collins. Though the rotund gentleman sported a shiny new beaver hat, courtesy of the clergyman, no doubt, Darcy was equally confident Mr. Collins would tenaciously sustain his unwanted presence despite Mr. Hurst's efforts to rid himself of the man. With a sigh, Darcy continued down the lane. He had only just left Longbourn, and already he had much to discuss with Elizabeth. Why did she not look pleased to receive his sister? What merit did she give her father's concerns? Did she feel, as he did, that they were enjoying a brief calm before the storm broke over them? Would Elizabeth enjoy the gift of a horse? If Mr. Bennet gave his consent, would she marry him on the morrow? Chapter 7. Mr. Bennet arrived the following morning with a ledger in his arms, and Darcy received him in the privacy of his room. He asked if Mr. Bennet wished for some refreshment. "Does Mr. Tanner make good, strong coffee?" asked Mr. Bennet, to which Darcy asked Mrs. Molly to bring up 2 steaming cups of the brew. Mr. Bennet sat, shaking his head. "For years, Mrs. Hill has made my tea and coffee just as I like it. However, today I had to pour coffee into the potted plants," he said with a chuckle. "Hopefully the fern in my study takes to the bitter beverage more than I did. It was dreadful." Darcy sat opposite him at the table between the door and the fireplace. "When my sister was much younger, she would invite me to tea parties, attended to by her collection of dolls. She insisted on preparing the tea herself. Knowing I prefer my tea strong, she left the tea leaves to steep in the boiling water all night, heating it up for me the next day." It had been dreadful, but he had forced a smile and told her it was delicious, the best tea he had ever had the privilege to drink. He had lied to spare her feelings, and oh, how he had suffered for it during the many tea parties to follow. Mr. Bennet chuckled. "When my girls were little, they held such parties." His smile faded. "Of course, I was usually too occupied to attend them. Only my Lizzie was brave enough to enter my study and insist I drink tea with her." "I hope her tea was better than my sister's. I did not have the heart to correct Georgiana, and I drank so much of her tea she assumed I liked it." "Miss Darcy is fortunate to have you for a brother, I think, and she will grow to love Lizzie before long, I dare say." "I will admit I had hoped you would offer your hospitality." "What? You did not want Miss Darcy to stay with Mr. Bingley's sisters? I cannot imagine why." The mischievous twinkle in Mr. Bennet's eyes proclaimed he knew precisely why Darcy did not wish for his sister to stay at Netherfield Park. Taking advantage of Mr. Bennet's joviality, Darcy asked, "What of your consent, Mr. Bennet? Do I have permission to marry Elizabeth as soon as I purchase a license?" "Before the arrival of your sister, I assumed you would allow Miss Darcy time to recover from her travels at Longbourn before the arduous journey and return to Derbyshire. Would it not be best to wait another month?" 28 days, Darcy corrected, willing to concede to the original agreement, but resolute that no additional time be added. Mr. Bennet chortled. "Yes, 28 days are sufficient for Miss Darcy and Lizzie to establish a friendship before you sweep them off to a distant land." The appeal of Gretna Green increased by the moment, but Georgiana was to arrive that same day. He could not leave her. Drat it all. 28 days will pass like a blink of an eye, young man. You will cherish Lizzie all the more for the wait." "If that is your reasoning, allow me to reassure you of the steadiness of my love." Mr. Bennet looked down at his hands. "I am sorry, Mr. Darcy," he said, his voice shaking. "Lizzie has been my greatest comfort since she learned to speak. She and Jane. I know it is contradictory of me,
but I cannot bear to part with her. Not yet. Not until Jane returns, and I am not left completely alone."
He saw Mr. Bennet's frailty and guilt-consumed Darcy. Guilt and frustration. Blast! "Very well. If you will honour our original agreement, I will too." Darcy would write to Bingley to ensure the efficiency of his carriage and the health of his horses in conveying him home on time. Darcy could stand no more delays. Mr. Bennet nodded but remained silent. Clearly, it was time to change the subject to a livelier one. "I saw Mr. Hurst enter Longbourn as I left. I did not know he was a friend of yours," Darcy commented. The twinkle in Mr. Bennet's eye returned.
"Nor did I, to be sure. I have had some time to ponder his call, and I still see no purpose to it. He seemed perturbed that Mr. Collins is present, but I can hardly blame him for that."
Mr. Bennet sighed.
"You understand, I only tease, Mr. Darcy. I am grateful for the role Mr. Collins played in the capture of my wife's killer, and I ought not ridicule him as I do, if only he did not expose his weaknesses so splendidly."
Darcy smiled, but added no fuel to Mr. Bennet's fodder. It came too easily for Darcy to see the faults of others, and Mr. Collins had more than his fair share. No doubt Mr. Bennet would prefer to expend his mental vigour on witty banter rather than the more serious problem before him on the ledger. "What was it you wanted to show me?" Darcy asked. Mr. Bennet sighed and opened the ledger in front of him.
"I am an old fool for not seeing to the interests of my daughters out of spite for Mr. Collins. He is a fool, as was his father before him, and it pains me he should inherit my estate. But I now see how my lack of interest has affected my girls."
Darcy reached for the ledger, moving his chair closer to Mr. Bennet, to afford them both a better view of the numbers neatly written down the columns. It was much more orderly than he had expected.
"It took me a good while, and several meetings with my steward, to establish some order to my ledgers, but as you see, everything adds up."
Darcy looked up at him. "Then what is the problem?"
Mr. Bennet said, "I would rather you take a look and see if you draw the same conclusion I did. All I have is a feeling that something is not quite right, and I suspect what it could be, but I would rather not influence your opinion by stating my suspicions aloud. I seem to have too many of those these days."
"Very well." Darcy ran his finger down the columns, itemizing the normal estate business, collected rents, repair expenses, money from crops, wages paid. It did not take long for Darcy to see what was wrong. While the numbers added up, the amounts were not appropriate for an estate the size of Longbourn. Granted, Longbourn was not so large as Pemberley, not even close. However, it was large enough to support several families, as well as Mr. Bennet's, and the numbers in the ledger would not support an estate half Longbourn's size. He turned several pages back, hoping to see an improvement. Each page showed the same. "How long has this man,
Mr. Bilford?"
Mr. Bilford, been in your employ?" asked Darcy.
"Ever since I inherited the estate. He is the son of my father's land steward."
"I suggest you speak frankly with him." Mr. Bennet recoiled.
"Is there not an easier way? After all, the ledgers add up. It's only the amounts written which do not seem correct. Were I to bring this to his attention, I would have to call his honesty into question directly. My last meeting with him did not go so well. He is a volatile man."
"If he is an honest man, he will not take offence. If he is otherwise, he will make it known immediately, in which case you should not hesitate in dismissing him."
"Dismiss him? After 20 years? You are much more aggressive in estate affairs than I am, Mr. Darcy.
It is necessary. Mr. Bennet, it is not only you and your family who suffer, but also the people who rely on your estate for their living. If your steward is dishonest, he's not only stealing from you, he is stealing from them. Mr. Bennet shifted his weight in his chair.
You make it sound very bad.
There is no other way to make it sound. Darcy watched Mr. Bennet struggle. A man who had made it a point to avoid confrontation by hiding in the sanctuary of his bookroom would not find it a simple thing to accuse his steward, if it came to that, and dismiss a man who had served his family for most of his lifetime. He could empathize with him, but it did not change the fact that it needed to be done. Mr. Bennet seized on an idea, his face brightening and his shoulders straightening.
What if I give him a test? I will tell him I have noticed some discrepancies in my ledgers, without hinting he might be at fault, and I will tell him I will keep a closer account of all entries to see if there is an improvement. I will give him until the end of this month.
Darcy could not agree with the plan. It only delayed the inevitable.
You had best address the problem directly and move on. You'll need to hire a new steward. All the more reason to delay. I can make discreet inquiries and have a couple of men lined up on the chance I must ultimately dismiss Mr. Bilford. However, if the income of the estate increases to an amount appropriate for an improving estate such as Longbourn, then I need not say anything at all. I can keep Mr. Bilford on, and he will perform his duties with increased honesty.
He is a thief, Mr. Bennet. What good will it do you to give so much responsibility to a man who has acted dishonourably toward you and your tenants
For at least the last couple of years.
How long has this been going on? Mr. Bennet looked down and picked at his fingers.
Long enough.
Mr. Bennet's quickness to dismiss a dishonest man made Darcy insist. How long? The Master of Longbourn would not look at him. Whether he was ashamed of his negligence, or he wished to avoid hearing a reply he did not want to hear, now was not the time to spare consequences.
The first 5 years appeared to be as expected.
Darcy's blood went cold.
Over 15 years, then. Is that correct?
Mr. Bennet nodded his head. Mr. Bennet, you came here seeking my advice, and I have given it. It is your responsibility as the Master of Longbourn to protect the interests of your family and the people who rely on your estate for a roof over their heads and bread on their tables. I urge you to confront Mr. Bilford about the matter immediately. Do not delay. It was clear from Mr. Bennet's slumped shoulders and displeased expression that Darcy's words had fallen on deaf ears. How difficult it must have been for Elizabeth to grow up with such an inconstant father. The decision is yours, and I cannot force you to take action where I see clearly you do not want to. It was impossible for Darcy to keep the disgust out of his tone. Old habits died hard, apparently.
You waste no words, Mr. Darcy.
I apologize if my directness offends you. I hope you understand my motive in advising you thus is based on a profound interest in your family's welfare. Elizabeth would be greatly disturbed if she knew about this, and I cannot help but know she would agree with me.
Please, do not tell her.
I do not like secrets, Mr. Bennet. Do not ask me to keep anything from Elizabeth. Mr. Bennet shook his head, his white hair swirling around his face.
I would not dream of it. You may discuss estate issues with Lizzie once you are married, Mr. Darcy. However, I do not want to burden my child when she has already faced much to upset her.
Slightly appeased, Darcy sipped his coffee. Very well, then. If she asks, you may tell her. It is not my affair to reveal. I can only hope she would exert a greater influence over you than I can." Mr. Bennet nodded, drinking from his cup. Lifting it up and smacking his lips, he said, "This is much better than the wicked brew Mrs. Hill gave me today, and thank you, Mr. Darcy. I will not take your counsel lightly, though I find it difficult to accept." For Mr. Bennet's sake, Darcy hoped he meant it and would act decisively for once in his life. Chapter 8. Tanner rearranged the table and checked the mantelpiece for dust for the 4th time since setting foot in the private room. Georgiana would arrive any minute. "Sit down, Tanner, you make me nervous." Darcy nodded to the seat opposite him. "I cannot sit," he said, checking the window against the opposite wall. "At what time did you say you expected her to arrive?" "Any time now. They were to depart from London this morning and arrive in time to join us for luncheon." "Good. If my mouth is busy chewing, I shan't have to speak." Tanner pulled the curtain aside, wiping the window with a cloth until the glass sparkled. "I shall say the wrong thing and offend Miss Darcy without meaning to." "You can call her Georgiana, you know. Her companion, Mrs. Annesley, knows who you are, and there is no sense hiding identities when we are amongst ourselves." "I do not worry about the companion. She is probably like the rest of them, an elderly spinster with bad breath and poor hearing. However, well, I can risk being overheard calling you Darcy. As it is known we are now friends, and this is a small village, given to relaxed manners. I do not dare risk calling her anything other than Miss Darcy, lest one of the gossips draw the wrong conclusion." "I will not argue with you, Tanner." Tanner's face blanched, and he dropped the curtain he had held back from the glass. "She is here." Darcy jumped up from his chair to join Tanner by the window. The coach stopped in front of the inn, and the footman opened the carriage door to hand out his sister. The sun reflected off the ringlets bouncing over Georgiana's shoulders. Darcy's breath caught in his throat, as it always did when he saw the reflection of his mother in her. Georgiana had grown taller. She would tower over Elizabeth's petite frame. "She is beautiful," whispered Tanner, his jaw loose and his eyes fixed on his little sister. With a smack across Darcy's shoulder, he added, "She looks nothing like you." Darcy smiled, a mixture of sadness and pride. "She looks like my mother." "Your mother must have had the appearance of an angel. I fear for her The words died on Tanner's lips, to be replaced by, "Dear Lord, who is she?" His breath fogged the glass as he gawked open-mouthed out of the window. Mrs. Annesley, recently handed out of the carriage, smoothed the creases from Georgiana's redingote and straightened her bonnet with a confident smile. Tanner rubbed his rough hands over his face. "Why did you not warn me? She is nothing—" Tanner groaned, shoving his hands into his hair. "She has teeth," he said in an accusatory tone, as if possessing one's teeth was a crime, and pointed out the window at Mrs. Annesley. Darcy struggled to keep his face devoid of emotion. "And miss this reaction? Not for the world." Tanner scowled at him. "You could have told me she is not a wrinkled biddy." He jabbed at the window with his finger. "She is fine." "Mrs. Annesley can hardly help it." Darcy had never given Tanner leave to think his sister's companion was an old woman. In fact, Mrs. Annesley was pleasing to the eye. Like Georgiana, she had fair hair, a clear complexion with rosy cheeks, and blue eyes surrounded by thick eyelashes. not quite as striking as Elizabeth's eyelashes, but fine nonetheless. While life had been relatively good to Georgiana, as good as a parentless girl who'd recently undergone heartbreak could be, it had not been so kind to Mrs. Annesley. She had once been a beauty beyond compare, but her lacklustre eyes held no innocent wonder, no sparkle. She had married for love, and it had not gone well. Tanner stood rooted by the window, his jaw now clenched firmly. Darcy could not hear him breathe, but Tanner had not yet turned blue from lack of air. "Come, Tanner, let us meet them in the tap-room." Darcy crossed the floor, listening for Tanner's heavy steps to follow him, which he did reluctantly. Darcy neared the door, opening his arms to receive his sister. "William!" Georgiana exclaimed, jumping into his welcoming embrace and nearly toppling him over as she wrapped her arms around his back and squeezed. "I'm so happy you're finally here, Georgie," he said by her ear. She was tall enough, her hair tickled his nose. She was a young lady now, not a child. Too bad he could not lift her off her feet and twirl her in circles as he had when she was smaller. Kissing Georgie's hair and patting her on the back, Darcy greeted Mrs. Annesley, who stood in dignified silence, appraising her new surroundings, of which Tanner obstructed a good deal with his large frame. With a look to ensure the tap-room was presently empty, except for Mrs. Molly, who knew more secrets about Darcy's family than he cared to acknowledge, he introduced his eldest brother to the ladies. Tanner planted his feet hip-width apart, his arms folded in front of him like a fortress. He bobbed his head and mumbled a simple, "Pleased to make your acquaintance, miss," to Georgiana. His eyes flickered to Mrs. Annesley. "I hope you find everything to your satisfaction," he said to her curtly by way of greeting. "I am certain we shall," she answered kindly, which was not at all what Tanner had expected, given the fall to his brow. Any further conversation was deterred when Georgiana took a step closer to Tanner. His entire body tensed, and his forearms flinched. He looked like a horse ready to bolt. How the giant of a man who had once bullied Darcy unsparingly, who held his own in any situation without backing down, could be afraid of a young lady was comical. Still admirably, Tanner held his ground, despite his clear desire to leave. Georgiana looked at Tanner in silence. Only once did she require an encouraging nod from Mrs. Annesley, at which Georgiana's boldness triumphed over her timidity. She smiled at Tanner when her persistence was finally rewarded, and he met her eyes. Darcy watched in wonderment as his gruff brother's defensive walls crumbled down with one look from his little sister. The tension in Tanner's body melted into a puddle of loyal adoration. Tanner looked as Darcy had felt the first time Georgiana, when only 2 hours old, had wrapped her tiny fingers around his thumb and had refused to let go. Darcy had known at that moment that those wee fingers could bend him to her will as surely as he knew Tanner was also now wrapped around her little finger. "I have decided to like you very much, if you will allow me to," Georgiana said softly. "I have always wanted another brother," she said, adding nervously, "and I will do my best to be a good sister to you, whether you wish it or not. Either way, you are a part of our family now." Tanner winced. "I am honored you wish to claim me as family when you know what I am," he said. She shook her head vehemently. "It is unjust for the sins of a father to fall on his children. William has told me in his letters how you wish for us to keep our close connection secret, and—" She paused for a deep breath, continuing, "I will warn you, it is my intention to see that you change your mind." She spoke quickly, no doubt to prevent her bravery from faltering. It was unlike Georgiana to speak her mind openly, and it made Darcy proud. Mrs. Annesley pinched her lips together, but Darcy saw how her cheeks twitched in a smile. She was a good choice as a companion if she encouraged Georgiana to express herself as well as she had done thus far. Holding out his arm for Georgie to take, Tanner said,
"You have a challenge before you then, Miss Darcy. I am a stubborn man who never backs down from an argument and does not accept change easily."
"Oh!" Georgiana's eyes widened, uncertain how to react to Tanner's forthright and unflattering assessment of his own character. "Don't let him startle you, Georgie. Tanner is the best of men, though he huffs and puffs like a dragon." She turned to Darcy. "But I'm not startled in the least. I merely lack practice in making arguments, and fear I shall not be very persuasive when I need to be." Darcy could not detain his laughter. "You will enjoy Elizabeth's company, then. She is an expert in debates." Georgiana showed no eagerness at the mention of Elizabeth. Odd. Tanner patted Georgiana's hand, which still rested on his arm.
"Would you like to freshen up after your journey before joining us for a simple meal?"
He led her to Mrs. Molly, who waited for them at the bottom of the stairs. Georgiana flashed her big blue eyes at Tanner. "Will you not address me by my Christian name?" Tanner resisted better than Darcy would have.
"It is for the best I not do so. You will have plenty of opportunity to practice your persuasive skills with me, young lady, if you would convince me to take such a liberty."
Mrs. Molly led the ladies to the upper floor, where Tanner had set up a room for their use until they should depart for Longbourn. When the door closed behind them, Tanner heaved an exhale and leaned heavily against the banister.
"'Tis a good thing she will not be staying here, Darcy. If my secret became known in your circles, I could ruin her chances of ever making an advantageous match. I would never forgive myself for it."
Darcy could not be happier with Georgiana's reaction to Tanner. She was not quick to trust anyone, being dreadfully timid. But Darcy had attempted to reveal as much of Tanner's character as he could to her in his letters. Evidently it had worked. However, Darcy now realized he ought to have given equal effort to prepare Tanner for his sister and her companion. The man before him was a ball of raw emotion. "She holds no ambitions in society. If she captures the heart of an honourable man, I care not if he is our social equal, so long as he will love her honestly and enduringly."
"Do not make this more difficult for me, Darcy. I beg you."
Tanner clutched his shirt over his heart, his face contorted in anguish.
"Make what more difficult? Explain yourself, and I will gladly ease your burden."
It grieved Darcy to see his brother pained, but he did not understand it. Mrs. Annesley appeared at the top of the stairs before Tanner could answer, not that Darcy thought Tanner would speak openly with him anyway. She floated down the stairwell, addressing them. "You have selected our rooms most advantageously. Miss Darcy is pleased with the arrangement and would like her things brought up so she might change from her travel articles into something more suitable."
"You have no objection to the room?"
Tanner blurted in astonishment. Darcy, too, was surprised, as only one room had been set aside for their personal use during their brief stop at his inn. "We shall be very comfortable," she replied, with no hint of sarcasm in her tone.
"Ah, there it is. You think it cramped,"
Tanner insisted. "I think no such thing. There is ample space for us," Mrs. Annesley said calmly.
"Then you think it sparsely furnished,"
pressed Tanner. It was as if he wished for Mrs. Annesley to find fault with his inn. "Not at all, Mr. Tanner. It is practical of you to allow enough room for Miss Darcy's trunks. Too much furniture would only crowd the space and create more work for your maids."
And I suppose you find their work deficient?"
Darcy heard Mrs. Annesley draw in a breath slowly and steadily before she answered, "Though you may wish it, Mr. Tanner, I find no fault in your establishment. The rooms are impeccably clean, the furnishings in good taste, and I would not change a thing. Your kindness in receiving us when anyone can discern how difficult it is for you to accept your family as such is admirable, and I thank you, sir. Miss Darcy has missed Mr. Darcy very much, and is happy to have the privilege of the constant company of both of her brothers. I have never seen her this content." With a nod of finality, she turned away from a red-faced Tanner to Darcy, who was growing increasingly uncomfortable, and said, "Now, I do not understand why Miss Darcy's belongings are not in her room." What had seemed like a brilliant plan minutes ago had lost its sheen. And yet, surely, it was much better for Georgiana to stay at Longbourn. "I have made arrangements for you to stay at Longbourn, so Georgiana might have the opportunity of acquainting herself with Miss Elizabeth before we marry." Other than a hard swallow, Mrs. Annesley betrayed no criticism of Darcy's plan. Clasping her hands together, she forced a smile. "How lovely. Miss Darcy will benefit greatly from the association of strangers." Strangers? Georgiana was terrified of strangers. Darcy's heart fell. How could he have been so foolish? Tanner jabbed him in the arm. "Do not blame yourself, Darcy. It was I who forced you to seek lodging for Miss Darcy elsewhere." Mrs. Annesley said cheerfully, "I am certain both of you were motivated by nothing but interest in your sister. If you felt she would be more comfortable in the company of your betrothed and her family, then you have nothing to regret." "Regret?" asked Georgiana from the top of the landing. Mrs. Annesley turned to her. "Mr. Darcy has given us the most wonderful news. We have been invited to stay as guests at Longbourn, so you may establish an acquaintance with the lady who is to become your sister. Is that not thoughtful?" She smiled widely enough for both of them, to no avail. Panic spread over Georgiana's face. "I thought I was to stay here with you, William." She walked slowly down the stairs, stopping beside Mrs. Annesley, who opened her arm to draw Georgiana closer to her side like a mother hen protecting her chick. "I dare say you shall be so often in your brother's company you will hardly notice the difference. You will have the advantage of the superior association to be had at Longbourn, more so than you would with the travellers passing through Meryton, not to mention the more enjoyable ways of passing the time available in a home. Unless you had your heart set on games of darts with the coachman?" Mrs. Annesley asked. That earned a half-hearted smile, a smile which, Darcy could not help but notice, did not reach Georgiana's eyes. Chapter 9.
"I had not realized how shabby our furniture is,"
Father said, taking a seat in a chair by the fire. It squeaked and shimmied under his weight, but as with most of their possessions, it held strongly, though its appearance was the worse for wear.
"It is a miracle we have not fallen to the ground thus far. I hope Miss Darcy is not very plump."
Elizabeth giggled. "You need not concern yourself, Papa. William has described her to me as tall and thin. I shall feel like a miniature beside her."
"So long as Mr. Darcy has no complaints, it hardly signifies, my dear."
He rose from the chair, eyeing it in consternation.
"I think it is time to replace some of our chairs. I am seeing to the stables. A lot of good that does us when we only have carriage horses. But I now see where I should focus my efforts inside our home."
Elizabeth's throat squeezed around the tears choking her. Unable to speak any louder, she whispered, "Mother would have rejoiced to hear it." Father smiled tenderly.
It gives me a measure of happiness to know she would approve of my actions now. It makes the regret bearable.
He sniffed and straightened.
Of course, she had the most ridiculous taste and would have filled our drawing-room with gaudy furniture I would have despised.
His light-hearted comment appeased the melancholy in Elizabeth's heart. There is that.
I know the haberdashery recently received some furniture. Perhaps I shall go into the village later and have a look.
Oh, but not today. Miss Darcy is coming. Elizabeth hated the panicky edge in her voice.
Fear not. I will not leave you and Lydia alone with the young miss.
Mr. Collins joined them, like a fly, whom one could wave away for a few brief moments of peace, before he found his target again.
Did you tire of the fine weather, Mr. Collins? Asked Father.
It was good of you to recommend I take my reading out of doors, Mr. Bennet. You are kind to show such consideration to my health. You ought to join me next time.
Elizabeth bit her tongue. She doubted Father had been motivated out of concern for his cousin's health, more than a need for some space. When Mr. Collins had said he would not leave Father's side, he had meant it. Father winked at her, then said in a grave tone to Mr. Collins,
I find my study more suitable for my needs, but thank you. We must all discover our means of acquiring peace.
It had been rather peaceful in the house with Mr. Collins out of doors.
And there is nothing superior to God's works of nature to give a man a sense of tranquillity. Again, I thank you for your thoughtfulness, cousin. Such consideration I have only ever experienced to a superlative measure by one other lady of whom I often speak.
He paused, and Elizabeth hoped for a fleeting moment that he would cut his speech short. Mr. Collins continued,
Only Lady Catherine de Bourgh, my exalted patroness, has such aristocratic manners, which she displays so naturally, as to convince me she must have been born possessing the noble qualities of kindness, goodness, and mildness.
If ever there were 3 words to describe Lady Catherine, those were not them. Stubborn, conceited, and impossible. Haughty, unyielding, and assuming, the list in her mind grew longer as Mr. Collins expounded on the grandeur and excellence of Lady Catherine. Father went to the window, explaining,
The room has grown heavy with attributions.
Stiffening, he added,
They are here.
Thank goodness. Elizabeth could bite her tongue only so hard, and she was finding it increasingly difficult to hear of the wonders of Lady Catherine when her experience had been drastically different. Mr. Collins bowed his head and placed his hand over his heart.
The niece of my esteemed patroness. What an honour she has condescended to accept the hospitality of our humble home.
Our?
Asked Mr. Bennet with an arched eyebrow.
You have not inherited Longbourn yet, Mr. Collins. Patience, man, patience.
Mr. Collins' complexion deepened, and he bowed lower.
Of course, I apologize profusely. I did not mean to imply I am in possession of Longbourn in any way, but rather that you have made me feel so at home.
A knock on the door stopped him short, for which Elizabeth was grateful. She had reached the limit of foolishness she allowed herself to endure in one day. William entered the room with 2 ladies. The companion swept her eyes over the room, judging it, its contents, and its occupants efficiently, but with enough warmth not to set Elizabeth on edge. Miss Darcy looked at William, clasping onto his arm possessively. Her large blue eyes skimmed over the room, briefly settling on Elizabeth, and just as quickly looking away again. Father invited them to sit, trusting Mrs. Hill to show the servants where to put Miss Darcy's trunk in the bedchamber that used to be Kitty's. It was a cheerful space and conveniently situated between the end of the hall and Mary's vacant room, which would serve well for Mrs. Annesley.
"I hope you had a pleasant trip and the roads were not too muddy,"
said Father, after introductions were performed. In a voice so soft Elizabeth had to strain her ears to hear it, Miss Darcy said, "Thank you, Mr. Bennet. We had a pleasant journey, and we are pleased to be received so kindly by your household." Her even tone lacked emotion. What a polite answer. Elizabeth wondered what the young lady really thought of their outdated home and antique furniture. She especially wondered what Miss Darcy thought of her. Elizabeth's first impression of Miss Darcy was that of a young lady properly formed by society to please the matrons who demanded perfect deportment. She was not so expert as her brother at hiding her expressions. Or perhaps Elizabeth's intense study of him gave her an advantage in understanding his sister. But it was clear Miss Darcy hid her reactions, which meant she was not so pleased to be in their home as she had said. Mrs. Annesley took her duties seriously, paying more attention to Miss Darcy than to anyone else in the room. She discreetly inspected Mr. Collins, but soon dismissed him. He was not a threat to her miss. William was too merry. He smiled and exchanged witty remarks with Father, but it was forced. It was as if he believed that if he was jolly enough he could make everyone else feel at ease. Only it did not come naturally to him. He was too sincere for his forced happiness to be believable, and it confirmed Elizabeth's suspicion that not all was well more than anything else. Elizabeth smiled at him in his vain effort to help his sister feel at ease in a house full of strangers, one of whom would marry him and distract his attention away from her. Lydia, who had been out of doors with Chloe, joined them. The little spaniel trotted to Miss Darcy, sat down in front of her, and raised one of her paws in introduction. Miss Darcy stifled her pleasure, but she reached down to shake the puppy's hand. "What an adorable little dog," she admitted. Her approval of Chloe won instant approval from Lydia, who lived for the care of her canine friend. "She likes you," said Lydia, flopping down in the chair nearest Miss Darcy. Chloe's display of good behavior ran its course. The puppy jumped onto the settee, placing herself between Miss Darcy and Mrs. Annesley, completely ignorant she had not been invited. Lydia, of course, thought Chloe's action delightful. She praised her and stated she would soon become the best of friends with Miss Darcy, who appeared to have her doubts, but acted infinitely more discreetly than Lydia by not admitting as much. Elizabeth snapped her fingers and pointed to the ground when she had Chloe's attention. "Down! You may believe yourself a beautiful lady, Chloe, but you must not force intimacy on those whom you would befriend. You must wait for an invitation first." Chloe hopped down from the settee, allowing the ladies to smooth their rumpled skirts. She wagged her tail happily and watched Miss Darcy with hopeful anticipation for her invitation. Mrs. Annesley nodded at Elizabeth. Well, at least one of the ladies approved of her. She should take comfort in that. "You are such a killjoy, Lizzie. Chloe was only having a bit of fun," pouted Lydia. "If King Charles allowed spaniels into the Houses of Parliament, I hardly think it appropriate for you to forbid her a place on the settee." Father chuckled.
"Well, it is true King Charles preferred the breed. That decree is merely a legend."
"Have you proof?" challenged Lydia. Father's eyes squinted in thought.
"I would have to write a colleague about it, but in all of my reading I cannot recall seeing it confirmed in writing."
"Have you seen it denied?" demanded Lydia.
"I cannot say I have."
"So you do not know for certain?" insisted Lydia. Elizabeth was about to change the subject when Miss Darcy said shyly, "One of my friends in finishing school had a spaniel. The dog was so well behaved. she was allowed to attend certain classes with her. Lydia clapped.
How delightful! That is just the thing. My Chloe must attend a fancy ladies' school to learn proper deportment.
Chloe was not the only one who stood to benefit from improved manners. Elizabeth opened her mouth to ask Miss Darcy's opinion of Hertfordshire when the clattering of horses' hoofs over their gravel drive reached them in the room. Father brightened.
"It would appear we have another caller."
Mrs. Hill, her cheeks rosy and her smile wide, stood in the doorway.
"Mr. Bennet, Mr. Darcy, if you please. A surprise awaits Miss Darcy in front of the stables."
"A surprise? For me?" asked Miss Darcy, looking at William for an explanation. Only he appeared as confused as she was.
"Let us see," he said,
extending his hand to her. Father led the way out to the hall, followed by William and Miss Darcy, Mr. Collins and Lydia, who clutched Chloe to her chest and mumbled for her to bite should the clergyman attempt anything untoward, and leaving Elizabeth to fall into step beside Mrs. Annesley. Visible from the doorway were 3 horses. One big black stallion Elizabeth knew to be Mr. Tanner's Brutus, a chestnut mare, and a pretty bay filly with a white star under her forelock. They filed out of the house. Mr. Tanner had handed Brutus off to the stable boy, keeping the delicate mares at a safe distance while his stallions snorted and pawed at the ground, trying to impress them. The poor stable boy, unaccustomed to anything larger than their carriage horses, advanced in years — there was more than furniture in need of replacement at Longbourn — struggled to show his mastery over the brute he held with 2 thin leather straps. Miss Darcy turned to William and leapt into his arms.
"Oh, William, I ought to have known you would buy me a horse."
Releasing her hold, she went over to the filly, instinctively knowing that of the 2, the bay was hers. Holding out her hand and rubbing against the soft velvet muzzle, she said,
"She is perfect."
William shook his head, opening his mouth to correct her, but Mr. Tanner spoke before he could.
"Your brother is a fine man, Miss Darcy, and an excellent judge of horseflesh."
The hard look he gave William clearly communicated to William to keep his mouth shut. William hated disguise. Elizabeth knew this. He would no sooner take credit for a gift which brought happiness to his sister than admit to a fault he did not have. William said, "Your brother, Georgiana, does not like to take credit where it is not deserved." He tread on shaky ground. Not everyone present knew their family secret. Elizabeth jerked her head in Mr. Collins' direction, hoping he understood her hint. Mr. Tanner's jaw clenched, as did his fists. He looked at Mr. Collins before returning to glare at William. William took his hint and said no more. It was as clear as crystal that Mr. Tanner meant to keep their connection a secret, as well as his gift to his little sister. Georgiana looked over her shoulder at William.
"You should not say so, William, when she is perfect, and you deserve my heartfelt gratitude for offering a gift which you knew would bring me the greatest happiness. There is nothing I like more than a good ride through open fields."
William balked, but one look from Mr. Tanner silenced him. Mr. Tanner's eyes softened considerably as he spoke to his half-sister.
"How fortunate you are a guest here, Miss Darcy. The hills and fields surrounding the estate lend themselves perfectly to a pleasant ride."
Lydia held back, grasping Chloe tightly in her arms to protect her from the large beasts. Father stayed at Lydia's side. Mr. Collins, who liked to think himself proficient in all things relative to the Darcys, stepped too closely to Brutus, who showed his opinion of the gentleman by stepping firmly on his foot, holding him in place and showing no indication of budging, despite Mr. Collins's protests of pain and the attempts of the stable boy to dislodge him. Mrs. Annesley stepped closer to William, whispering, "If Mr. Tanner does not want the details of your relation revealed, he has acted wisely in allowing you to take credit for his gift. it would not do for him to give Miss Darcy the horse otherwise. What she said was true. Such a gift could only come from a family member, or from a gentleman with whom Miss Darcy had formed an attachment. William grimaced. She ought to know the truth. Elizabeth sided with Mrs. Annesley, taking advantage of Mr. Collins' squeals of discomfort to conceal their conversation. You know Mr. Tanner's feelings on the subject. If you wish to honour them, you must play your part in this farce. If you must, you can tell Miss Darcy later, but not right now. It would create too many questions from people who would not guard their silence. She looked at Mr. Collins, whose face contorted in agony until Mr. Tanner handed the filly's reins to Miss Darcy and the spare mare to William to attend to his mount and Mr. Collins' flattened foot.
I apologize, Mr. Collins. Brutus must have taken a liking to you, to pin you to his side as he has,
said Mr. Tanner, shoving Brutus to the side and holding on to the injured man until a manservant reached them to assist Mr. Collins indoors. Elizabeth's pity for him grew as he hobbled away. It had not gone well for Mr. Collins in Meryton. In fact, she wondered why any man of a rational mind would stay in a place after being poisoned, repulsed, and trodden upon as badly as he had. William said, "Thank you, Tanner. I appreciate you bringing the horses here. Perhaps we may presume further on Mr. Bennet's hospitality by requesting a space in his barn."
I asked the stable to send hay and oats. No sense burdening Mr. Bennet with feed for 2 more horses, said Mr. Tanner, continuing. And as you requested, the mare is only rented out until the end of the month for Miss Elizabeth to ride. Or, perhaps, Mrs. Annesley, should she wish to accompany Miss Darcy. She was the best choice from the lot at the stables. The mare, not Miss Darcy, or Mrs. Annesley.
Mr. Tanner's face turned beet red as he fumbled his words. Had she not felt Mr. Tanner's humiliation, Elizabeth would have laughed at his endearing mistake. Instead, Elizabeth said, "How kind of you, William," addressing her betrothed while watching Mr. Tanner. He had thought of everything. Clearly, the way to Mr. Tanner's heart was through his little sister. That he would do anything to see to her comfort and pleasure was made evident by his selfless offering and the joy with which he presented his gift, allowing his younger brother all the glory. Mr. Tanner seemed content with the happy smile adorning Miss Darcy's fine face when he finally deemed to look up. Miss Darcy handed the filly's reins to the stable boy and walked over to Brutus. Reaching her hand up for him to smell, she said, "And this is the hero who took a lead ball for my brother?" Brutus lifted his head, holding it at a regal angle and bobbing it up and down, while the stallion held no tender regard for Mr. Collins, contrary to Mr. Tanner's claim. He seemed to take to Miss Darcy well, but it was not until Mrs. Annesley stepped away from William and Elizabeth that he pulled against the reins, defying Mr. Tanner to hold him still. Miss Darcy giggled, her laughter genuine and heartfelt, as Brutus stretched past her to reach for Mrs. Annesley. It made Elizabeth and William smile at each other in relief. "He has excellent taste in ladies, I see," Miss Darcy said, as Mrs. Annesley moved closer. The stallion lengthened his neck to sniff the companion's hair. She did not flinch nor retreat. Mr. Tanner tried to hold him back, but Brutus had fallen in love with Mrs. Annesley's flaxen locks. "He must like my perfume," commented Mrs. Annesley, reaching up and looping her fingers through his bridle. Effortlessly, she pulled him away, saying, "Now that is quite enough, young man." Mr. Tanner's face was as red as a cardinal, and he looked as skittish as a cat near water.
"I apologize. He does not normally allow anyone near him."
Mrs. Annesley smiled. "He is only a bit rough around the edges, but I doubt he would harm anyone intentionally, unless they posed a threat to his friends." Very much like his master. Elizabeth looked between Mr. Tanner and Mrs. Annesley. a rough giant showing through his attentions to his little sister just how gentle he was at the core, and the beautiful, refined companion who could not be more his opposite. Chapter 10.
You cannot allow such fine mounts to wallow lazily in their stalls. You ought to show Miss Darcy the countryside around Meryton once she has recovered from her trip,
suggested Mr. Turner.
I would love to. There is nothing better after being jostled in a carriage all morning. Is that not so, Georgiana? It will be all the more enjoyable if Elizabeth joins us on the mare,
William suggested, without putting Elizabeth on the spot overly much. He must think she did not know how to ride, which for lack of practice was partly true. The joy which had been present in Miss Darcy's face melted away. It saddened Elizabeth, but she could understand why a devoted little sister would resent her company on her first day together with William after several months apart. Selecting what Elizabeth hoped was the best strategy, she said, "I must deny myself the pleasure of accompanying you. It has been too long since I have last ridden a horse, and I fear I would slow you down. Allow me some time to accustom myself to the activity before I join you."
"Nonsense! You cannot forget how to ride a horse once you've learned. And who is more qualified to show Georgiana around Meryton than you?"
William insisted, not seeing her lack of equestrian skills as an obstacle. It warmed her heart that William wanted her, but this was a battle she knew it best not to fight. Not this time. Unless she wanted to gain an enemy, Elizabeth knew it was the wiser course to back away until she could convince Miss Darcy she would rather be a friend than a foe. Judging from the look on Miss Darcy's face, that moment had not yet arrived. But it had better come soon. Elizabeth refused to become a martyr to satisfy the sensibilities of the young lady for a second longer than was absolutely necessary. "You have more confidence in my abilities than I do, and I thank you for your faith in me. However, has it not been several months since you have seen your sister? I do not want to intrude when you have much to discuss." For the first time, Miss Darcy looked at Elizabeth directly. It was, at least, a beginning of what Elizabeth prayed would turn into a sincere friendship. William nodded.
"You are quite right. Perhaps Mrs. Annesley and Tanner will agree to join us, as they will have much to add to our conversation, being much in our company."
Brutus loved the idea. He snorted his agreement and nudged Mrs. Annesley with his muzzle. With a laugh, Father said,
"That settles it, then. The brood has spoken. What do you say to joining us at Longbourn to dine tomorrow evening, Mr. Darcy? And you too, Mr. Tanner, if you are so inclined. You would be a welcome addition to our party and provide an even ratio of males to females at the table. I am told even proportions are of importance." Elizabeth felt better she would not be forced to deny herself of William's company very long, and she intended to use her inexpert riding skills to her advantage. Perhaps William would agree to give her lessons. The clatter of horses' hoofs faded into the distance as the riders trotted away from Longbourn the following morning. Father remained in the drawing-room, no doubt to share the burden of Mr. Collins's company with her, instead of alone in his study, where Mr. Collins felt no hindrance in following him, even with his injured foot, which he propped up on the table in front of the settee. Mr. Collins only allowed Father one brief reprieve from his presence when Mr. Bilford visited the house to discuss estate matters. Both the steward and Father parted in good humour, so Elizabeth was left to conclude all was well. Now Father read the newspaper, while Mr. Collins studied a book of sermons, occasionally reading aloud the passages he felt they would most benefit from his sharing. When he had interrupted Father's reading one too many times, Father finally folded the newspaper and set it on the table beside him. "Mr. Collins, I thank you for reading to us the passages which extol the virtues of communication on subjects influential to the edification of a family in the sobriety of spirit and witless devotion."
Not hearing the mockery in father's voice, Mr. Collins said,
"I find the sermons of Fordyce to inspire the upright sentiments you extol, and appropriate, given the female population in your home. I am pleased you find them to your liking."
"I would not go so far as that, Mr. Collins. However, you can rightly say they have inspired me to bring up a subject which has been on my mind of late."
Father took a deep breath.
"However grave the matter weighing on your mind may be, it would be an honor for me to offer whatever counsel and guidance I might humbly bequeath. As you know, in my position as the rector of Hunsford, I am often called upon to share what wisdom and insight I possess."
Mr. Collins set aside his book, cocking his head to the side, his vision intent on father. Elizabeth imagined the headline in tomorrow's newspaper, "Mr. Collins, the Fount of Wisdom," and had to clamp her teeth down on the insides of her cheeks to keep from laughing. Father cleared his throat and removed his spectacles, fiddling with them in his hands.
"You made it clear to me some time ago in a letter that your intention in visiting Longbourn was to make a favourable impression on my daughters, one of whom you would choose to make your wife."
Mr. Collins nodded gravely, his gaze flickering over to Elizabeth, who did her best to look intensely involved in her novel.
"Do you think it appropriate to speak of the subject in the hearing of Miss Elizabeth?" he asked.
Elizabeth held the book steadily, pretending to be as immersed in its pages as she was in the conversation before her. Father cleared his throat again.
"As you can see, Mr. Collins, she is too engrossed in her novel to listen to us, and she holds no illusions of becoming the next mistress of Longbourn, being engaged to Mr. Darcy, with a much finer property in Derbyshire. I doubt she holds any interest in the subject."
"Huh," thought Elizabeth.
"Indeed,"
agreed Mr. Collins in a low tone.
"Going back to the point of my communication, I seek to inquire if your intentions remain the same, or if, due to circumstances beyond your control, they might have changed."
Elizabeth heard the hopeful tone in father's voice. He would love it if Mr. Collins would change his mind about Mary. Then he would not be obliged to say anything at all. He could go back to his newspaper and the comfort he had grown accustomed to, instead of defending the wishes of his daughter. Elizabeth respected him for addressing the subject, knowing how disagreeable it must have been to him. But she held no illusions that father would resolve the issue with the strength of decision it required.
"On that charge, I may lay your concerns to rest, Mr. Bennet. My intentions, though postponed temporarily due to my obligations to my esteemed patroness, remain the same. I aim to ask Miss Mary for the honour of her hand in marriage, thus ensuring the security of the females in your household who otherwise stand to lose their home upon the sad event of my inheriting."
"I appreciate your delicacy in not referring to my death directly, but I have it on good authority from the lady herself that you have already made your intentions clear by calling frequently at Mr. Phillip's residence."
Elizabeth heard the cushions shift around Mr. Collins. She imagined him squirming, but dared not peek around the page to see.
"That is true. Miss Mary's tastes suit my own, and I had assumed you would admit to the brilliance of the match. Mrs. Phillips hinted that my offer would benefit Miss Mary, as well as the rest of the family, by taking the weight of uncertain futures off your shoulders. which are heavily burdened with grief and the demands of the estate."
Father interrupted him.
"Mary has not yet reached her majority. She is not free to accept your hand unless I give my permission."
An argument Papa used liberally of late, thought Elizabeth, though she had to admit it was suitable in Mary's case. Mr. Collins sputtered unintelligibly.
"I thought, oh dear, I assumed—"
In a softer tone, Father continued,
"I have invited you to my home, so you must know I am not against the idea of you marrying one of my daughters. At least, I was not at the time we exchanged letters several months ago. However, our circumstances are vastly changed, and I must now insist you follow proper formalities where my daughters are concerned. It is Mary's choice whether or not she accepts your hand. I will not influence her one way or the other, but I ask that you respect her choice once it has been made, and perhaps give her some time to mourn the death of her mother before asking her to make a life-altering decision."
"Well done, Papa." Elizabeth gripped her book tightly, nearly pressing it to her nose in her effort not to drop it to applaud him. Turning a page, she peeked over the top of her novel. Mr. Collins smiled, his red face shining. He seemed rather pleased with himself, which was not the reaction Elizabeth had expected at all.
"How considerate of you to say as much, Mr. Bennet. It is as it should be, and I thank you for your approval."
When had Father expressed his approval? Elizabeth looked at him before hiding behind her book again to disguise her expression, but he looked as perplexed as she was, staring at Mr. Collins with a gaping mouth. Mr. Collins continued,
"I have every reassurance my proposal shall meet with a favourable response. It is the fashion for a refined lady to make certain of a declaration before accepting, and Miss Mary is as fashionable as a lady of the highest circles. One would not think it possible, being cut off from most society, and without the advantage of the association with such fine families as the de Bourghs in Kent. But I shall do my best to ensure Miss Mary does not feel uncomfortable amongst her superiors."
Elizabeth was sorely tempted to fling her book at Mr. Collins's head, forcefully. How hard would she have to throw it to knock some sense into the man? Was such a thing possible? Fortunately for Mr. Collins's skull, Father said,
"Just remember, Mary has not yet reached her majority. She will need my permission to marry, and I will not give it unless she wishes it."
Mr. Collins, too confident in his irresistibility for a maiden to refuse his hand, said,
"Then I am fortunate indeed. I will give Miss Mary some time to ponder the advantages of a union with me. She is a sensible young lady, and one of the qualities which appealed to me almost instantly upon my arrival to Longbourn as one which will reflect well on a gentleman in my humble profession. I am certain she will see how the whole Bennet family stands to benefit from a holy partnership with me."
There simply was no reasoning with the man. Father grabbed his newspaper, retreating behind its pages, rather than attempt to correct his presumptuous cousin again. At least he had attempted to defend Mary. It was something. Elizabeth departed from the room. She could not stand to breathe the same air as Mr. Collins until she had calmed herself. She still wanted to throw something at him. Going out into the hall, she met Mrs. Hill.
"Miss Elizabeth, a question, if you please," she said.
Of course. Elizabeth always had time to spare for their elderly housekeeper. Mrs. Hill dropped her voice and drew away from the drawing-room door.
"I wanted to ask your opinion of the dessert for the dinner tonight.
cook is beside herself, and I thought I could make her load lighter by making my gingerbread. However, was that not the very dessert used to poison Mr. Collins? Do you think he might object?"
It was perfect, especially if Mr. Collins objected. "What a wonderful idea! Your cake is famous in Meryton, and I am certain Miss Darcy will agree it is the best gingerbread in all of England. We cannot allow Mr. Collins to harbour bad memories of your famous dessert. Another cake will put him right." Mrs. Hill's chest puffed as she inhaled Elizabeth's praise. Patting Elizabeth's hand, Mrs. Hill said,
"This shall be my best yet. Thank you, Miss Elizabeth,"
and bustled toward the kitchen. "Take that, Mr. Collins." It was a small jab, but it would have to be enough. Elizabeth was too much of a lady to do anything more. Sometimes being a lady was such a bother. Chapter 11. Miss Darcy and Mrs. Annesley returned from their ride with glowing complexions and eyes bright from the exercise. How Elizabeth would have liked to have gone with them, but staying behind was a small price to pay if it got her private lessons with William. Miss Darcy retired to her room to change out of her riding habit, and Elizabeth joined Mrs. Hill in the kitchen. She would make her cake soon, and Elizabeth would rather keep her company than return to the drawing-room. Her patience had its limit, and Mr. Collins tested it like no one else. She had liked him much better when he did not reside under their roof. Elizabeth heard the latest village gossip from Cook and Mrs. Hill while she sat out of their way on the chair at the end of the table where Mrs. Hill set out the ingredients for her gingerbread. Cook was in the middle of an engrossing tale about how Mr. Tanner had refused lodging to a man who had expressed his disapproval of one of the barmaids in an obscene manner when she refused to sit on his lap. Cook exclaimed,
"Lifted the man by the collar and tossed him out of the front door like a piglet, he did."
She stopped to chuckle, her words laced with laughter.
"The man fell into a puddle of mud."
Mrs. Hill harumphed.
"Well, he felt right at home, no doubt."
Cook stirred the pot, pulling out a smaller spoon from her apron to taste the seasoning and adding a dash of salt.
"Mr. Tanner is a good man. He showed the man what was what." "The best of men,"
added Mrs. Hill, suddenly stiffening her posture.
"Oh, hello, Mrs. Annesley. Have you rested from your ride?"
Elizabeth whipped around in her seat. She had not heard the companion join them.
"I have, thank you."
Mrs. Annesley stepped into the room to stand beside where Elizabeth sat. Touching her shoulder, Mrs. Annesley said,
"Miss Elizabeth,
I want to thank you for your thoughtfulness toward Miss Darcy." "Think nothing of it," Elizabeth replied, glad someone had noticed. Sacrifices were so much easier to make when they were acknowledged. "No, please do not minimize your kindness. It must not be easy to separate yourself from your betrothed when there is no one else with whom you wish to spend your time. I remember the feeling well, and recognize the sacrifice." Elizabeth placed her hand on top of Mrs. Annesley's. She may not gain Miss Darcy's confidence any time soon, but that need not prevent Elizabeth from befriending her companion. "Thank you, Mrs. Annesley. Miss Darcy does not take kindly to the news of her brother's engagement, does she?" she asked. Best to know for certain. Mrs. Annesley took a seat beside Elizabeth, while Mrs. Hill and Cook did their best to pretend they heard nothing. They were so obvious about it, Elizabeth had to clear her throat to disguise a laugh. "I understand our present company to be trustworthy, or else you would not ask that question here," said Mrs. Annesley, earning sighs of relief from the other two women in the kitchen. "Without a doubt," said Elizabeth, narrowing her eyes at Mrs. Hill and adding, "although father is convinced someone is tampering with his coffee." Mrs. Hill huffed.
"If only he would take the tonic as the doctor ordered. It is for his own good, yet he refuses to drink it."
"So you thought to disguise the vile potion in his coffee?" asked Elizabeth.
That horrible beverage is bitter enough. I thought it would go unnoticed.
Elizabeth grinned. The potted fern on his desk seems to appreciate the daily dose of tonic. It is flourishing. Mrs. Hill plunked her hands onto her hips.
A lot of good that does Mr. Bennet.
Mrs. Annesley smiled openly. You have my utmost sympathy, Mrs. Hill. My husband was a strong man, but he bunched his mouth up like a child when he required a restorative. Elizabeth was curious about Mrs. Annesley's life before the Darcys, but she would not inquire into her past before the servants. She did not expect Mrs. Annesley to trust them as she did. Since he refuses to drink the tonic in his coffee, perhaps a new hiding place is in order. Have you tried slipping it into his mulled wine? Elizabeth suggested.
It is worth an attempt,
sighed Mrs. Hill, grabbing a bowl and dumping measured weights of flour into it, creating a dusty swirl around her. The screen of powder offered a certain amount of privacy. Addressing Mrs. Annesley, Elizabeth returned to the subject most influential to her future. It is difficult when the ones we care for do not act as we wish them to. It is important to Mr. Darcy that his sister and I become close friends, and while I doubt she would do anything to disappoint him, her attachment is clear. I do not think her inclination toward me is favorable. Mrs. Annesley replied, Miss Darcy wants nothing more than for her brother to be happy. However, she is jealous of him and fears his choice of wife will treat her like a child by assuming a motherly role. You can imagine how humiliating that would be for a young lady on the cusp of womanhood. Elizabeth agreed. She would detest such interference. Continuing, Mrs. Annesley said, She also fears she shall be replaced in her brother's affections. I have explained how the love of a wife is quite different from that of a sister, but she is afraid she shall be neglected, or worse, forgotten. Elizabeth shook her head. William would never forget his sister. I told her the same, which is why your move today was a smart one. You have made her doubt her assumptions about you. Thank you for telling me where I stand. It will make my battle strategy easier to plan, Elizabeth said, feeling mischievous. Mrs. Hill laughed.
If I know my Miss Lizzie, she will soon turn Miss Darcy into her greatest ally.
Mrs. Annesley smiled. I hold high hopes for Miss Elizabeth's success. Her happiness depends upon it. The challenge clearly defined before her. Elizabeth took courage in her knowledge and experience. She and William had suffered worse trials than a needlessly apprehensive sister. Mrs. Annesley said, And now, Mrs. Hill, if you will allow me to help you, I have heard your gingerbread is without comparison, and I should very much like to learn how you make it and be of some assistance. Miss Darcy feels dreadful she was unable to prevent the Hursts and Miss Bingley from adding themselves to our party on such short notice. Mrs. Annesley had already pushed up her sleeves and stood from her chair to join Mrs. Hill on the other side of the table. Apparently, she was not too fine to work with her hands. Cook said,
Those are the sort of folks who will turn a snub into an invitation if it suits their needs.
Mrs. Hill sniffed.
Mr. Hurst has been sniffing around here too much of late. I do not like it.
Elizabeth did not like it either, but she would not say more in front of Mrs. Annesley. Handing Mrs. Annesley an apron to cover her gown, Mrs. Hill said,
Here, Mrs. Annesley, take this spoon and stir as I measure.
Mrs. Hill, in a merry mood, added a little extra sugar and cinnamon into the rich brown mixture. Unlike herself, Mrs. Annesley remained impeccably clean as she mixed the ingredients. Elizabeth helped prepare the baking tins. Would she be welcome in the kitchen at Pemberley? She would make certain to befriend the cook and the housekeeper before anyone else. Elizabeth was about to ask Mrs. Annesley about Pemberley when the maid peeked her head through the opening of the kitchen door.
Miss, Mr. Bennet sent me to tell you the Hursts and Miss Bingley have already arrived."
Mrs. Annesley wiped her hands on a cloth and rolled her sleeves down. She did not look pleased, but was too well-mannered to say so aloud. Elizabeth noted, "Thank you, Betsy. I shall join them in a moment."
"They are here rather early," mumbled Mrs. Hill.
"Did they think this is Hyde Park?" added cook, who liked to keep up with the habits of the fashionable crowd, for the sole purpose of criticising them.
"I had thought Lady Catherine had brought Miss Bingley down a peg or two, but she still gives herself airs," said Mrs. Hill.
For Mrs. Annesley's benefit, Elizabeth explained, Lady Catherine influenced the ladies of Almack's to refuse entry to Miss Bingley. Being thus scorned by the pillars of society, she returned to Meryton with the Hursts. The timing of Mr. Bingley's wedding was a good excuse to flee London with a shred of dignity. "Is that why they stayed on at Netherfield Park?" asked Mrs. Annesley. "Most likely, although I sense something else underfoot. Mr. Hurst has called more often than normal, and it came as no surprise to hear they contrived an invitation to dine with us this evening." Mrs. Annesley sighed. "Yes, that was cleverly done. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley dote on Miss Darcy, and were rather offended she had not yet called at Netherfield Park. My miss, being too inexperienced in dealing with people of a manipulative sort, made the mistake of mentioning our dinner party." Elizabeth rose from her seat. "Poor thing. There is nothing worse than being used to accomplish another's purpose. A long, uncomfortable evening awaits Miss Darcy tonight." "Sometimes a little discomfort is good. Miss Darcy had best accustom herself to the feeling." "I had best go to her," said Mrs. Annesley, taking off her apron and folding it neatly on the table. "And I had best join our company in the drawing-room," said Elizabeth. Mrs. Annesley, who still stood by the table, asked, "You do not think Miss Bingley has her sights set on a certain gentleman here, do you?" She looked intently at the women in the kitchen, as if their answer was of great import to her. Cook scoffed.
"Who? Mr. Collins?"
She smacked her leg and laughed.
"Pardon me for speaking ill of a man of God and a relative of Mr. Bennet, but it would serve Miss Bingley right to end up with a man like him."
Mrs. Hill added,
"She still holds a candle for Mr. Darcy, I dare say. She will not give up hope until Miss Lizzie signs her name next to his in the registry."
Mrs. Annesley asked nothing more, but Elizabeth could not help but notice how the lady breathed a sigh of relief. Elizabeth watched her closely as she said, "As for Mr. Tanner, Miss Bingley would consider him too far beneath her to notice. She would be offended at the very idea of a connection with a tradesman." "Is he truly as kind as he seems?" Mrs. Annesley asked. Cook replied,
"Mr. Tanner, he is the best of men, as honourable as Mr. Darcy, if you ask me."
Mrs. Hill nodded in agreement, as did Elizabeth, who added, "Mr. Tanner is too honest to pretend to be anything other than what he is." Her answer satisfied Mrs. Annesley. She said, "I am glad, for Mr. Darcy's sake. They have become close friends, and I must ensure his influence with Miss Darcy's brother will have nothing but a positive effect on my young lady." That was why she wanted to know about Mr. Tanner's character? For Miss Darcy's benefit? Elizabeth watched Mrs. Annesley from the corner of her eye as they left the kitchen, but the companion looked doggedly forward, her expression as impossible to read as William's had once been. The maid met them in the hall to inform them Miss Darcy had joined their company in the front parlour. Mrs. Annesley stepped back to allow Elizabeth to enter the room first. Miss Darcy politely sat with her hands clasped in her lap, as Miss Bingley fawned over her familiarly. Elizabeth saw a flash of relief in the girl's expression as Mrs. Annesley joined them. The same relief was evident on her father's face as he rose from his chair.
"Lizzie, look who has been so kind as to arrive early to our dinner party. I expect Mr. Darcy and Mr. Tanner will arrive soon, which reminds me, I had best see if my decanter is full."
He excused himself to see to his liquor supply. Elizabeth suspected he would not hasten to return, but would find some reason to linger about it. She would have done the same.
"Mr. Tanner, the innkeeper?"
asked Miss Bingley, with her nose firmly in the air, the disgust in her tone impossible to ignore. Apparently, Lady Catherine's cut had not lowered her overly high opinion of herself in the least. Mrs. Annesley rested her hand on top of Miss Darcy's. The young lady's lips were pursed together so tightly, Elizabeth wondered what words needed to be held back with such vehemence. She would have loved for Miss Darcy to utter them, if only to see Miss Bingley's reaction. In a conversational tone, Mrs. Annesley said, "Is he not also the elected village constable? He must be highly esteemed amongst the villagers." Miss Bingley snorted.
"Of what good is the position in such a secluded place as Meryton? I dare say they would sooner elect the butcher or a farmer than the innkeeper."
In a cold, shaking voice, Miss Darcy said, "Mr. Tanner has been nothing but kind to my brother and me. It is my understanding he performs his duties admirably well." Another snort.
"He was the one who took pleasure in arresting Mr. Darcy when that rascal, Mr. Wickham, got himself shot. A more disagreeable man I do not know."
Mrs. Annesley patted Miss Darcy's hand. Of all the names to be mentioned, Miss Bingley had to pronounce Mr. Wickham's. Elizabeth's hackles rose at the unjust comparison. As if Mr. Tanner and Mr. Wickham could possibly have anything in common. Elizabeth said, "All too often we see only the qualities we choose to see, those which are more similar to our own." Now that was a bit too harsh. In an effort to soften her cut, she added, "It is no wonder you prefer society in town." Even when society no longer preferred Miss Bingley, nor accepted her calls. So much for softening her blow. Elizabeth regretted the words the second they departed from her mouth, leaving Miss Bingley to hiss in a breath and Mrs. Hurst to harumph in offence. Elizabeth decided it best to bite her tongue. Miss Darcy, however, was either oblivious to the cut, or very clever indeed. She asked, "You did not stay long in town, Miss Bingley. Did you find the dreary weather too disagreeable for your liking?" More like the closed doors and supposedly empty homes when Miss Bingley called on those who had once professed themselves to be her friends. It was amazing what one word from an influential lady such as Lady Catherine could do to change established acquaintances. Elizabeth hoped Lady Catherine was too occupied with the health of Mr. Berg to bother taking aim at another target, namely herself. Chapter 12. Darcy had the distinct sensation he had arrived just in time. The tension in the parlour was palpable, worse even than the ride to Longbourn with Tanner, whom he had dragged away from the inn. He cleaned up nicely, but though he had accepted Mr. Bennet's invitation, Tanner had done everything possible to delay their arrival. Now, observing the occupants of the room, Darcy was uncertain whether Tanner had done them a favour in delaying their arrival or not. Miss Lydia held her hand over her mouth as if she would burst out in laughter were she to remove it. Miss Bingley's flushed complexion and sour expression, as well as Mrs. Hurst's snappish eyes, determined them to be the source of Miss Lydia's amusement. There was an empty chair by Elizabeth, and a space Georgiana patted next to her on the settee. Had the two ladies sat closer to each other, Darcy could have pleased them both, but he could not very well drag a chair to the middle of the room so as to sit between them. And so he went to the fireplace and stood there with his arm propped on the mantel. Elizabeth's eyes flickered like the flames warming him, full of mischief. She arched one eyebrow and bobbed her head as if to say, "Well played, William." Richard had been correct about Georgiana. However, Darcy knew Elizabeth. She would see any resistance from his sister as a challenge, amiably turning the acquisition of her friendship into a game. Such was her way. Georgiana, on the other hand, acted with the perfect indifference she had been trained to wear since birth, whilst in the company of people with whom she did not share the intimacy of friendship. It pained his heart to observe her aloofness. They were called into the dining room, where Mr. Bennet offered the foot of the table, a position of honour, to Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins was too pleased to be thus exalted before their guests to note it was the place farthest away from Mr. Bennet, though the table was not large enough to isolate him completely, and as such, every bit as pleasing to Mr. Bennet for its distance away from his cousin than for any honour Mr. Collins understood the gesture to possess. Darcy sat between Elizabeth and Georgiana, and, adopting Elizabeth's playful view in place of his normal brooding, he prepared himself for an emotional game of tug-of-war. Georgiana touched his arm, and he had just leaned toward her when a loud crack had him whipping his head around in time to see Mr. Bennet fall to the floor, the broken pieces of his chair surrounding him. Darcy jumped to his feet, as Elizabeth did. Mr. Bennet gathered himself to a more dignified seated position on the floor. Propping his hands on top of his knees, he laughed as Elizabeth knelt beside him, her eyes searching for signs of injury. He brushed off her hand. "My only injury is my pride, Lizzie. Alas," he said, as he accepted Darcy's hand to pull him up. "I was concerned the entertainment of the evening would be insufficient, and the conversation restrained. I hope to have broken through the awkward social formalities present as effectively as I broke my chair. Now may we enjoy a fine discussion with our meal." Another chair was brought in, and Mr. Bennet sat, albeit with a good deal more caution. Darcy held his breath when the chair protested Mr. Bennet's weight with a groan, but the wooden legs held. With another chuckle, Mr. Bennet said to his guests, "I have been meaning to replace some of the furniture at Longbourn, but hesitated to do so, uncertain where to begin. Now I know precisely where to concentrate my attention." Holding up his spoon, he said, "The dining room it is." Miss Lydia giggled, and Miss Bingley attempted to look appalled. Mr. Hurst seemed relieved Mr. Bennet had finally taken the first bite, signalling it was permitted for all at the table to eat. Between sips of white soup and not-so-discreet nudges from Mrs. Hurst, he deemed to converse. "It can become costly to furnish a household. Mrs. Hurst has excellent taste if you should require assistance." Mr. Collins shared his opinions on the superiority of the furnishings at Rosings, of which Elizabeth requested a description worthy of the lofty dwelling of his patroness. Darcy's eyes glazed over, as they often did during one of Mr. Collins's discourses. Elizabeth leaned toward him, whispering, "I should very much like to improve my skills on a horse. Would you object to giving me a lesson before services on the morrow?" Darcy immediately warmed to the idea. There would be ample opportunities for closeness. "I shall have to talk with the groom so he might conveniently misplace the mounting block." She smiled demurely at him. "What an inconvenience it would be for you to have to help me onto the saddle. I do not know how you will manage." He could tell from her expression she could imagine several ways for him to manage. "You will be my undoing, my love." Her cheeks blushed charmingly at the endearment. "That is not fair, William. I had intended on addressing you such, and now I must think of a different appellation, lest you believe my attachment weaker than your own by repeating you." "I am confident you are up to the task," he teased, groaning inwardly when his sister tugged on his sleeve on the other side. "William, I was hoping you might arrange for Tanner to join us for a ride on the morrow," Georgiana whispered. "Tomorrow looked to be a busy day." "I will talk with Tanner. I imagine he will be free after breakfast. Georgiana's bottom lip poked out before she remembered to suck it in.
I would think an earlier hour would be preferable to him. Does not the coach arrive at his inn at the time you suggest?
Nothing would spoil Darcy's plans with Elizabeth in the morning. If it meant spending all blessed day in a saddle, he would make time for his sister, but not at Elizabeth's expense. I will speak with Tanner. Georgiana looked down at her lap.
Perhaps Miss Elizabeth could join us as well.
Though her suggestion was polite, it was insincere. It was plain to see Georgiana did not want Elizabeth's company. Over the next 2 courses, Darcy leaned from one side to the other as the 2 ladies he most wanted to please demanded his attention. There were so many things he wished to discuss with Elizabeth, he tried not to show his mounting impatience when Georgiana tapped on his sleeve yet again. He reached for his wine to drown his sigh. Elizabeth whispered to him, leaning in close enough her intoxicating smell relaxed his tense shoulders. How is it possible that, seated next to each other, I should still miss you? I imagine Miss Darcy feels similarly. Talk with her this evening, William, for tomorrow I shall not share you. Is that a promise? He asked, amazed at the ease with which Elizabeth playfully lifted the burden from his shoulders. Absolutely, she whispered, with an impish grin. Now I shall do my best to feign disinterest in you for the remainder of the evening. I know I shall fail abysmally, for there is nobody else on this earth of greater interest to me than you, but I must put forth my best effort. You are off to a poor start, he teased, wanting nothing more than to kiss the tip of her impertinent nose. She shrugged. It is to be expected. You have bewitched me, body and soul. Her low whisper wrapped around him like an embrace, caressing his heart and soothing his frustration. Georgiana's spirits improved greatly over the next course of the meal, and Darcy, now that his focus had widened beyond the range of Elizabeth, observed the other occupants of the table with more interest. Mr. Collins reigned supreme at his end of the table, boring Tanner and Miss Lydia with his empty speeches. Tanner, being in the unfortunate position of being seated between the clergyman and Miss Bingley, and directly across from Mrs. Annesley, kept his vision fixed on the plate before him, drinking deeply from his wine-glass when Mr. Collins began praising the superiority of the boiled potatoes. Mr. Hurst held up his glass, the burgundy liquid swirling around the crystal. This is a fine wine indeed, Mr. Bennet. Not local, I dare say. Mr. Bennet smiled, his cheeks colouring with the compliment. Your palate has not misled you, sir. It is a pity the war has made it difficult to acquire fine wine, among other things. Mrs. Hurst sighed. Silk from Lyon, lace from Alençon, tea. And let us not forget brandy and cigars, added Mr. Hurst, although the best families, even the royal family, manage to acquire these coveted goods. He leaned back in his chair, waiting for the dessert dish, swirling the wine in his glass between sips and glances around the table. Yes, what we now call free trade has become more acceptable as the demand for certain items increases. War or no war, it cannot be stopped. Mr. Bennet shrugged his shoulders. His lenient views clearly spread beyond the raising of his daughters to politics. Mr. Hurst leaned forward. I am curious how a thinking man such as yourself views the issue. Smuggling is punishable by our laws, but should our good citizens be denied simple pleasures merely because Napoleon has caused a fuss? Miss Bingley huffed. Oh, what a vulgar topic. Politics are best discussed over your pilfered cigars and brandy when the ladies have departed from your company. Darcy felt Elizabeth tense at the suggestion that the only interesting subject of the evening should be squelched merely to pacify Miss Bingley's sensitivities. I believe Mr. Hurst's question is more philosophical than political.
If the other ladies at the table have no objection, I should like to hear Mr. Bennet's opinion,"
Darcy said, looking out of the corner of his eye at Elizabeth. Her lips creased upward. Mr. Bennet, seeing his opportunity to participate in a worthwhile discussion, spoke before Miss Bingley could offer any further objections.
"If I look at the problem from a purely selfish point of view, I would say such gentlemen are doing the English a favour by providing the things which bring pleasure in an otherwise dreadful and worrisome time. I will not go into details on that front, as they are of a more political nature. However, on the opposing side, I have to acknowledge the danger which said gentlemen face. If they are caught, the punishment is severe, and they stand to lose the very fortunes they have risked themselves to amass."
Elizabeth spoke. "While I can see how a man with nothing to lose, no position, money, or family to give him cause for caution, would be tempted, I wonder what would motivate a gentleman to involve himself in such a risky venture. Would he really value the wealth that he might gain over his life, position, and family?" Darcy nodded. A gentleman's main concern should be those whom he held precious. There were other, more honest ways to increase one's income, without putting himself in harm's way, provided the gentleman had enough foresight to allow his finances time to recover. "Desperation makes men do what they would otherwise never consider," he said. That and greed, but Darcy did not wish to enter into a debate about values with the individuals present. They would never come to an agreement. "I agree. Only the most desperate of men would risk capture in the turbulent waters between here and France. The disgrace at being caught and the hangman's noose would pale in comparison to the worst fate of all." Miss Bingley paused, adding in a hushed voice, "being sent away to Australia." She shivered and looked about the table for support. Tanner questioned her reasoning when no one else would. "You would prefer death over a new life in another country?" "Any lady would object to surrounding herself with criminals, outcasts of English society, only to live in a land known for its uncomfortable climate and abundance of snakes. I would sooner die than set foot on a ship destined for such a horrible place." Miss Bingley rinsed her mouth with wine, as if the mere mention of Australia had left a bitter taste in her mouth. "I think it sounds exciting," Georgiana said in a soft voice, her face lifting in panic and adding quickly, "Not that I wish to travel there as a result of committing a crime, but I would not object to seeing more of the world and observing how others live." Mr. Bennet said, "And you would receive the finest education in doing so, if reading such accounts proves insufficient to satisfy your thirst for knowledge." Elizabeth leaned forward, tilting her face to see Georgiana. "I admit to a great deal of curiosity, though I would be content to see more of England before venturing to other lands. If you could travel anywhere in the world, where would you like to go, Miss Darcy?" Georgiana's eyes flickered to Darcy nervously. "I have had the advantage of having a brother who has ensured I'd travel England extensively, and I am grateful for his kindness to me. Once the war is done, I should like to tour the continent very much." Miss Bingley said in a haughty voice, "The continent is where any cultivated lady with elevated standards would wish to go, and nobody here will deny that Miss Darcy has the best taste." Darcy was tired of Miss Bingley's compliments. Georgiana was shy enough without drawing more attention to her. To his surprise, Georgiana said, "You have a better opinion of myself than I do, Miss Bingley. Perhaps the continent is where the fashionable would go, but it is not the only place I wish to see. The New World promises excitement and an opportunity for families who have not fared so well on our soil to begin anew. I should like to visit a place which inspires such hope,
so that I may fully appreciate what I have been so fortunate to have been born into, and perhaps assist others to improve their situation."
Mrs. Annesley controlled her smile, but her pleasure was clearly heard in her voice. A lady always sees to the needs of others, leaving them in a better condition than when she found them, be it by her sincere offer of a practical gift or her kind encouragement. Darcy, too, was pleased to hear the selfless attitude of his sister when so many in her position looked down on others as beneath their notice. They offered gifts of mercy out of obligation, insulting the families who depended on their kindness and adding to their misery.
"I cannot agree more," said Elizabeth. "Every life is precious, and each individual deserves respect and consideration based on their actions. That is what people should judge by, not birth or station. Those in a position of influence are wise to use their influence to better the lives of others."
Mr. Collins eagerly added,
"It is more blessed to give than to receive."
Before Mr. Collins could take over the conversation, Mr. Bennet said,
"Thank you, Mr. Collins, and there you have it, Mr. Hurst. I am more of a mind to thank a gentleman for providing the small comforts which give pleasure to others. However, he must not do so at the risk of his life, unless he holds no objections to being sent to a penal colony as a prisoner, should he be caught."
Mr. Hurst chuckled, greedily raising his glass for it to be filled yet again, and dedicating his full attention to the gingerbread drenched in a creamy glaze placed before him. Mr. Collins covered his nose when the dessert was placed before him, his skin taking on the same pallid hue as the cloth he held to his face. He eyed the cake cautiously, then abruptly excused himself from the table. Darcy leaned toward Elizabeth. "The gingerbread was your idea?" She smiled in answer. A couple of hours later, after their last guest had departed, Elizabeth went up the steps to her room slowly. She had been happy to hear Miss Darcy's thoughts on travel and charitable work, especially since they coincided with hers. It was much easier to like a person when their views were similar to your own. Father had not made much of it, but it bothered her that his was the chair to have broken. What were the chances of that? And after the concerns he had voiced the previous day, could his suspicions be justified after all? Reaching for the handle on her door, she paused. The skin on Elizabeth's arms tingled, and she hesitated before shaking the fleeting suspicion off. She rarely closed her door. Could the maid have done it? The door creaked on its hinges as she pushed it open, stepping in guardedly and placing the candles she held on top of her bedside table. Elizabeth rotated in a circle, her eyes searching for anything to explain the nerves jumping through her body. Nothing seemed out of place. Her hairbrush and mirror were precisely where she had left them, and the velvet stool she sat on while Betsy brushed her hair was pushed under the dressing table. Her novel lay beside the candle in the same position in which she had left it. She crossed the room and opened her armoire, jumping off to the side for good measure. But no spies or thieves attacked, and she felt silly as she closed the doors. There was only one thing she hid in her room to tempt an invader. Closing her door softly, she knelt down beside her bed and felt for the loose plank. Lifting the wood and quietly placing it to the side, she reached down until her fingers touched the rich velvet of the jewelry case. Pulling it out and holding it near the candle, she lifted the lid. Breathing a sigh of relief when the emeralds and diamonds sparkled in the candlelight, Elizabeth slumped against the side of her bed. Evidently, Father was not the only one to suffer from suspicious thoughts. Chapter 13. Elizabeth could not shake the feeling someone had been in her room, and the suspicion robbed her of sleep. She had asked Lydia if she had borrowed a ribbon or a trifle, that being the easiest and most preferable solution. But Lydia insisted she had not set foot in Elizabeth's room. And why would she borrow a ribbon from her when Miss Darcy had finer trinkets to lend? Leaving only after securing assurances that Lydia would not bother Miss Darcy, nor manipulate her to offer her fineries for Lydia to wear. Easier said than done. Elizabeth had hoped her disquietude would disappear, but it had not. Foregoing her early morning walk for the paddock, Elizabeth had the groom saddle the chestnut mare. Taking advantage of the quiet hour and the softness of the dawn, Elizabeth jumped into her side saddle and wiggled into position. A wicked thought, of the delicious sort, not the malignant, crossed her mind. Addressing the groom, she asked, "Can you please see that the mounting block conveniently disappears before Mr. Darcy arrives?" "Aye, miss," the groom said through a grin. That matter seen to, Elizabeth clucked her tongue and tapped the mare's side with her boots. She started off slowly, riding in circles around the paddock, getting a feel for the rhythm of the horse beneath her. Soon becoming bored with the slow pace, Elizabeth urged the mare past a bumpy trot to a smooth canter. The paddock squeezed in around them, and Elizabeth craved the open spaces of the fields surrounding Longbourn. She kept her eyes on the road, knowing William would arrive soon, and she would be free to roam over the terrain. Her fingers tingled, and her heart fluttered in anticipation. The mare's ears perked up, and she slowed her gait. Elizabeth reined her in and slid down from the saddle. She was pleased her legs held her steadily. Running her hand up the horse's neck to hold her bridle, Elizabeth saw William and his groom trot down the path to the stables. Whispering to the mare, Elizabeth said, "Good eye, old girl. If I did not know better, I would think you rather fancy Mr. Darcy yourself. Would it be terrible of me to call you Caroline?" The horse snorted. "I see we are of the same opinion of said lady. I will think of a better name before the morning is through." "You're out early," said William, dismounting from his stallion. The groom kept at a discreet distance. Elizabeth wondered if he had been instructed to stay several paces away and keep his head down. "We are ready to explore our surroundings and hear how the grounds at Pemberley differ." Elizabeth craved to know more about the home she would share with William. Would he show her the places he'd played as a boy? What stories would he share with her? William looked around. "I own that Hertfordshire has many charms, but there is much I wish to tell you about Pemberley." Finally, seeing whom he had searched for, William asked the groom, "Is there a mounting block for Miss Elizabeth?" The groom smiled and winked. "No, sir. I regret to inform you the mounting block has been misplaced." William laughed. "How convenient. I do not suppose you had anything to do with its disappearance?" he asked Elizabeth. She pursed her lips and lifted a shoulder in answer. Leaving his horse with his groom, William stepped closer to her. Close enough she could smell the scent she would forever associate with him, shaving cream and sandalwood. She closed her eyes and inhaled. So far, her plan was going splendidly. 26 days cannot go by quickly enough to suit me, he said, lifting a curl and tucking it behind the ribbon holding her bonnet in place. Shivers ran up and down her spine as his finger trailed down her cheek to tilt up her chin, and she forgot the concerns which had seemed so important to her the previous night. "How far is Gretna Green?" she teased. William's dark eyes danced in mischief. "Do not tempt me." Taking a deep breath and a step away from her, he held his hands together to form a stirrup and knelt down. "I believe it is my job as the future Mrs. Darcy to tempt you. I mean to practice today, and hope you will tell me where I may improve." She placed her foot in his hand and a hand on his shoulder. Leaning in enough, she felt the warmth of his body against her side. William groaned. "You will be the death of me before the 26 days are complete." In one smooth motion, he lifted her into the air. The muscles under his coat rippled under her fingers as he effortlessly placed her on top of her saddle. It was over so quickly. Elizabeth was tempted to slide off the leather to do it again, but she restrained herself. As if he could read her thoughts, William stood close enough to prevent such an action. It seems it was the wise decision to bring my groom.
Why, so I would have to behave? Elizabeth teased. The want in William's face dried up her laughter and set her nerves on fire so that her breath shook.
For your protection, he said gently. She knew she ought to stop, but she was intoxicated with his nearness and the knowledge of the effect she had on him.
Protection? Are you dangerous?
Elizabeth forgot to breathe as William's eyebrows arched and his gaze penetrated through her like a predator, like a panther taking stock of his prey. It was a dangerous look. It was a look she had no business tempting him to give her until she truly was Mrs. Darcy. Taking a deep, steadying breath, she pushed her horse forward.
I feel the need for a good run. Do you?
William strode determinedly to his stallion and mounted. Good idea. They rode side by side until Elizabeth's cheeks burned from the cold air they cut through. Stopping along a swollen spring of water, they handed the reins over to the groom and sat beneath the tree while he tended to the horses. Elizabeth's body hummed with energy. She had forgotten how exhilarating it was to ride so fast. Tears pulled from the corners of her eyes. Dabbing her face dry, she leaned back against the trunk of the tree and tried to calm her trembling limbs. A vain feat for certain, as William sat close enough for their knees to brush at the smallest movement. Who tempted whom now, Mr. Darcy?
Is this what our days will be like, William? She asked, soaking in the morning sun as it peeked through the grey winter clouds, lining them with a becoming pink glow.
I hope so. He plucked a piece of grass, rubbing it between his fingers so that it twirled. Although I imagine we will often have Georgiana's company.
Elizabeth sighed. Yes, I have noticed how jealous she is of you.
William watched her intently, the grass blade falling to the ground. Will that be a problem? Until she grows accustomed to us, that is? His concern touched her, but not nearly as much as his determination to marry her, come what may. And will not allow it to become a problem. She has not resorted to underhanded manipulations as anyone less genteel would. I respect her for it, and I sense we have more in common than I had initially thought. When she shared her opinions at dinner, I will admit I felt pride at how well she defended her views, though she knew they ran contrary to Miss Bingley's. That must be the work of Mrs. Annesley. Georgiana is painfully shy, to the point she would rather suffer harm than express herself before a group of new acquaintances.
I like Mrs. Annesley. She's every bit a lady, but she has a strength of character I admire.
That is how I would describe you, said William, plucking another piece of grass. I cannot imagine Mrs. Annesley getting into half as much trouble as I manage.
However, you will bear it, William?
My life lacked the colour you give it, though I will admit it will be a relief to me when I can stay by your side to protect you.
I sense fencing lessons in my near future, she said, perfectly serious.
William stilled and his voice deepened. When your father voiced his suspicions, I dismissed them as a contrived excuse to keep you close to your childhood home. However, I have to wonder at the coincidence of his chair breaking.
The same concern had troubled Elizabeth. The furniture is old, and Father has talked of replacing it, but nothing has broken before, not until last night. The timing of it was disturbing enough. I examined the chair. It did not look as if it had been tampered with.
I had guessed you would examine it. As if that was not concerning enough, there was Mr. Hurst's conversation. That was impressive. I had not heard him speak so much on any topic before.
Which makes it more notable. Has Mr. Bennet mentioned why Mr. Hurst seems bent on pursuing a friendship with him?
Elizabeth shook her head. I do not think even father knows, as every call Mr. Hurst has made has been interrupted. Much like their current conversation, out of the corner of her eye, up the stream, Elizabeth saw a little boy with a dirty face. William noticed the boy too. Reaching into her pocket for the apple she had saved for the mare, she called the boy over. "Billy Willis, is that you?" she asked, when the boy hesitated the closer he got to them. The boy smiled, revealing 2 large gaps where his milk teeth had been. Elizabeth laughed. "However will you eat this apple without teeth? When did you lose them?" She tossed him the apple, Billy being unwilling to come nearer. "A se'nnight ago." He took a big bite of the apple, holding it up so they could see the missing chunk.
"Well done, young man," said William.
"How is your family, Billy? Your mother was not at home last time I paid her a call." Billy swallowed the wad in his cheek and stabbed the toe of his boot into the dirt. "Billy? Are they well?" repeated Elizabeth, her forehead tensing as her concern grew. Billy's family was the poorest of all their tenants, and Mr. Willis had pretended not to see her lately when she walked by the fields. With a huff, Billy exclaimed, "We would be better if Mr. Bennet had not raised our rent." "What? Did this happen recently?" Could this be the reason father had quarrelled with Mr. Bilford? Father would never raise the rent when he knew the tenants could hardly afford to feed their growing families. 6 months ago, miss." Elizabeth fell back against the tree in shock. Father had said nothing to her, if he knew. "I am sorry, Billy. I did not know. I will speak to my father." Uneasiness settled in her stomach. If father did not know, which she would bet her emeralds he did not, it meant Mr. Bilford had acted independently. If he would raise rents without father's consent, what else was he capable of doing? "Will you really?" the boy said, hopefully, before his eyes widened. "But you must not say I said anything. Papa will take the strap to my backside if he finds out." "I would not dream of it," she said, raising her finger to her lips. "Thank you for the apple, miss," said Billy, scurrying away as quickly as he had appeared. Before she could recover fully, William said, "Your father has not shown you his ledgers, has he?" It was more of a disappointed statement than a question. "No. Does he have further reason to suspect Mr. Bilford of causing us more harm? I cannot believe father was the one to raise their rent. He knows they have so little, and he has never been motivated by money."
"That I believe. His negligence of the estate has allowed his steward to carry on dishonestly for many years."
She snapped. "He ought to be dismissed immediately." William said through tight lips,
"That is what I advised."
He stopped, but Elizabeth could fill in what William was too polite to say in front of her. "But father wants to give him the opportunity to make right what he has done. Oh, William, I love my father, but I'm not blind to his faults. You do not need to protect me from them, nor soften them for my sake."
"I'm relieved to hear it. I dare say this will not be the only occasion we will have to help him deal with the consequences of his negligence. He has shown improvement, but I do not know that he will ever gain the decisiveness a gentleman in his position requires, in which case it becomes all the more imperative that his steward be trustworthy."
And trustworthy Mr. Bilford was not. Chapter 14. Elizabeth savoured the morning she spent with William, as the remainder of the day proved to be a lesson in endless frustration. Father described his earlier conversation with William to her, and explained his reasons for continuing to employ Mr. Bilford. He offered to show Elizabeth the ledgers and ask for her input, which she gave emphatically, and which he brushed off as easily as he had William's sage advice. Mr. Bilford had been willing to meet with father more often, and it was his greatest hope the problem resulting from years of abuse, for there was no kinder word for it in Elizabeth's mind, would simply disappear. Even when she mentioned the raised rents, he assured her Mr. Bilford must have an explanation, though his aspect was troubled enough to prove to her what she had suspected all along. Father had not known about the matter. It made her wonder what other secrets Mr. Bilford kept from them. How else had he benefited from dishonest gain at the cost of their tenants? It made her sick to think about, and even sicker that her father endured it to preserve his precious peace. Father's failure to act robbed her of another night's sleep. She had much to ponder the following morning, and while the crisp breeze and bright skies did much to raise her spirits, the worries awaited her return, settling on her shoulders as soon as she stepped over Longbourn's threshold. Whispering voices drifted out to the hall, and Elizabeth followed them in the direction of the breakfast room. She was hungry, and if Mrs. Annesley and Miss Darcy wished to engage in a private conversation, there were better places to do so than the room containing her morning food. Stepping through the doorway, Elizabeth froze. Mrs. Annesley was nowhere to be found. In her place was a most disturbing sight, for sitting at the table with their heads together was Miss Darcy and Lydia. They looked up guiltily when she greeted them. Oh, this was bad. Elizabeth loved her sister, but she would never encourage a friendship between Lydia and Miss Darcy. Considering how Miss Darcy had nearly done what Lydia dreamed of doing, eloping with a handsome officer, Elizabeth cringed when they bolted upright in her presence, their eyes wandering the room but their lips suspiciously silent. They were scheming something, and that knowledge took away Elizabeth's appetite. Would she never sleep or eat again? Mrs. Annesley joined them, and Miss Darcy remained silent. Lydia, never one to keep her peace for long, fed Chloe bits from the table and giggled over her secret, which earned her a stern glare from Miss Darcy and served to add to Elizabeth's concern. Finally, Miss Darcy broke her silence.
Mrs. Annesley, Miss Lydia and I wish to take advantage of the pleasant weather and walk into Meryton.
You do not wish to ride your filly? Asked Mrs. Annesley. Miss Darcy's eyes flickered to Lydia, who shook her head enthusiastically.
And force me to ride one of those filthy beasts? Never. It is the carriage or my own feet for me.
Then why do you not take the carriage? Elizabeth asked.
I would prefer it. However, Papa said the coachman is seeing to some repairs, and it will not be available until later.
Can your plans not wait? She inquired. Lydia looked at Miss Darcy and giggled again.
We do not wish to lose any time. Georgiana wishes to surprise her brother at the inn with a call, and I thought to call on Aunt's to see Mary.
Elizabeth grimaced at Lydia's informal use of Miss Darcy's name. However, the young lady herself did not appear offended in the least, which could only mean one thing. Miss Darcy and Lydia had become close friends. Surprise call or not, William would not be pleased. Nor did Mrs. Annesley appear happy. When do we depart? Mrs. Annesley asked. Miss Darcy squirmed in her chair.
Would you not prefer to rest for our outing this afternoon?
William had planned a picnic. Elizabeth's heart warmed at the location he had chosen, Oakham Mount, that enchanted place where they had first kissed. Mrs. Annesley answered, You know as well as I do that Mr. Darcy would expect me to accompany you. Miss Darcy's shoulders did not slump, nor did she give any visible reaction to indicate her feelings, as Lydia would have done, but Elizabeth sensed her disappointment all the same. What could Miss Darcy possibly do that she did not wish her companion to see? Mrs. Annesley must have had similar thoughts. As she moved her chair back to depart, she whispered to Elizabeth, "Meet me in the drawing-room?" Nodding, Elizabeth waited until Lydia and Miss Darcy were occupied with Chloe to dismiss herself. She found Mrs. Annesley pacing in front of the window. "Do you know what they are up to?" she asked, wringing her hands. "I only wish I did," said Elizabeth, motioning for Mrs. Annesley to join her on the settee. "I take it you do not know." Pursing her lips and clasping her hands together, she said, "I only have suspicions." More suspicions. Elizabeth was done with them. It was a horrible thought, but it had been easier when the mystery involved a dead body. She did not scandalize Mrs. Annesley by admitting as much aloud. It was a shocking enough thought on its own, but true nonetheless. Now Elizabeth felt for an absolute certainty there was a mystery underfoot, but she had no idea what it was, or if it had anything at all to do with father, or the sensation that someone had disturbed her room. All she had were blasted suspicions, and the sense that all the questions stemmed from one source. Or did they? Elizabeth listed them in her mind. Father's bouts of illness and his accidents he credited to the need for new spectacles and furniture. Mr. Bilford's dishonesty, Mr. Hurst's attempts to strengthen his acquaintance with father, as well as said gentleman's odd conversation. Lydia and Miss Darcy's unlikely friendship. Was there more? "What have you noticed?" she asked Mrs. Annesley, praying for some clarity. "Since we have arrived, Miss Darcy has taken an interest in the spaniel puppy. I thought their mutual interest in Chloe to be the reason for their deepening acquaintance." That was what Elizabeth had assumed as well. Continuing, Mrs. Annesley said, "However, yesterday I found them in Miss Darcy's room sealing a letter. She tucked the letter behind her back to hide it from me. That Miss Darcy would act secretively strikes me as unlike her, but given her history, of which Mr. Darcy assured me you are well aware, it concerns me greatly." Elizabeth exhaled deeply. "I hate to say it, but if Lydia is involved, it could very well involve a gentleman. She's not malicious by any means, but she lacks sense enough not to see how dangerous her flirtations are. If she has dragged Miss Darcy into one of her marriage schemes—" She finished her last sentence with a shiver. "It would be disastrous," whispered Mrs. Annesley. "I have come to care deeply for Miss Darcy, and I do not wish for her to suffer another heartbreak. I would have failed her so completely, I would deserve to be dismissed with no recommendations." The desperation in her tone made Elizabeth ask, "Have you nowhere to go, should the worst happen?" Mrs. Annesley's eyes filled with tears, but not one drop to dampen her cheek. "I have no one." Elizabeth needed no more encouragement to get to the bottom of the mysteries, whatever was robbing her of sleep and stealing her appetite, as well as threatening Mrs. Annesley's position immediately. "We cannot have that. From what Mr. Darcy has told me, and my own observations of Miss Darcy, you have been a good influence on her character. I should hate for her to be denied your company over what is, no doubt, the harebrained scheme of my little sister. Did you see to whom the letter was addressed?" Mrs. Annesley stiffened. "In part. I saw enough to suspect a gentleman was involved, but with what you tell me about Miss Lydia, it is almost certain." Elizabeth closed her eyes and sighed. Foolish, foolish Lydia. "What was the name?" she asked. Miss Darcy's finger was in the middle of the Christian name, but I believe I saw enough. "Michael Nelson," Michael Nelson, Elizabeth repeated, mulling over the name in her mind. She could not recall ever meeting a gentleman with that name. "Is he an acquaintance of the Darcys?" she asked. "Not to my knowledge. Then again, I have only been Miss Darcy's companion these 6 months. They may have many acquaintances of whom I am unaware." "And you are certain you read the name correctly?" "As certain as I can be with the finger-covering part of the name, though I am absolutely certain I read the surname correctly. I imagine they aim to post the letter today, which explains why Miss Darcy does not wish for me to accompany her." This was getting worse and worse. "Of course, she will not oblige you to remain behind when she knows you are to accompany her." Elizabeth tapped her fingers against her chin. "The real question, then, is, who is this Michael Nelson, and what is his connection to my sister and Miss Darcy?" "It took me some time to earn Miss Darcy's confidence. I cannot appear to spy on her, but I will encourage her to confide in me if she is willing to do so." Elizabeth agreed. "We have enough to go on without you putting your position in danger. I would rather not involve him, but we may need to tell Mr. Darcy." Mrs. Annesley winced. Reassuring her, Elizabeth said, "He will act fairly by you, especially since you brought forth your concerns quickly and directly. If we are to find out who this Mr. Nelson is, we will need his help." She paused, an idea forming. "Of course, if they are posting the letter, there is no need to act unless they get a reply. Much of Lydia's correspondence goes unanswered." "Very well," said Mrs. Annesley, visibly relaxing. "Anything to protect Miss Darcy's tender heart. She cannot know how an infatuation blinds an innocent lady from all sense and logic." Mrs. Annesley's strained voice held an angry edge, making Elizabeth deduce that the companion spoke from her own experience. Reaching forward, Elizabeth squeezed her hand as she would have done to comfort Jane. "We will solve this conundrum to the advantage of our beloved ones." Maybe if Elizabeth repeated the words enough, she would believe them sufficiently to make them possible. It always worked for Jane. "At least we will try our best," Elizabeth's realistic side added aloud. So much for blind positivity. Jane could keep it. Elizabeth dealt with facts. Facts which she could not allow to pass by unnoticed. "Papa, do join us," Elizabeth entreated her father. William would arrive with Mr. Tanner at any moment, and Elizabeth did not want to leave him alone at Longbourn.
"Cousin Elizabeth, I will forego the charms of a fine day in good company to remain behind with Mr. Bennet,"
said Mr. Collins. Now, if that was not reason enough for father to join them, Elizabeth had no further arguments. Bunching up his cheeks, father grumbled,
"You have convinced me."
He stood from his leather chair, placing his hands behind his back and stretching.
"I have been sitting far too long. Let me replace these volumes and I will have the coachman ready the carriage. It should be repaired by now."
"We will leave you to it, then."
Elizabeth kissed his cheek and turned to leave the room, pausing when she saw Mr. Collins still sitting contentedly. The man was incapable of taking a hint, or even an outright suggestion. "Mr. Collins, is there nothing you wish to see to before we depart?" she asked as politely direct as she could. He startled, as if she had shaken him from his meditations.
"Of course. I apologize for being lost in my thoughts. There are many."
He scrambled to his feet and stood to the side of the door to allow her to pass before him. Stepping out into the hall, Elizabeth heard a loud crash behind her. Pivoting around, she ran directly into Mr. Collins, her eyes searching past him into father's study until she untangled herself from the clumsy clergyman in her way. Books toppled off the shelf, their landing softened by father. Rushing into the room, She swept the books to the side and dropped onto her knees next to her father's crumpled figure. "Papa!" she shouted, caressing his cheeks and pressing her ear to his chest to hear for signs of life. Her own heartbeat thrummed in her ears, deafening her. "Papa!" she repeated. There was no answer. Chapter 15. Mr. Hill opened the door in a rush.
"Oh, it is you, Mr. Darcy," he said, stepping aside to allow Darcy and Tanner inside. "Pardon me, sirs, but Mr. Bennet has suffered another accident."
Darcy was already down the hall, Tanner following closely behind. He heard Miss Lydia ask, "Is he dead?" Darcy's step faltered, and his blood turned cold. Had Mr. Bennet's suspicions been correct? Dear Lord, he prayed for Elizabeth's sake it was not so. "Does anyone have a mirror?" Elizabeth asked, as Darcy reached the edge of the group gathered in front of the doorway to Mr. Bennet's study. Miss Lydia provided the requested item from her pocket, to which Mrs. Hill squeezed the young lady to her side, saying, "Bless your vanity, dear girl." Whispering behind him, Darcy said, "We should fetch the surgeon." "I will go," Tanner said, already on his way. Georgiana stood at the bottom of the stairs, holding the squirming spaniel Mrs. Annesley at her side. Georgiana looked scared and confused. Had it been a horrible mistake to accept Mr. Bennet's hospitality for his sister? Had Darcy exposed her to danger? He nodded to her, trying to give her a reassuring smile, but he needed to get to Elizabeth. Pushing through the members of the household, he knelt beside her at Mr. Bennet's side, just as Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief. "He is breathing," she announced, wiping at her eyes, a myriad of emotions crossing her expression. Answering her question before she could ask, he said softly, "First, let us see to your father." "The surgeon?" she asked. "I have seen to it." She smiled more genuinely then. 1 month ago, those words had been a source of frustration to Elizabeth, but now they brought a small measure of cheer. "Of course you have," she said. To Mrs. Hill, she said, "Can you please bring some washed linens?" Darcy straightened Mr. Bennet's legs carefully, watching his face for any expression of pain. Elizabeth ran her fingers over her father's face, her eyes examining him for injuries as the minutes passed. Mr. Bennet groaned and shifted his head to the side, startling Elizabeth when she saw his white hair covered in scarlet. Darcy was quick to calm her. "Head injuries always bleed the most, though the cut be small. Let us clean it as best we can till the surgeon can see to it." She nodded her head silently, accepting the linens Mrs. Hill gave her and putting them under her father's head as a cushion. The housekeeper squeezed between Miss Lydia and Mr. Collins, who crowded the hall and made her job more difficult. "Mr. Collins," Darcy said, "would you be so good as to watch for the surgeon's arrival?" Mr. Collins bowed.
"It would be a privilege to assist my cousin in his time of difficulty."
Mrs. Annesley stepped into the hall from the bottom of the stairway. "Miss Lydia, come with us into the drawing room. We are of more help staying out of the way, and if our assistance is required, we will be easily found there." She looked at Darcy for approval, to which he nodded. "Chloe," Georgiana called, reaching after the escaped puppy, who scurried into the study directly for Mr. Bennet. "Oh, I am sorry," she said, standing beside Miss Lydia in the doorway. Chloe bathed Mr. Bennet's face with kisses. Elizabeth reached over to shove the spaniel away, but stopped when Mr. Bennet opened his eyes partway.
"Let her be, Lizzie."
His voice shook, but that was to be expected after the tumble he had taken. He continued,
"Lydia, I will be well. You would do better to ready yourself for the picnic. I shall not join you. but I will not spoil your fun."
Darcy groaned. The picnic! He had invited the Lucases, the vicar, the Hursts, the Phillipses, Miss Mary, and Miss Bingley. "I will stay with Papa while you attend to your guests." Elizabeth's determined chin brooked no argument. Mr. Bennet held her hand at his chest, patting it.
"Thank you, Lizzie."
He tried to sit up. "Allow me to help you to your chair, Mr. Bennet," said Darcy, reaching out his hand.
"No, the furniture is not to be trusted,"
Mr. Bennet said, straightening his spectacles. They seated him against the bookshelf, Elizabeth pressing the linen to his head. Darcy stooped down to examine the ladder, which lay in pieces between the desk and the foot of the shelf. One rung, the second from the top, had broken off cleanly. Too cleanly. Picking it up, Darcy ran his finger along the smooth edge where the wood had been cut. "This was no accident," he said. Elizabeth stared at him, her fear confirmed. "Father, who has been in this room?" Mr. Bennet chuckled humorlessly.
"Aside from the members of our household, I have met with Mr. Bilford here, and since my suspicions of earlier are thus confirmed, I would not exclude anyone who has been a guest in my home. My door is unlocked, and anyone could have entered."
"The Hursts and Miss Bingley," Elizabeth added. Recalling something Mr. Bennet had mentioned at an earlier meeting, Darcy asked, "Do you suspect anyone in the household?" He scanned the hall and spoke in a low tone to avoid being overheard. "You said your coffee tasted horribly of late. Could it be poison?" Mr. Bennet laughed, then groaned and reached for his head.
"You could call it that, Mr. Darcy. I am certain Lizzie can confirm that the bitter taste in my coffee was merely Mrs. Hill's attempt to get me to take my medicine."
"Medicine?" Darcy asked. Elizabeth answered. "The physician recommended a tonic to fortify father's blood and prevent infection after the cuts he suffered on his arms from—" She stopped. "I understand," Darcy said, preventing her from having to speak the words aloud. Mr. Bennet had heroically grabbed Mrs. Bennet's killer, a crazed individual with a penknife, and his arms had suffered the consequences. Mr. Bennet clucked his tongue.
"First my feet, then my arms, now my head. Oh, Lizzie, you really must depart from Hertfordshire before the next attempt meets with more success."
Elizabeth's jaw jutted forward, and her eyes narrowed. 100 wild horses could not drag her away from her father now that they knew someone wished him harm, and Darcy would help her. He extended the ladder rung out to her. It was cut. "Mr. Bennet, we dismissed your suspicions before, but we will not make that same mistake again. Someone means ill against you. I apologize for not taking your warnings as seriously as I should have." Mr. Bennet rubbed his chest and sighed.
"Do not apologize. It is no wonder when I have openly admitted how difficult it will be to see Lizzie go. My own fickleness even made me doubt myself."
Mr. Collins peeked into the study, his hand over his heart.
"Praise the Lord and all that is holy, you are recovering. Mr. Tanner has arrived with the surgeon."
He stepped to the side when the maid came up from behind him with a pot of boiling water. "Thank you, Mr. Collins," Darcy said by way of dismissal. Mr. Collins bowed.
"I wish to nurse my cousin back to robust health, and so I will forgo my own pleasure and stay with him while you enjoy your social gathering."
Mr. Bennet grimaced. Elizabeth rose to his defence. "Thank you for your generous offer, Mr. Collins, but I have already told Mr. Darcy I wish to stay at home to care for father.
You will not deny the party the pleasure of your presence when we will be well here." Bowing repeatedly, his delicacy thus flattered, and his desire to enjoy an outing granted, Mr. Collins quit the room to give passage to the surgeon.
"Thank you, Lizzie,"
said Mr. Bennet. Elizabeth rose from his side so the surgeon could examine Mr. Bennet's injury. She clutched the ladder rung in her hands. "Mr. Tanner, there is something you should see," she said, holding it out to him and placing herself between Tanner and Darcy. Tanner ran his thumb over the smooth, pale surface.
"This has been tampered with."
He clenched his jaw and looked up at Darcy. Darcy could not allow anything to befall Mr. Bennet, not after Elizabeth had so recently lost her mother. She would be devastated. "Someone close to us is attempting to hurt my father, perhaps kill him. Will you help us catch another criminal, Mr. Tanner? Please." It was inappropriate, but blast it all, Darcy needed to hold her, and her hand was so close. Turning his wrist, he wrapped his fingers around hers, clasping her tightly to him. It was not the embrace he would have preferred, but it was next best. Mr. Bennet shrieked in pain as the surgeon poured whiskey over the wound.
"I will do all I can, Miss Elizabeth,"
Tanner promised.
"Is there anything else we need to know? Anything at all, whether it seems related to your father or not?"
Elizabeth's forehead rumpled and she sighed. "There is, and I know I can trust you to keep it in the strictest confidence. I do not think it holds any bearing on my father, but it does involve our household." Arranging for Mrs. Hill and Betsy to stay with Mr. Bennet until her return, Elizabeth led them into the dining room. She did not attempt to withdraw her hand from Darcy's. "Promise me you will not overreact. This news was given to me only recently by Mrs. Annesley. I would not have said anything yet, as it is mostly a suspicion, but we excused my father's concerns as mere suspicion. And look where that has led us. I will not make the same mistake twice, especially when it involves Miss Darcy." Darcy's heart sank and the room lacked air enough to breathe. As if the threat to Mr. Bennet was not sufficient, his little sister gave her companion and Elizabeth cause for concern. Tanner looked as riled as Darcy felt, but he kept his composure. Darcy would too. Squeezing her hand, Darcy said, "Tell us everything." And Elizabeth did. She told him of the letter to one Michael Nelson and his sister's blooming friendship with the worst flirt this side of London. Leaning back in his chair, Darcy pondered his next step.
"I will write to my man immediately. He is discreet and will find the gentleman in question without raising eyebrows," he decided.
"I think it wise. In the meantime, I will ask for Mr. Hill's help to keep an eye out on the post. If they receive anything from Mr. Nelson, I will alert you without delay. Mrs. Annesley is not allowing Miss Darcy out of her sight for a moment, so if they have planned a meeting, it will not go unnoticed." Darcy dropped his head to his hand. It had been bad enough when Wickham had convinced Georgiana to elope with him. It was almost more than he could bear to learn his sister might be foolish enough to attempt such a thing again. He did not wish to believe it of her. Tanner grumbled,
"Can we not lock her in her room to keep her safe? However do you manage, Darcy?"
"It is not easy."
"If all girls are this difficult, I pray you are blessed only with boys," said Tanner, blushing slightly when he realized how inappropriate his comment was.
"My apologies." Elizabeth grinned. "I am not easily offended, Mr. Tanner." Darcy raised his eyebrow at her, to which she added, "Not any more, that is." They rose from the table to join Mr. Bennet and the surgeon in the study. Elizabeth touched his arm before they left the room. "Did I do right in telling you? I would hate for this to affect Mrs. Annesley in any way. She seems to care for your sister a great deal and is a good influence."
"You need not defend her, Elizabeth. I'm grateful she spoke to you when she could have kept silent. That she is willing to put her position into question for the safety of my sister lays her intentions bare, and I find nothing to criticize.
Good. I told her you could be trusted to deal with her fairly. Her faith in him filled his breast with a different sort of pride, one earned and honest, and freely given by the one person who mattered the most to him. A compliment from Elizabeth was worth 1,000 empty flattering speeches from his peers. Mr. Bennet sat in his leather chair, Mrs. Hill holding a spoon with a dark liquid under his nose.
Mr. Bennet, please take your medicine. You need your strength.
He twisted his mouth in the opposite direction. The surgeon packed up his instruments and made ready to leave. Mrs. Hill asked him,
Please, sir, will you tell Mr. Bennet he must take his medicine? The doctor ordered it.
The surgeon's lips twitched, but he kept the smile from his face. In a grave tone, he said,
It cannot hurt, Mr. Bennet. Far be it from me to incite you to disobey your doctor's orders.
With that, he departed, and Mrs. Hill waved the potion before Mr. Bennet's pinched face. Elizabeth asked Darcy, Are you this stubborn when it is time to take medicine?
I do not fall ill,
he replied confidently.
She rolled her eyes.
I predict you will be an abominable patient.
Then let us hope I never require medicine, he said to Elizabeth before addressing the housekeeper. Mr. Bennet's tonic is merely a blood purifier, Mrs. Hill.
Yes, the doctor assured me there is nothing in it to diminish Mr. Bennet's mental capacity, nor dull his senses.
It tastes horrible, Mr. Bennet complained.
I have tried to disguise it for you, but you quit drinking whatever beverage I pour it into. Look at your plants, Mr. Bennet. They flourish. If it is good for the plants, it must be good for you too.
She jabbed at his lip with the spoon, just as Georgiana's nurse had done when she refused to drink her dose of cod liver oil. There was only one thing that had convinced Georgie to drink the vile liquid.
Mrs. Hill, bring another spoon,
Darcy said. Leaning down by Mr. Bennet, he said,
If I take it, you have to as well.
Taken aback by his offer, Mr. Bennet merely nodded. Elizabeth, being closer to the kitchen, fetched a spoon, her eyes brimming with merriment as she handed it to Darcy. Mrs. Hill poured the tonic into his spoon with her free hand, and he drank it before he could regret his offer.
It was nearly as wretched as the gallons of cod liver oil he had taken over the years for Georgiana. It was a challenge, but he had a lifetime of practice keeping his expression neutral.
Mr. Bennet swallowed his spoonful as soon as Darcy stared at him, complaining loudly as he did so.
I hope you give Mrs. Hill no more grief, and take your medicine as you've been instructed, or I will call on you every day to ensure you drink your tonic, Darcy threatened.
He heard Elizabeth's laughter behind him. Mr. Bennet griped,
Are you so desperate to find reasons to call more often on my Lizzie you would consume that horrific potion?
You know I am.
That is how it ought to be,
said Mr. Bennet with a sad smile. He stood from his chair, reaching out for his desk when his legs wobbled beneath him. Darcy took his arm.
Allow me to help you. Thank you, Mr. Darcy. I have been ordered to rest, and rest I shall.
And I will stand guard at your door with the fire poker in one hand and a book in the other, said Elizabeth.
To fight off an attacker and boredom, you are a good daughter and a brave sentry,
said Mr. Bennet, as they went up the stairs to his bedchamber. When Darcy came back down, Elizabeth took his hand, raising it to her lips to kiss. He had the tremendous, heart-warming sensation that he had done well. It was enough for him, and he practically soared through the remainder of the afternoon,
Not even the Hursts' company nor Miss Bingley's haughty remarks reached him, though nothing went unnoticed. He could not allow that, not when Mr. Bennet was in danger, and Georgiana was exchanging correspondence with a gentleman. Chapter 16. A week, quite possibly the longest week of Elizabeth's life, went by and nothing happened. No conspicuous messages or letters were sent or received. No more accidents befell father. Of course, between Elizabeth and Mr. Collins, father was never alone for more than a minute, making any attempts at sabotaging another piece of furniture difficult. And so when Mr. Hill informed Elizabeth a letter had arrived, her pulse immediately raced. Looking at the handwriting and recognizing it as Anne's, or Miss de Bourgh, as Elizabeth would forever address her friend before Lady Catherine, Elizabeth peeled the wax seal off the paper and pored over the tight writing covering the page. Anne had promised to keep her informed on the progress of her treatments under the care of Dr. Hammond. Another subject of great interest to Elizabeth, and of which Anne graciously enlightened her, was the goings-on of the great lady. One could only hope Lady Catherine was kept too occupied with her own problems to give much attention to the thorn in her side, otherwise known as Elizabeth.
"What are you reading, Lizzie?"
asked Lydia, entering the parlour where Elizabeth stood by the light of the window. So involved had Elizabeth been in Anne's letter, Lydia's voice startled her. Pushing her shoulders down, Elizabeth said, "It is a letter from Miss de Bourgh."
"Has she eloped with the handsome doctor yet?"
Lydia asked, flopping down into the chair beside Elizabeth. Anne's letter was that of a friend bearing nothing but good tidings. Her health was improved, and she gained strength with each passing day. And what was even better? Lady Catherine was too engrossed in chaperoning her daughter and Dr. Hammond to prevent a wholly unacceptable match. She had neither the time nor the energy to devote to the sabotage of Elizabeth and William's wedding. Celebratory news indeed. Taking advantage of the opportunity to do some investigating of her own, Elizabeth said, "You know, Lydia, not everyone wishes to elope as you do." Lydia shook her head, her curls bouncing around her face.
"Oh, I do not wish to elope any more. Gentlemen of position make certain their weddings are announced in the newspapers."
She primped and posed, as if readying to have her likeness taken. "You wish to have your name printed in the newspapers, like Admiral Lord Nelson?" Elizabeth held her breath and bit her lip, watching Lydia's reaction at the mention of the familiar surname. Forgetting Anne's letter entirely when the opportunity to talk about herself presented itself, Lydia answered,
"I shall be on the front page soon."
Her comment alarmed Elizabeth, far more than a blush at the mention of Mr. Nelson, who most assuredly was not a relation to the Admiral Lord, if he did not have sense enough to involve himself with a lady so young as Georgiana would have. Deciding directness was called for. Elizabeth asked, "What are you planning?" Lydia shrugged. "Nothing I'm willing to spoil by sharing it with you yet." So she most definitely was planning something. Not good news. "I do hope you have not involved Miss Darcy in your plans." Popping up from her seat, Lydia hung one hand off Elizabeth's shoulder.
"Oh, but Lizzie, it was her idea, and a brilliant one it is too. I will not ruin the surprise. But if it were not for her friend, it would not be possible at all, and she never would have written to her friend had I not encouraged her."
The pause Lydia put around Georgiana's friend, and the dreamy look in her sister's half-closed eyelids sent shivers through Elizabeth's body. To make matters worse, Miss Darcy poked her head through the open door. Politely greeting Elizabeth, Miss Darcy said,
"Something arrived today, and I would like your opinion, please, Lydia."
With a giggle, Lydia skipped across the room, and the two girls whispered all the way up the stairs. Elizabeth followed them out to the hall, searching for Mrs. Annesley, who was easily found, as she also searched for Elizabeth. Pulling her away from the stairs, Mrs. Annesley whispered, "She had the stable boy bring her the post. I can only assume it is from Mr. Nelson, otherwise there would be no need for her to act secretively." Elizabeth despised secrets. "We need to know who the letter is from." "I will give them a few minutes, then I will wander in their direction on the pretext of borrowing a novel from Miss Darcy. Maybe the letter will still be out, and I can ask casually." "It is as good a plan as any. I will wait in the drawing room so as not to arouse their suspicion." She would pace in front of the fireplace, for Elizabeth could not possibly sit when her nerves flinched all over her body. The wait was excruciating, and the only other worry big enough to distract her from the present only intensified her anxiety. Father. He had suffered a headache, but was now on the mend. So much so he planned to drive his gig into Meryton to ask Mr. Burke what he had in the way of furniture as soon as the rain ceased. An unobjectionable idea on the surface. Elizabeth had been grateful for the change of weather. It had kept father indoors and safe. News of his injury had prevented callers, which had been an added blessing. Until Elizabeth knew who meant father harm, and why they would attack a peaceful gentleman with little in the way of fortune, she could not let her guard down. Mrs. Annesley joined her, closing the door and speaking before reaching Elizabeth's side. "The letter was open when I passed by the door. They clearly did not expect me, for Miss Darcy discreetly folded the letter and put it in her pocket before I could see a name." "Lost," said Elizabeth under her breath, then blushing at her exclamation. "Precisely how I felt. However, I pretended I had seen a name and inquired about the family. Miss Darcy was startled, but she admitted it was a letter from Miss Nelson. The way she emphasized Miss makes me certain it must be from the same Mr. Nelson I saw her send a letter to last week." Elizabeth related everything Lydia had said in the parlour minutes before to Mrs. Annesley. The companion's skin paled. "I hate to think how this will affect Mr. Darcy. He loves his sister very much, and this will surely break his heart. We cannot allow that." Elizabeth did not know how she would manage it, but she would follow both father and Miss Darcy to protect them from harm, if it came to that. "Has he heard from his man?" asked Mrs. Annesley. "No, though he expects an answer any moment. His man was instructed to send a reply by messenger, as time is of the essence." The clock chimed the hour. William would call soon. There was a knock on the drawing-room door, bringing an end to their discussion. Father entered the room, Chloe on his heels.
"You may inform Mr. Darcy that I have taken my medicine like a good patient today. He need not waste his time on me."
Chloe pounced on the toe of his shoe, gnawing at it until father reached down to pick her up.
"I shall buy a set of slippers just for you to chew, young lady. Then perhaps you will leave mine alone,"
he said, patting down the tuft of hair between Chloe's ears. She answered by licking his chin and wiggling against his chest.
"As stubborn as my Lydia you are," he said,
as he departed from the room. "He has no idea," Elizabeth muttered. Chapter 17. Darcy tucked the message inside his waistcoat pocket. It was not the best news, but it could be worse. He had read it so many times, he had memorized the contents. The skies had cleared enough, the dampness had finally dried out of his greatcoat, and he did not have to ride hunched over to protect himself from the rain. He met Mr. Hurst on his way to Longbourn, an unpleasant encounter for both men, although Darcy took pride in how well he hid it in comparison to Mr. Hurst, whose complexion deepened to a startling degree. Darcy greeted him.
"I have been out for some time, and am on my way home,"
Mr. Hurst answered gruffly, turning his horse away from Longbourn and toward Netherfield Park.
"Good day to you, Mr. Darcy,"
he said over his shoulder, departing as quickly as he had appeared. Perhaps it was the chill in the air or the exercise, but Darcy credited Mr. Hurst's ruddy tone to frustration. That he wished to speak with Mr. Bennet about a matter of a confidential nature grew apparent with every disrupted attempt by Mr. Hurst to call on Mr. Bennet without observers. Mr. Hurst had revealed nothing at the picnic the week before. Until Darcy knew who intended to harm Mr. Bennet, it was best to keep callers to a minimum. Handing his stallion over to the stable boy, the boy said,
"If you please, Mr. Darcy, I have the information about which you inquired."
The boy puffed out his chest importantly and held out his hand. Insolent fellow. Pressing the promised coin into the boy's hand, Darcy waited for him to speak.
"Miss Darcy asked me to check the post."
For which he was undoubtedly paid as well, thought Darcy. The stable boy continued.
"A letter arrived for her today, and I gave it to her, as you instructed. I informed Mrs. Annesley of its arrival."
Well done. Did you recognize the letters I showed you?
The handwriting was nothing like yours. It looked like scratches on the paper, but I did recognize one letter. It was the second big letter you showed me.
Using the toe of his boot, Darcy wrote an unembellished capital N in the ground. Was this the one? With 25 other letters of the alphabet, Darcy prayed the odds would favor a negative answer. Then he would not have cause for concern regarding Georgiana.
"Yes, sir, that was it, or something similar to it."
With a glance at Longbourn's front door, which opened to let out Elizabeth, the boy said,
"Is there anything else you require, sir?"
Tangled in his own thoughts, Darcy dismissed the boy before Elizabeth had reached them. N. for Nelson. The likelihood of it being anyone else was slim, for all the trouble Georgiana went through to keep her correspondence secret. It also matched what Darcy's man had commented about the gentleman's handwriting. No wonder barristers employed law writers. Elizabeth stood closely, her shoulders straight and her chin set. She watched the boy scramble into the stables away from her. "I mean to have a word with that boy later," she said. "He told me what he did," Darcy acknowledged, knowing it would not change Elizabeth's resolve. "From what I saw, he effectively manipulated both sides to earn extra coin. What is worse, he enabled a secret correspondence between a gentleman and an unmarried lady who was a guest in our home. Such deceit ought not be rewarded, and he will do well to learn this while he is yet young, or risk losing his position." She folded her arms, shivering in the cold. Darcy moved upwind, shielding her from the breeze, and offered her his arm. She tugged him to the side of the house, to a pergola held up by bare, twisted wisteria stalks. "It is desolate and dreary now, but this is one of my favorite places in the summer," she began, running her fingers over the vines. Darcy imagined Elizabeth standing in the midst of a myriad of purple blossoms, her silky hair curling around her smiling face, the flecks of gold sparkling brighter than the emeralds dangling from her ears and draped around her arched neck. The image left him breathless. "What?" she asked, looking at him curiously. "You are beautiful," he whispered, reaching up to run a finger through a tendril of hair by her forehead. She leaned into his hand and closed her eyes. When a droplet escaped the corner of her eye and trailed down her cheek, his heart clenched in his chest. Tenderly, he brushed her skin with the tips of his fingers. Her eyes flew open, her eyelashes thick and black with moisture. I apologize, William. While I am often praised for my wit, and have been fortunate enough to possess a pleasant face, I do not recall ever being told I am... She inhaled. Beautiful, he finished for her. He would tell her every day from then on. She nodded, looking down at her hands with a scoff. You must think me vain. I think others blind. Elizabeth looked up, and their eyes met. Arching her brow, she said, You flatter me, sir. May I ask whether these pleasing attentions proceed from the impulse of the moment, or are they the result of previous study? If I wish to compliment you, I will not hold back from it. And you know there exists no other area of study I prefer more than you. I am fully aware there remains much for me to learn, and the passing years will yield many pleasant surprises. He leaned down and brushed his lips over her forehead. 18 days more, and he would kiss her thoroughly. She said raspingly, Only 18 days. Darcy chuckled. The same thought had crossed my mind. Her smile faded, which means we only have 18 days to determine who is against my father, as well as what Mr. Nelson's intentions are toward your sister. It shames me to admit it, but Lydia assured me Miss Darcy would never have written to him without her encouragement. What could she possibly be up to? She chewed on her lip, adding, Whatever it is, it must be big. Lydia talked of being on the front page of the papers. As if they did not already have enough to concern themselves. If Georgiana is responsible for it, as Miss Lydia suggests she is, then we only need to secure her confidence to know their plans. An elopement in the Darcy family would cause enough of a scandal to make the papers. Did Miss Lydia seek to attach herself to Georgiana and effect a double elopement, and thus see her name in writing as well? Anything but that. Surely Miss Lydia was not known for her staggering intellect, but she could not be so foolish as that. Could she? Voicing his concern aloud, Elizabeth said, Whatever it is they are planning, I fear they aim to include each other. Lydia scoffed when I mentioned it, but she may only have done so in an attempt to throw me off her course. I still do not believe her incapable of an elopement. Miss Darcy with Mr. Nelson, and Lydia with some regimental officer. They are stationed in the north, and Gretna Green is not far from the camp. A piece of the puzzle did not fit, and Darcy shared what he had learned from his man about Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson does not seem like the sort of gentleman to act impulsively and irrationally. He is in his final year at the Inns of Court. He is a favourite amongst the senior members, and stands a decent chance at being called to the bar. A move such as this would ruin his future. Is he more interested in your sister's dowry than in practicing his profession? Like Wickham? No. Mr. Nelson is spoken highly of by whomever was asked. Wickham, too, was well liked. True enough. However, this gentleman is respected within his chosen profession as one dedicated to the improvement of the lives of others, especially those less fortunate. He is not known to frequent establishments which would call his moral strength into question. No gambling debts or weakness regarding loose women had been uncovered by Darcy's man, nor the knowledgeable men about town in his employ. If there was dirt to uncover about Mr. Nelson, they would have found it. He sounds like exactly the sort of idealistic romantic with whom a sheltered young lady ought to fall in love. Elizabeth searched his face. How do you feel about her attachment? The thick wisteria stalks felt like a wall against his shoulder as he leaned into them. She is so young, he muttered, running his hand through his hair. Do you approve of Mr. Nelson? There is nothing for me to disapprove of him. He comes from a good family.
Admiral Lord Nelson is his uncle. He paused, breathing deeply to keep his composure.
What is it then? His lower position in society? Elizabeth asked with a twinkle in her eye.
Darcy scoffed at the suggestion, the muscles in his face relaxing at the humour in her tone. He did not need to keep up appearances with her. He did not need to hide his expression.
You understand me well enough to know how little that impresses me. No, what I cannot bear is this secrecy. If they build their love on such a shaky foundation, how can they expect to withstand the tribulations life will thrust at them?
Is that your only objection, other than her young age? Elizabeth asked, stepping closer to him and resting her hand on his arm, lending her support. Darcy hated to admit it, but it was. Had Mr. Nelson been found to be anything but the responsible, upright gentleman he was, the matter would have been easier. He could have forbidden it for the sake of his sister.
I'm afraid so.
Elizabeth stroked his cheeks with her fingers. Spoken as a beloved guardian who wishes nothing but the best for his dearest sister. Therein lies your basis for hope, William. She knows how much you love her, how carefully you protect her. Whatever you decide, it will be for her benefit. She will know it. His heart weighed heavily in his chest. Elizabeth's praise only added to it.
I so badly wish to forbid it. She is too young, and while he stands out amongst his peers, he does not yet practice his profession. He cannot afford to rent more than one room. What makes him believe he could support a wife?
Elizabeth chewed on the corner of her mouth, an adorable habit Darcy knew meant she was deep in thought. I understand what you said earlier about him not seeming to be the type of man to elope. It is too great a risk for him if he is not motivated by money. Her eyes widened as she tilted her head up to meet him, two earnest orbs darkened to a rich coffee brown, swirling with honey. What do you plan to do? She asked, her confidence that he had a plan firming Darcy's resolve.
I must keep Georgiana's trust while delaying her plans. After giving the matter a great deal of thought, I believe it best for me to travel to London and meet with Mr. Nelson. I will determine his intentions and lay the appropriate boundaries. If he is reasonable, I will permit him to court Georgiana openly once she has made her debut, on the understanding they do not act without my permission.
You do not think it best to speak with Miss Darcy first?
Darcy saw the disappointment in her face. She did not want him to leave. Were they married, she could accompany him. The timing is poor, I know. I do not wish to leave you either. However, Georgiana has not given me any hint she is willing to confide in me, nor can I force her confidence. With Mr. Nelson, I will be on more even ground.
When will you leave?
I depart today. I've already spoken to Tanner to request he keep a watchful eye on Mr. Bennet. There is no one I trust more than him. When we have seen to Georgiana's affair, we shall discover what Miss Lydia is plotting and lessen our worries to concentrate fully on your father, although I already suspect two individuals in particular.
Mr. Hurst and Mr. Bilford? I shall not allow them to call while you are away. I've already spoken to the servants.
Precisely those two. I will not be away long, then we will get to the bottom of the matter.
Stepping out from under the wisteria, Elizabeth said, "Come, have some tea and refreshment before you leave. Miss Darcy will be pleased to see you." Darcy had hoped Elizabeth and Georgiana would be past calling each other by their formal address by now. As with all things of late, he would simply have to be patient. If only it were so simple. Chapter 18. Travelling in the dark hours of night, riding his stallion to arrive all the quicker and make himself less of a target to the riffraff prowling the roads, Darcy arrived at his London home. Carriages full of town dwellers, choosing to enjoy the entertainments to be had in the crowded capital instead of the fresh air of their country estates, rambled past as he dismounted and took the steps to the door his butler held open. The hour was too late to call at the Inns of Court, the place where Darcy would find Mr. Nelson. Although he possessed the gentleman's address, Darcy thought it preferable to meet in a neutral location. He was acquainted with many of the judges and would suffer no disadvantage. Rising early the following morning, he wrote a note to Aunt Catherine. He could not very well show himself in London without calling on her. Anne had assured Elizabeth that Aunt was too distracted to pay them any heed, but Darcy would rather see the truth of Anne's assumption for himself. 17 days remained until he could marry Elizabeth, and Darcy would not allow for any interference or delay. If all went well, Darcy would speak with Mr. Nelson and call at the de Bourgh house that same day, leaving him free to return to Meryton the following morning. The sooner the better. Taking his carriage, Darcy made his way to Lincoln's Inn at the time when students were most likely to dine with their mentors, listening to their lectures and deepening their knowledge over tankards of ale and lobster on lettuce. Old Hall was older even than the furniture at Longbourn. A tablet on the north wall dated the structure proudly in the 5th year of King Henry VII. The hall hummed with hushed voices, deep in conversation, and the clatter of forks against plates. 2 large windows illuminated the crowd spread throughout the otherwise dark room, enclosed by ornate woodwork on either end, portraits of esteemed members hanging on the papered wall opposite the windows, and topped with a vaulted ceiling covered in heavy plaster. After making a few discreet inquiries, Darcy learned Mr. Nelson had only recently departed. Nobody seemed to know where he had gone. Frustrated, Darcy turned to leave when he heard a hearty guffaw near one of the windows. Turning on his heels, Darcy looked across the room to see none other than Lord Havisham enjoying an energetic conversation with 2 judges. The elderly gentleman noticed him and waved Darcy over to join their table. Smacking Darcy on the back, Lord Havisham performed introductions and asked,
"What brings you to London, young man? I thought to see you with a handsome lady on your arm by now."
The judges, who looked to be of the same age as Lord Havisham, leaned in to better listen like 2 old gossips. Lord Havisham chuckled.
"Do not mind them, Darcy. They only require a bit of entertainment after languishing in the courts, overseeing one drab hearing after another."
The judges, one tall and thin and the other short and plump, looked at each other and nodded. The round one said,
"Quite right, Harvey."
The thin one said,
"It is why we enjoy Harvey's visit. He always has something diverting in which to involve us."
Lord Havisham grinned.
"Do not say too much, my friend."
Jutting his chin in Darcy's direction, he added,
"Mr. Darcy is her nephew, and I will not have him spoil my plans for the world. He despises disguise."
The 2 judges pursed their lips and nodded, covering their mouths to hide their merriment. Darcy did not know which emotion to favour, worry or approval, and so he squelched them both and asked dryly, "What plans?"
"Not so fast. I will answer your questions, and even allow you to participate in my scheme if you choose. But first you must answer mine. Where is your lovely Miss Elizabeth? I assume she is not yet Mrs. Darcy, or else she would have found a way to join you here."
To his friends, he added,
"She is an exceptional young lady with a sharp mind, a quick wit, and the finest mischievous eyes in the country."
The way the judges brightened at Lord Havisham's flattering and entirely truthful description of Elizabeth made Darcy determined to keep her away from the old hounds.
"Close your mouths, sirs. You look like drooling dogs, and it does not suit you," said Lord Havisham plainly.
Finally given opportunity to answer the question posed, Darcy said, "Mr. Bennet has exercised his rights as a father and insisted we wait a short time more." Lord Havisham harumphed. "Favourite daughter, eh? I dare say he shall be lonely when she departs from Longbourn. Pemberley is far." "There is that, and while it tries my patience, there have been strange goings-on at Longbourn to merit the delay." Darcy told his companions about Mr. Bennet's unexplained ailments and accidents, his trouble with his steward, and the strange actions of a certain neighbour residing at Netherfield Park. All three gentlemen leaned back in their chairs and tugged their side whiskers in thoughtful unison. "She will not want to leave her father if she feels he is in danger. You do not believe it a scheme of his to keep her close? Mr. Bennet is as clever as his daughter," suggested Lord Havisham. "It is what we initially thought. Even Mr. Bennet suggested as much, being unwilling to accept his suspicions." Lord Havisham pressed his chin against his chest. "I see. You had best find out who's responsible soon, lest your wedding day be delayed further. Is that what brings you here?" "Not exactly. I am looking for a gentleman by the name of Nelson. I was told he studies here." "Nelson, you say?" said the skinny judge. "A fine fellow, although he suffers from delusions of a philanthropic nature. He will make a fine barrister, but I fear he aims to help the unfortunate who cannot afford a proper defence." The rotund judge clicked his tongue. "He will never make a fortune." Lord Havisham growled at them. "You are jaded. There is nothing wrong for a man to have ideals, and use his position to raise up those who have been brought low. You are one to complain. If we had ideals such as Mr. Nelson, we would not assist you in your scheme against an old flame," grumbled the portly judge. Happy to turn the subject away from Mr. Nelson, for fear Lord Havisham would sense Darcy's reason for inquiring about the gentleman, Darcy asked, "And what exactly are you plotting against my aunt?" Lord Havisham clasped his rough hands together on top of the table and leaned forward. "It is a beauty, mind you. I never would have done it had Cathy not acted against my son. She can say what she will against me, and I will not retaliate. She has no power over me to warrant a reaction. However, she has decided my son is a charlatan, and is doing everything she can to make him miserable because Miss de Bourgh has taken a liking to Henry, and he for her." It was as Darcy had suspected. Aunt Catherine had jilted the third son of an earl to seek a man with fortune and position in society. If Anne fell in love with the third son of an earl, Aunt Catherine would do what she must to prevent an attachment, especially when the gentleman involved was Lord Havisham's son. "And so you have engaged in battle?" Darcy commented. Lord Havisham grinned and rubbed his hands together, clearly enjoying himself. "I may have inherited a title, but I am nothing more than an old soldier, and I never back down from a fight." Aunt Catherine had better brace herself. He continued, "It is time Cathy learned to put others' interests before her own and allow her daughter to marry whom she chooses, as well as her nephew." He nodded to the judges. "Which is why I have enlisted the help of these gentlemen." "What is this plan of yours, and how can I help?" asked Darcy. Darcy followed Mr. Nelson from one end of town to the other, and everywhere he was told the same. He had only just missed seeing the gentleman. He would have to try to find him at the inns on the morrow. Returning to Darcy House, An invitation to dine with his aunt and his cousin awaited him. Darcy tapped the invitation against the palm of his hand. It would be the perfect opportunity to begin the first phase of Lord Havisham's plan, in which Darcy now played an essential role. Elizabeth would take delight in it, and he could hardly wait to tell her every detail. If it brought them all to reconciliation, Aunt Catherine included, the end would justify the means. A stack of correspondence awaited him, but Darcy sat at the desk in his study, pondering and swirling the brandy in his glass. He missed Elizabeth. She would have enchanted the judges, and he had no doubt she could have improved Lord Havisham's plan, excellent though it was. Meeting with Mr. Nelson proved more difficult than he'd hoped it would be. But Darcy now had Lord Havisham's assistance to keep Aunt Catherine occupied. He was often in her company, and not much happened in her household of which Lord Havisham was unaware. He was a firm believer in keeping his friends close and his enemies closer. All things considered, it felt good to have another ally. Dressing for dinner, Darcy chose to walk the short distance to his aunt's home. Looking up at the sky, mottled with clouds and chimney smoke, Darcy longed for the open spaces at Pemberley. He hoped Elizabeth would not want to remain long in London, but he would not deny her an evening at the theatre. The dinner party was small, consisting only of Aunt Catherine, Anne, and himself, leaving Darcy to conclude it had been done purposefully.
"Have you come to your senses yet, Darcy?" Aunt greeted him.
"Fully. Miss Elizabeth has that effect on me," he goaded. Anne smiled at his retort. She looked different. The shadows which had circled her eyes were gone, and a pink flush covered her rounded cheeks. Her frame, which had always seemed sickly and gaunt, was different, as was her hair. Darcy could not identify the changes specifically. He would leave that for Elizabeth to notice when they next saw his cousin. But there was no denying that Anne looked healthier and much happier than he could recall ever seeing her. "You are looking well, cousin," he said.
"Well enough to marry,"
Aunt Catherine pointed out tactlessly. "So you approve of the match, then? That is quick work, Anne, and I congratulate you. Mr. Hammond is a fine gentleman and an excellent doctor." Darcy kept his eyes trained on Anne's face, which twitched in her effort not to laugh, while he saw Aunt Catherine out of the corner of his eye. As red as the velvet covering the chairs in her front parlour, she huffed.
"You deliberately misunderstand me. I do not welcome the mention of that man in my house."
Was she blind? Astonished at her stubborn pride, Darcy asked, "Can you not see how improved Anne is under Dr. Hammond's care? Rather than forbid him in your home, you ought to show your gratitude by welcoming him." Anne sighed and stared into the fire, as if already bored with the exchange soon to occur.
"Welcome such a man? Did you know he studied at the university's Faculty of Medicine in Edinburgh?"
"That is one of the finest medical schools. What does that signify?" Aunt Catherine raised her nose.
"He could not even study under the best tutors England has to offer. He had to go to Scotland for his education."
"He chose to go there, Mother. You assume he had no choice, and that simply is not true," defended Anne. With a scoff, Aunt Catherine attacked a gentleman who was not present to defend himself.
"Is he so inept? He had to look inside his own country to validate his little pastime."
"You call his treatments, which are being proved not only by science, but by the many patients who have benefited from his methods, a pastime? I do not know why I even bothered to return home to dine with you, if I am only to bear insults against a man who has been kind to me."
"He is only kind to you because I pay him handsomely. Your treatments are not free,"
countered Aunt Catherine. Anne rose to her feet, only the tremor in her voice betraying her emotion.
You would criticize him for denying you the air he breathes. I will not bear it any longer, mother. I love him and I aim to marry him.
Darcy raised his hands to clap, but thought better of it when he saw how Aunt Catherine shook in rage.
You would bring scandal to our house by encouraging a man so far inferior to you?
Need I remind you who his father is? I hardly think a son of an earl is beneath me, nor should you, knowing of their history.
Anne crossed her arms and raised her chin, exhibiting the same stubborn streak her mother displayed. It was a pleasing sight to behold.
He is nothing more than a charlatan grubbing for money. He stands to benefit from a connection with our exalted household, much more than you could ever benefit from his attentions. We would be the talk of the town, and you know how I despise their gossip. I will not have it, Anne. I forbid it.
It was the precise opportunity Darcy sought, and he took it. Motioning for Anne to sit, he said, "What is more scandalous, Aunt? For Anne to find happiness with a humble doctor?" Aunt interrupted his protest, but Darcy pressed on. "Or for your own interference to cause one of the best families to welcome a thief into their home at your recommendation." Her mouth remained open, but no words poured forth. Anne asked in a hushed voice, her eyes wide,
Which family?
"Unfortunately, I am not at liberty to say," Darcy began. Aunt Catherine's spine stiffened, and her tall coiffure shook as she spoke.
Not at liberty. Someone has slandered my name, and you will not tell me who my enemy is, so I may defend myself.
"As you allow Mr. Hammond to defend himself before your attacks?" "No, Aunt. Earlier this afternoon I met with a judge who inquired about you." Aunt Catherine blanched. "Apparently your tendency to make recommendations on whom others should employ, insisting you know better than they do, has led to the pilfering of silver from a highly respected family." Speaking through clenched teeth, Aunt said,
I am an excellent judge of character. I would never recommend a thief. Who dares imply I would do such a thing?
Darcy raised his eyebrows. "The judge did not give any names outside of yours. If you wish to know who plans to take you to trial, you will have to find out for yourself." There it was. He had filled his role, he hoped, to satisfaction.
Trial? But it will be all over the papers, Aunt exclaimed. Those haughty gossips would love nothing better than to see my name trodden in the mire.
Her eyes narrowed, and a calculated calm settled over her as panic turned to purpose. Darcy was relieved to see it. Lord Havisham had been correct about her. Like him, Aunt Catherine was a soldier, and she would not back down before the battle before her. She would call at every influential family's home in London until she found out who was responsible for the vicious rumour, until her inquiries led her to Lord Havisham. Chapter 19. Mr. Nelson was a busy man, scurrying all over London to hospitals, debtors' prisons, and clubs where the more influential barristers could be found. Everywhere Darcy followed him, he was spoken of kindly. The families he took an interest in praised his insights and use of connections to assist them until such a time as he could defend them properly. The barristers and judges, while they for the most part did not share in or understand Mr. Nelson's ambitions, praised his dedication to his chosen profession. Darcy had not yet met the man, and already he was inclined to like him. It must have been Elizabeth's influence over him, for Darcy was never inclined to like anybody at first sight, or sight unseen, as in the present case. And yet try as he might, Darcy could not conjure one injurious thought against Mr. Nelson, so long as he did not attempt an elopement with Georgiana or insist on a secret courtship. Had Darcy not experienced for himself how a good woman changed a man, making him do things he would not otherwise do, he would have discredited the idea that a responsible man establishing himself in his career would attach himself to one so young. But he knew better. He had changed. For Elizabeth. And Georgiana was mature for her years, or so he liked to believe. She shared some of the same ideals Mr. Nelson did. Maybe for him, Georgiana was as much a breath of fresh air as Elizabeth was to Darcy. If not for this blasted secrecy. Coming as close to despair as he allowed himself to feel, Darcy rode back to Lincoln's Inn, where the nurse at the hospital had said Mr. Nelson had returned. Darcy hoped so. If he had to stay away from Elizabeth for one more day, he would go mad. He needed to see her, to ensure Mr. Bennet was safe. The roly-poly judge was present and joined Darcy at the entryway of the old hall.
"The gentleman you inquired about yesterday is here. I will present you."
Pausing mid-step, the old judge asked under his breath,
"Were you able to effect our little plan?"
"I did," Darcy answered.
"She suspects nothing?"
"No, and I do not think she will until our purpose has been accomplished." The judge nodded.
"For her sake, I hope she learns her lesson. I was there that night, you know."
Darcy looked at him questioningly.
"The night she jilted Havisham,"
explained the judge.
"She broke his heart, but it was for the best. I dare say she has suffered more for it over the years than he has."
"Let us all hope that this will prevent her from inflicting unneeded suffering on my cousin and Mr. Hammond." The judge chuckled.
"Oh, it should, at least temporarily."
Looking around them and lowering his voice, he added,
"I mean to cross her path on the morrow when she rides her carriage in Hyde Park at the fashionable hour. I will give her such a look as to suggest I know what is underfoot."
Darcy almost pitied Aunt Catherine. Almost. She had brought this, and so much more, upon herself. They crossed the room where a young man with light brown hair pored over a pile of papers, a quill in his hand, scratching illegible notes on another sheet of paper to his side. After a couple of attempts, the judge finally caught the gentleman's attention. Rising to his feet, Mr. Nelson nearly met Darcy's height. His shoulders were wide and his limbs sinewy. Not surprising to Darcy, given the man's active manner of spending his day. A strong jaw and set chin suggested a determined nature, while his widened greyish-green eyes and smile openly displayed kindness. It was not the look of a man accustomed to keeping secrets. The judge found a reason to excuse himself discreetly after making the introductions, to which Darcy was grateful. He would not speak of his sister in the public hall, lest he inadvertently cast doubt on Georgiana's reputation. Not having the bored elderly man there to poke his nose into Darcy's business with Mr. Nelson would make the conversation easier. "Please join me if you would, Mr. Darcy." Mr. Nelson extended his hand to the seat beside his. "I only have one more annotation to make before I forget it, and I can give you my full attention." He finished making his note before Darcy had pulled his chair forward. Closing the lid to the inkwell and resting the quill against it, Mr. Nelson tidied the papers before him. "Please, tell me how I may be of assistance to you, sir. It is not often a gentleman of the higher circles seeks my company." Appreciating his directness, Darcy answered in kind. "I am here on behalf of a young lady. Her family is concerned about her future and does not like the secrecy with which she and the gentleman with whom she has been corresponding have acted." Corresponding, courting, scheming. Darcy watched Mr. Nelson intently for his reaction. Mr. Nelson swallowed hard and coloured slightly. I see. I apologize if my actions have displeased the family of the young lady in any way, and will seek to be of assistance however you feel best. I despise secrets, but they are common in my profession. He tugged his cravat away from his neck, but he never looked away from Darcy. While his embarrassment at having his behaviour laid bare was evident, his sincerity in making amends was equally obvious. A group of students, more interested in socializing than learning, sat on the other end of their table. Mr. Nelson collected his papers, placing them inside a leather portfolio. We cannot discuss the matter here. You are welcome to call at Darcy House this evening, but I must leave for Hertfordshire at first light on the morrow. The young lady in question awaits. Mr. Nelson scooted forward in his chair, his manners agitated. She is as near as Hertfordshire? I find it odd you appear not to have known as much, said Darcy. Had Mr. Nelson not addressed his last letter to Georgiana in Meryton? His face colouring again, Mr. Nelson said, Perhaps the young lady's family wishes to consider another, more capable man to see to her. I am both honoured and humbled you felt compelled to approach me, but I am left to conclude that my efforts are insufficient, and a lady in her situation deserves nothing but the best after suffering so greatly at the hand of another. Darcy hid his surprise. Georgiana had spoken of Wickham to the man before him. She must trust him a great deal to expose her greatest shame at the risk of losing his affection. And yet, he had not cast her aside. If this loyalty to Georgiana was already so strong as to overlook her error and love her still, Darcy would not be the one responsible for breaking her heart yet again, when she did not feel she could confide in her older brother. Had he been away too long? Had Mr. Nelson stepped in where he had lacked? That remains to be seen, Mr. Nelson, he said cautiously, studying the gentleman. Would you be willing to travel to Meryton? Darcy asked, moved by an instinct which told him it was the right course. I will do anything to further the interests of the young lady. Name the day, and I will be there, Mr. Nelson replied, without a second of a doubt. Good. I will make the arrangements at the inn where we shall meet with the lady in question, and speak freely about the matter 2 days hence. Does that suit you? That would give Darcy time enough to consult with Tanner, ensure Mr. Bennet's good health, and tell Elizabeth everything he had learned since arriving in London. There was a great deal to relate to her. Yes, thank you, Mr. Darcy. He stood as Darcy did. Until Saturday, then, Mr. Nelson, Darcy said with a bow. He needed to leave. He had kept his emotions in check remarkably well. He had been firm without cutting off Georgiana's hopes. If Mr. Nelson loved her, he would be willing to wait for her. He would establish himself in his profession and only propose when he was capable of providing for Georgiana's needs, and she had matured enough to see to his. The energy Darcy had restrained flowed through his body, making his knuckles itch and his limbs restless. It was time to pay Gentleman Jackson a brief call. Bang! Elizabeth's heart leapt into her chest. Where was father? Bang! Running to the study, she saw him peering out of his window, a book clutched in his hand. Where is that dreadful noise coming from, Lizzie? I can see nothing through the window. It is too late in the day and the sound is too close for hunting, he observed, moving over to the window on the other side of his immense bookshelf. She joined him, relieved he was safe. The past 2 days had been excruciating. Every bump and scraping noise had sent her pulse racing. Every exclamation had her holding her breath. Nothing had happened in the safety of Longbourn, but father was restless, as was she, as was everyone in their household. Thomas brought an armful of wood in to revive the fire.
"Good afternoon, Mr. Bennet, Miss Elizabeth," he greeted.
Pulling his spectacles down, Father asked,
"It was a peaceful afternoon before that infernal racket began. Do you know from whence the shots proceeded?"
Standing up and brushing his hands, Thomas shook his head.
"It comes from the other side of the barn, sir. Mr. Collins acquired a pistol and asked me to help him set up a target for him to practice."
Mr. Collins had a pistol? How terrifying! Elizabeth shook her head along with Thomas, at a loss for words. Father pinched the top of his nose and squinted his eyes.
"That is rather disturbing news," he voiced aloud.
Thomas nodded in agreement, but dared not say anything against a guest in their home.
"Did Mr. Collins give a reason for this madness? It is rather unusual for a clergyman to carry a weapon," asked Father. "His intentions are good, sir. Of that I feel leave to reassure you."
"Mr. Collins's intentions are always good," Elizabeth mumbled. Father retorted,
"Especially if you ask him."
Thomas continued,
"He spoke in a roundabout way of the passage where King David defended his sheep against a bear. It was my understanding he means to protect you, sir."
Father laughed.
"Protect me? Did you see if he is any better with that weapon than he is with a hunting rifle?"
Looking at Elizabeth, he added,
"I suppose that is one way to discourage Mr. Hurst from calling."
Thomas shuffled his feet, answering hesitantly.
"He nearly shot the tip of his boot when I showed him how to fire the pistol. Jumped back as quickly as the shot sounded, he did, and it was a good thing, too."
Elizabeth closed her eyes and sighed. How could she cajole the pistol away from Mr. Collins before he shot someone, or himself, by accident? Mr. Bennet stepped away from the window.
"Thank you, Thomas. Perhaps you had best alert the servants to remain indoors for the time being. Nightfall is descending upon us, and Mr. Collins will not be able to continue for much longer."
Once Thomas had gone, Father added,
"And then we shall see about hiding his gunpowder."
Chapter 20. The night passed without incident, for which Elizabeth was grateful. Yawning and stretching, she washed and dressed, making her way downstairs in the quiet calm of dawn while the rest of the residents at Longbourn slept. She saw Father reading his newspaper in the breakfast room. His bottle of tonic sat beside his half-empty coffee cup, a clean spoon beside it. Father reached for his steaming cup, raising it to Elizabeth as she sat beside him.
"I owe you my everlasting gratitude, my dear. There are few things I enjoy in life more than an intriguing book, a thoughtful debate, and a hot cup of coffee to chase away the fog in my brain."
"I noticed you have yet to take your tonic. Make sure you do so, or I will suggest to Mrs. Hill that she slip it into your coffee, as she did before." Father's face scrunched up in distaste.
"That is a horrible suggestion, and I will prevent it by drinking this vile liquid with you as my witness."
Pouring the medicine into the spoon and pinching his nose, he swallowed. Pounding his chest and clearing his throat, he gladly accepted the refilled coffee with sugar Elizabeth handed him. Smacking his lips together, he said,
"Delicious,"
sarcastically. Elizabeth laughed with him. "That was very brave, Papa." Father's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Resting one hand on top of hers, he said,
"I know I complain, but I will do what I must not to bring any more hardship on my girls. Losing one parent is enough. I will not deny you the other."
"For which I am eternally grateful to you. It will be bad enough living so far away.
I cannot imagine how I would manage if you were truly gone." Her eyes burned, and she blinked rapidly.
"I will visit often, my girl, and I know I need not remind you that Longbourn will always welcome you and your new family."
He patted her hand and took another sip of coffee. Her new family. She and Miss Darcy had resided under the same roof for a fortnight, and they were no closer to befriending each other than they had been on the first day they had met. William's delay in London added to Elizabeth's anxiety. How would he forgive her if Lydia had involved his sister in a foolish plan?
"Speaking of Mr. Darcy, when is he expected to return? I had thought he would be back by now."
So had she. "I suspect he will return today, though I do not know for certain."
I know you would prefer for me to remain indoors until we know for certain whether my life is in danger or not."
"Papa, the ladder was cut." He raised a finger.
"But that does not mean someone wishes to kill me. I only suffered a bump on the head and a few bruises."
"People have died from injuries to the head." He tapped his finger against his forehead.
But you see, that is where I have an advantage. I appear to have an extraordinarily hard head."
"This is not a laughing matter, Papa. Even Mr. Collins was concerned enough to get a pistol. What if your enemy meets us with greater success next time?"
"You think there will be a next time?" he asked.
"I do not doubt it." Her gut felt it. Her mind deduced it was not only possible, but likely. Father sighed.
"I cannot live my days in fear, trapped inside my own home, Lizzie. I need to breathe fresh air and feel the sun on my face, if it deems to make an appearance today."
He was not the only one to long for freedom beyond the walls. For the past week, Elizabeth had forgone her morning walks in order to keep him indoors. Not only her body missed the activity, but her mind did as well. Without the clarity her morning strolls through the fields brought Elizabeth, her worries had multiplied, until she could imagine how Mother had often felt when she complained about her nerves. Elizabeth did not go so far as to carry a bottle of smelling salts and tie a fan around her wrist with a ribbon, but it was tempting. Finishing his cup and setting it beside the folded newspaper, Father said,
"I aim to take my gig into Meryton this morning, a quick drive into the village to the haberdashery, where Mr. Burke has a room of furniture I wish to purchase for Longbourn, and a quick ride back. Nothing more. The ladder may have had some help in collapsing, but I do not know if the same is true of my dining-room chair. I would rather not have a guest fall to the floor when it is in my power to prevent it."
Elizabeth wanted to object, to insist he wait. She heard a creak on the steps. Their household was awakening. "Straight there and back? And you will always stand where you are easily seen by the villagers? I could go with you."
"No," Father interrupted. "You should spend some time with Miss Darcy. I notice how she prefers Lydia's company, and it concerns me. I believe it would concern Mr. Darcy, too."
Father had no idea. Nor would Elizabeth enlighten him just then. He had greater concerns.
"Do not fear for me, Lizzie. If I feel the need for protection, I will invite Mr. Collins and his flintlock pistol along."
That was not reassuring in the least. Meryton was within view, and Darcy went over his plan in his mind once again. He would go to the inn where Lawrence would await him with a change of clothes and a sharp razor to tend to the rough hair covering his chin. Elizabeth liked the smell of the soap he used. Then he would call at Longbourn. Or maybe he would encounter Elizabeth walking in the fields. He pulled out his pocket watch. It was late for her normal stroll, but he did not lose anything in trying. The distance was not great. Riding through Meryton, Darcy appreciated the quiet of country life in comparison to the hustle and bustle of town. It was what he loved about Pemberley. His heart longed for his home. 15 days more would bring him that much closer. As soon as Elizabeth gave the word, they could go home. After passing the last of the thatched houses speckled along the edge of the village, Darcy continued down the road leading to Longbourn, his eyes scanning over the fields on either side of him for a nimble figure strolling gracefully through the grass, the loose ribbons of her bonnet fluttering in the breeze, and her hem inches damp with dew. Her eyes would be bright with the exercise, and her cheeks pink, the same colour of the petals on Darcy's favourite rosebush, visible from his bedchamber window. Lost in his daydreams, he startled when a sharp crack pierced through the quiet. Holding his horse steady and noting how the stallion's ears pressed back against his head, a sure sign of danger ahead, Darcy pushed forward, his heart thumping against his ribs. Only a pistol could make that noise, and it had come from the direction of Longbourn. Darcy heard the pounding hooves and jingling harnesses before he saw the conveyance. A man shouted from his gig, holding the reins, which did nothing to slow his horses, his white hair flurrying wildly about him. Mr. Bennet. Loosening his hold on the reins, Darcy spurred his stallion forward. He had to reach the horses before Mr. Bennet lost his seat. If he fell, if that gig reached Meryton— "Hi-yah!" shouted Darcy, demanding more speed from his mount. Darcy surged forward, his eyes focusing on the horse nearest him. If he could whip around quickly enough, he could overtake them and grab the panicked horse's noseband. Nearly there, only seconds more. The gig shook, and Darcy was close enough now to see the panic on Mr. Bennet's face. Darcy watched in horror as one of the wheels fell into a rut, sending the conveyance careening to the side. The horses pulled against their loose harnesses, trying to escape from the uneven burden behind them, but the rut was deep and the ground rushed up on one side of the gig, while the opposite wheels spun in the air. Mr. Bennet, rein still in hand, lurched wildly to the side, hitting the packed dirt beside the road hard as the horses pulled the gig out of the rut, gaining speed on the level dirt, heading straight for the village. Mr. Bennet would have to wait. With a final push, Darcy spun his horse around, leaned over, and grabbed whatever bits of leather and mane he could grasp while tapping the sides of his stallion, lest the runaway horses pull him off the saddle. The first homes leading into Meryton passed, and Darcy shouted for people to clear the path. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw them scurrying away, spreading his warning to their neighbours. The horses slowed their pace. They were at the edge of the village when Darcy saw Tanner running toward him. He held his hands out in front of him as he approached, grabbing the noseband of the horse opposite Darcy and digging his heels into the ground, slowing the jittery horses to a walk. Darcy had never seen anybody do anything so foolish in his life, but he was not about to take Tanner to pains for it then. As dangerous as running towards spooked horses had been, Tanner was unharmed, and the horses were under control, and Darcy could lose no more time in returning to Mr. Bennet. The stable manager and the blacksmith left their shops to join them. Darcy could not stay around. "Tanner, I have to see to Mr. Bennet. He fell. Send the surgeons and a cart." Without waiting for an answer, he turned and raced down the road to Mr. Bennet. "Dear Lord, please let him be alive." Down the lane, past where Mr. Bennet's figure lay unmoving, Darcy saw Mr. Collins running toward him, one hand clutching his ribs, and with a remarkable limp. He would have to run the rest of the way, for Darcy would not leave Mr. Bennet's side once he reached him. Dismounting before stopping completely, Darcy rushed to Mr. Bennet, careful his horse did not trample the gentleman. Mr. Bennet did not move. "Mr. Bennet," Darcy called, kneeling beside him. Darcy's pulse thundered in his ears so loudly, he feared he would not hear an answer. "Mr. Bennet," he repeated. A groan. Darcy's breath shook in relief. He was alive. "Are you able to move?" he asked. Another groan. Mr. Bennet lay splayed out over the dirt, face down. "We really must stop meeting this way, Mr. Bennet," Darcy said, in an effort to lighten the dread he felt.
"I agree fully,"
Mr. Bennet said, tilting his head. "I have to determine the extent of your injuries, sir. I will move you with the utmost caution." Holding Mr. Bennet's shoulder and hip, Darcy slowly and gently turned him to his side, ready to stop should the man complain. It was not until he lowered him to his back that Mr. Bennet shrieked in pain, his knuckles turning white as he tightened his hold on the reins he still held.
"My leg!"
Mr. Collins had reached them. He stooped over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He attempted to speak, but only wheezes proceeded from his mouth. Mr. Bennet's whole body shook. Taking off his greatcoat, Darcy covered him with it, tucking the fabric tightly around Mr. Bennet and making the gentleman as comfortable as possible until the surgeon and cot arrived. "That was quite a fall you suffered," Darcy said, speaking whatever came to mind, knowing he had to keep Mr. Bennet alert. "Can you feel any pain besides your leg?"
"The reins,"
answered Mr. Bennet.
"Cut."
His terror-stricken eyes settled on Darcy. Placing his hands on Mr. Bennet's shoulder, he tried to soothe the gentleman. Struggling until he freed his arm from Darcy's coat, Mr. Bennet clutched Darcy's arm.
"Someone attempted to kill me."
Finally, Mr. Collins spoke, voicing the words circling in Darcy's mind.
"There is another murderer about."
Chapter 21. Elizabeth flew down the road, her feet pounding against the dirt in time to the racing of her heart. She had heard the shot. When she saw William bent over her father's still form, she cried out. William was beside her before she could blink, the tears blurring her vision away. Swallowing her within his arms, he kissed the top of her head and said the words she needed to hear. "He is alive, Elizabeth. He will be well. The surgeon is on his way. He is alive." She collapsed into his arms, and he held her. Allowing herself a brief moment of solace, her senses calmed by his warmth, she caught her breath. The prickly stubble covering his chin rubbed over her forehead when she looked up at him and shifted her weight to her own feet. Without uttering a word, he knew her need. Tucking her arm into his, sharing his strength with her, they joined Father and Mr. Collins. She bent down, settling into the ground by Father's head. William sat behind her, close enough to keep her back warm. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple, and she shivered. She had left the house too suddenly to don a wrap. William shifted, but she did not take her eyes off her father. The streaks of dirt smudged across his face lent the only colour to his pallid cheeks. She wiped at his face tenderly, accepting William's handkerchief when he offered it to her. Father's spectacles lay beside him, the glass shattered and the wires mangled.
"Lizzie, you will catch your death of cold,"
Father said, his voice weak and raspy. He pulled at the greatcoat tucked around his shoulders, and she knew he meant to give it to her. "There is no need for either of you to fall ill." Darcy dropped his coat over Elizabeth's shoulders. The soft velvet, still warm from the heat of his body, enveloped her, and she soaked up the comfort it offered. Father, his hand still free, reached up to take her hand by his face. Looking at her intensely, he said,
"You must leave this place. I give my permission for you to marry. Today, if you can manage it."
Elizabeth saw the veins in his eyes as father whitened them, looking wildly between her and William. He further implored,
"Take her away, Mr. Darcy. Protect my girl. Had she been with me—"
Tears poured down father's temples, and Elizabeth wiped them away. Her stomach wrenched, and her chest hurt to see how he worried for her when he was so vulnerable and weak. As if she could leave him in such a state. This was most certainly not an act. She was ashamed to think she had once thought him capable of such treachery. She looked up at William, her turmoil reflected in his eyes. Leaning forward against her, William rested his hand on father's shoulder and said calmly, "First, let us see to your health. Then we will discuss our future." Father shook his head, groaning as he did.
"I am unable to protect Lizzie, to protect Miss Darcy, should another attack occur. I can no longer choose to ignore the obvious."
Elizabeth placed her hands on either side of his face, but he did not calm until he heard William.
"Mr. Bennet, I promise to protect Elizabeth and all whom she holds dear. I will stand guard in front of Longbourn if I must. But it would be cruel for me to take your daughter away when she knows you to be in danger. Rest assured, Mr. Bennet, I will find out who is responsible for this, and I will prevent the menace from harming you again. As surely as I live and breathe, I will see justice done for my family."
His family? Elizabeth looked away from father to William. Did he realize what he had just said? Granted, they were betrothed, but his easy acceptance of not only her, but her family as well, was balm to her soul. Father relaxed.
"Stay with us at Longbourn, Mr. Darcy. Do what I am unable to do. Keep your promise. Keep our families safe."
William's eyes narrowed, his focus intent on one object only. His jaw clenched and squared, determination evidenced in every tense muscle on his frame.
"I swear it."
"And I will help you,"
said Mr. Collins, waving his pistol in the air. William's sharp voice pounced on Mr. Collins.
"Put that blasted thing away before you hurt anyone else."
Mr. Collins had sense enough not to attempt to defend himself, choosing instead to sulk nearby in silence until the clatter of a cart sounded in the distance.
"The surgeon and Mr. Tanner are coming,"
he said, in as pleasant of a tone as a man so recently chastised could utter. William rose to his feet and waited for them to pull the cart near father, standing between the wheels and father's limp body like a protective wall. Elizabeth took strength in her overflowing love for him. They would make it through this trial as they had made it through the many other adversities they had already faced. The surgeon examined father. Elizabeth pressed her knuckles against her lips, praying father suffered no grave injury. He looked so frail. It felt as if an eternity had passed when the surgeon finally declared,
"You are one fortunate man, Mr. Bennet. You could have met your death today. Remember that when you rebel at another day in bed, for you, sir, will be restricted to that area for several weeks. Your leg appears to be broken, but aside from that, you will be as right as rain in a few months, provided there is no infection and the bone heals as it should."
Elizabeth breathed deeply. Once again, father came out of a lethal situation with his life intact. She felt the full gravity of his predicament as the men brought a plank of wood over, resting it on the ground beside him. He may not be so fortunate next time.
"Take a deep breath, Mr. Bennet. This may hurt a bit," said Tanner.
Father chuckled weakly, no doubt his relief at being declared mostly healthy improving his spirits.
Thank goodness I have a hard head. Eh, Lizzie?
Elizabeth smiled, kissing him on the forehead. Thank goodness for that, she whispered to him, holding his hand and her breath when he squeezed it and shouted in pain. The nerves stabbing up her arm could be nothing in comparison to what he felt, so she bit her tongue and climbed into the cart beside him. William tied his horse, who'd been grazing nearby, to the back of the cart and sat on the other side of father, his eyes roving over their surroundings watchfully. He took his promise seriously, as Elizabeth knew he would. Mrs. Hill barked orders like a general commanding the troops of her household. She sent for water to be boiled, for clean bedclothes to be laid out, for Thomas to split wood and a splint to be made, and for Betsy to rip a sheet down its length for strips of cloth for the surgeon's use. Lydia wailed when she saw father laying helplessly on the wooden plank carried by the men. They grunted, and William reached out to stabilize the plank when Lydia threw herself over father's chest, soaking his dirty neckcloth and coat with her tears.
Lydia, love, do not cry over me. I will heal, he muttered, patting her hair. So great was her distress, she did not complain about him disturbing her curls or hairpins. Chloe yelped and jumped beside Lydia, her paws reaching for father. When the gentleman carried father into his bedchamber upstairs, Chloe followed. When they rested him on his bed, she climbed onto his mattress and curled up beside him, glaring and baring her teeth at anyone who dared attempt to remove her. Lydia cheered at the sight. Like a proud mother, she said,
"Look how clever my Chloe is. She will be Papa's nurse. Have no fear, Papa. Chloe will watch over you, and I shall read the gossip columns from the newspaper aloud. We shall criticize and poke fun at whomever we wish, and take comfort in our laughter. You cannot feel unwell when you are laughing. It is impossible."
Elizabeth wrapped her arm around Lydia. For all her silliness, it was touching to hear her plan for nursing father back to health. Elizabeth held no illusions it would last for more than a day, maybe 2, but it was a kind, unselfish thought. The surgeon asked everyone to leave, excepting father's manservant. Once father was changed and his legs seen to, they could return, though he warned them that his first matter of business was to have father drink laudanum tea. He would likely spend the rest of the day sleeping. The rush of emotions drained through Elizabeth as she stepped out of his room. Father was home. He was safe, and he would recover. Taking a deep breath and bolstering her strength, she prepared her mind for the bigger problem looming. The problem they must solve before father's unknown enemy could make another attack. Father's enemy? What could anybody possibly have against father? Mrs. Annesley and Miss Darcy stood in the hall outside their rooms. That was another problem. How could Elizabeth possibly give Miss Darcy any attention at all when her mind was distracted with more vital matters? Miss Darcy approached her, shocking Elizabeth when she took both of her hands between hers and held them.
"I am sorry for your tragedy," she said softly. "I am at your disposal if you require anything at all. I should like very much to lighten your burden, Miss Elizabeth. Please, tell me how I may help."
Elizabeth squeezed her hands and smiled at the timid girl, wishing they enjoyed sufficient intimacy to justify an embrace. "Thank you. What I need most now is my family and friends to be near." Miss Darcy looked at her brother, her eyebrows arching in question. "Mr. Bennet wishes for me to stay at Longbourn to offer the household more protection," William answered. "You cannot do it alone, Darcy," said Tanner. "We do not know who is responsible for this, and until we do, Mr. Bennet, and by extension, all at Longbourn, are vulnerable."
Let us go to the drawing-room. We have much to discuss.
William stood to the side of the stairs to allow the ladies to pass.
I will stay with father and Chloe,
said Lydia, taking her nursing duties seriously.
Lizzie, you will tell me everything later.
I will leave no detail out. Thank you, Lydia. Elizabeth could not remember another time when she had felt as grateful to Lydia as she felt at that moment. William held out his hand, and Elizabeth took it, clinging tightly to his side as they followed the procession leading into the drawing-room. Elizabeth sat next to the fire, William flanking her on the other side. As warm as she ought to have been, she could not prevent the chill from shaking through her body. Longbourn, the home which had always provided stability and security, no longer felt safe. Chapter 22. Mr. Tanner crossed his arms and glared at Mr. Collins.
I suggest we begin with an account of what happened prior to Mr. Bennet's accident.
Mr. Collins squirmed in his seat, his corset creaking louder than the chair on which he sat. Perhaps you would be more comfortable if you removed the pistol from your person, Mr. Collins, suggested Mrs. Annesley. Your willingness to defend your relatives is admirable, sir. However, I am certain you have drawn the reasonable conclusion that the weapon would be of more use to someone with more experience handling it. She held out her hand with a pleasant smile. Mr. Collins stood, removing the pistol from the back of his pantaloons. His excitement to be rid of the thing so great, he tossed it at Mrs. Annesley. Calm, Mr. Collins. Even when a weapon is unloaded, it must always be treated with the utmost respect. Mrs. Annesley flicked open a metal piece at the top of the pistol and cleaned it out with her handkerchief before laying the pistol on the table between her and Mr. Tanner. Elizabeth did not know much about firearms, father never having been much of a hunter, and there being no brothers in the house to take up the activity. But she knew enough to realize that Mrs. Annesley had cleaned the pan where the gunpowder went, leaving nothing to ignite a spark and cause more harm than it had already done. Mr. Collins remained standing as if on trial.
Thank you for your delicacy, Mrs. Annesley. I am a man of peace, as befits my profession, and as such it does not suit me to carry a weapon of destruction, though I flatter myself at the astounding improvement in my aim after only one afternoon of practice.
Mr. Tanner, not so delicate in manners as Mrs. Annesley, said,
By all appearances, Mr. Collins, you shot the floorboard of your cousin's gig to pieces, sending the horses into a panic and endangering many lives. Do you care to explain how that happened?
His face burning red, Mr. Collins said,
Mr. Bennet expressed his desire to drive into Meryton in order to replace the chairs in his dining room in addition to the ladder and chair in his study. Mr. Burke at the haberdashery had received some fine pieces from an estate in London a few weeks ago. I went along to offer my protection and to convince Mr. Bennet to acquire the side table of rosewood. The carvings along the trim are exquisitely done and would give credit to my cousin's superior taste.
Mr. Collins, we are not interested in a detailed description of the furniture, interrupted Mr. Tanner. Why did you carry a loaded pistol in your drawers? And worse, why did you shoot it?
Elizabeth gritted her teeth in disdain. Mr. Collins looked to his left, where Mrs. Annesley and Miss Darcy sat.
Mr. Tanner, he whispered, I hardly think it is appropriate to bring my unmentionables into discussion when there are ladies present. I do not wish to offend their delicacy."
Raising one eyebrow, Mr. Tanner asked the ladies present, "Are your delicacies offended?" Once father was recovered, Elizabeth would appreciate the humour of the present discussion. As it was, she was in too grave a mood to smile or come up with a witty retort. Mrs. Annesley answered, "While the subject of certain garments are hardly considered an appropriate topic at any time among mixed company, I understand the intent behind the mention of them. Mr. Collins, you are a man given to many words, as befits one accustomed to the creation and delivery of sermons. However, your talents would best be appreciated in your parish church. Here, with the pressing matters before us, brevity is best."
"Amen,"
said Mr. Tanner, with a salute to the companion. Mr. Collins's vanity thus consoled, and Mr. Tanner's impatience thus upheld, the verbose clergyman finally, thank the Lord, got to the point.
"I had tucked the pistol away, but it jabbed me in the ribs. It is a rather bulky weapon,"
he added as an aside, then quickly returned to a concise narrative of his account with one glare from Mr. Tanner.
"I apologize. Due to the discomfort of the pistol being where it was, I determined to remove it and set it on the seat between myself and Mr. Bennet. That was when I, quite by accident, pulled the trigger."
Mr. Collins bowed his head and clasped his hands in front of him. William, who had been quietly observing everyone in the room, asked, "Why did you travel with a loaded pistol?"
"Though my skills have improved dramatically with the weapon in a remarkably short time, I require more practice in loading it. My slowness could have cost Mr. Bennet his life were his unknown adversary to come upon us during the drive into the village. Considering the circumstances, I felt it best to be prepared."
Elizabeth could think of no one else in her acquaintance who would attempt to rationalize such a foolish decision. If Mr. Collins asked for permission to wed Mary, Elizabeth sincerely hoped father would refuse. William sighed in annoyance.
"And then what happened?"
"The horses bolted, and I lost my footing when the gig jolted forward. When I saw that Mr. Bennet was unable to calm the horses, I ran after him. By the time I reached him, the gig was gone, and Mr. Bennet lay along the side of the road. It must have been divine intervention which saw you return at that moment, Mr. Darcy. Not surprising, given your connection to Lady Catherine de Bourgh."
Elizabeth nearly choked on the air, she gasped. That Mr. Collins would claim a special connection between God and Lady Catherine went beyond the most preposterous absurdity she had ever heard. William, without pausing for breath, growled, "Lady Catherine's hair certainly reaches imposing heights, but I do not believe she enjoys any more closeness to God than anyone else."
"Did you see anyone about?"
asked Mr. Tanner.
"I saw Mr. Hurst riding away as we left Longbourn's drive to the main road. He seems to enjoy riding around this area. I have seen him several times and greeted him on a couple of instances. However, he never seems pleased to see me. I do not understand why."
Mr. Collins backed up to his chair, his ruddy face scrunched in thought. Elizabeth thought of several reasons why a gentleman may not wish to see Mr. Collins, especially after today. Had the horses not bolted at the sound of his pistol shot, father may have managed to arrive in Meryton unharmed. Mr. Tanner strode into the hall, exchanged a word with Thomas, and returned with the reins in his hands. He held them up so everyone could see the straight line where the leather had been cut. The horses bolting when they did was unfortunate, but I think we can all conclude it was an unfortunate accident. This, on the other hand, was done on purpose. Who could have gained access to the rig after the horses had been harnessed?
Could it not have been done beforehand?
Inquired Mr. Collins, adding,
Anyone could have gone into the stables.
No member of the stable staff would fail to notice the reins had been tampered with. He would have changed them and taken the matter up with Mr. Bennet. Mr. Tanner looked to Elizabeth for confirmation. It is true. With the age of our conveyances, our stable hands are accustomed to looking for needed repairs. In fact, they only recently did so with our carriage. The damaged reins would not have escaped their notice. She had seen the carriage sent to the blacksmith's too often to doubt the veracity of her statement.
I saw something,
said Miss Darcy, causing a silence to settle over them. The anticipation in the room intensified as every eye rested on her. Elizabeth held her breath. Could it be this easy? Would they apprehend the criminal this same day?
As you know, my bedchamber overlooks the stables on this end of the house, she began. I saw a man I have often seen riding over the estate during my outings go inside the stables as the gig was being readied. I cannot recall his name, but he was pointed out to me as the steward of Longbourn.
Mr. Bilford. Chapter 23. Elizabeth insisted on joining Darcy and Tanner for their interview with Mr. Bilford. Darcy had learned by now he could not keep her away when her chin set at a determined angle and a certain keen focus darkened her golden brown eyes. Before the surgeon had departed from Longbourn, they had unanimously decided the safest measure was to allow others to doubt Mr. Bennet's true state of health. He would not die, but if someone wished to kill him, it was best to let the person believe he was in greater danger. The surgeon agreed with the plan, should any of the villagers inquire after Mr. Bennet. If the individual who meant him harm was made to think he may never recover, it would buy them precious time. Time enough to discover his identity. Mr. Bilford was shown into the parlour, where he was received by Darcy, Tanner, and Elizabeth. His confident step slowed the closer he came, his eyes darting between them. "You sent for me?" he asked. "Please have a seat," Darcy answered, watching while Mr. Bilford looked about him for another chair, then reluctantly took the only one available to him, the chair directly opposite Darcy. Glancing over his shoulder at the door, Mr. Bilford asked, "Where's Mr. Bennet?" "He suffered an accident," answered Elizabeth. Darcy studied Mr. Bilford. His mouth fell open and his eyes enlarged. After a moment during which he visibly composed himself enough to speak, he said, "I'm sorry, miss. I hope the accident was not serious." Elizabeth sighed. "I fear he may never recover." Mr. Bilford dropped into the chair, his mouth agape as if the air had been knocked out of his lungs. I hardly know what to say. My sincerest condolences. If I can be of any assistance, I would consider it an honor to help the family of a gentleman who has been kind to me." Too kind, thought Darcy, but he said nothing aloud. It would not be the best strategy to put Mr. Bilford on the defensive when they needed straight answers. And so far, the steward's reactions implied nothing but surprise at the news given him. If it was an act, they would see through his facade soon enough. "Thank you, Mr. Belford," Elizabeth said, continuing. "The nature of his accident is questionable, and we seek your opinion." The steward's dark eyebrows gathered together. "Questionable, you say?" "We believe someone seeks to harm Mr. Bennet, kill him even," said Tanner, crossing his arms in front of his chest and watching Mr. Belford as intently as Darcy did. "Who would want to harm Mr. Bennet? There is no gentleman more agreeable in all of Hertfordshire." "And yet I have heard you cross words with him," Elizabeth said coolly. Darcy sighed. So much for level conversation. Darcy implored her to stop with a look, but she was too intent on Mr. Belford, the man she had clearly already judged guilty in her own mind, to pay him any heed. The steward stiffened. "Mr. Bennet and I do not always see eye to eye. That is to be expected." "What is not expected is for a man who claims to deal with him honestly to—" Darcy clamped his mouth shut in the vain hope Elizabeth would follow suit. He ought to have known she was too involved, her emotions too raw, to see the advantage of Mr. Belford's cooperation. "Steal money, which should have gone to the betterment of the estate for his own gain." Mr. Belford's face turned beet red. "And what do you know, miss? You ought not to involve yourself in the business of men. Mr. Bennet is not so ignorant of the condition of his estate to require the assistance of a maiden who would judge the matter without the knowledge a man in his position possesses." Darcy held his hand up before Elizabeth could let the insult on the tip of her tongue fly. She would only regret it later. Perhaps. "The purpose of this meeting is not to make accusations, Mr. Belford." Mr. Belford folded his arms defensively and scoffed. Continuing, Darcy said, "Nor is it your place to assess the capabilities of the daughter of your master. Given the tragedy which has befallen Mr. Bennet today, I trust you will act with more sensibility and discretion during our interview." He heard Elizabeth breathe out, her shoulders dropping as she forced herself to relax. She nodded to him, communicating with a gesture that she would not provoke Mr. Belford any further. Darcy waited for an apology. Mr. Belford may be the land steward, a position of respect for sure, but he was still in the employ of Mr. Bennet. He had crossed the line of acceptable behaviour by insulting Elizabeth, and such an attitude could not be tolerated. Mr. Belford glared at Elizabeth, his mouth twisted shut. She raised her chin and met his malicious stare levelly. While pride surged through Darcy at her indomitable firmness, he did not like the obstinate tightness in Mr. Belford's jaw, nor the haughty disdain evidenced in his eyes. He would speak to Mr. Bennet soon. Mr. Belford was not fit to continue as long-born steward, and the sooner Mr. Bennet released him, the better. There would be no apology, Darcy now knew. And so he continued his questioning. "Do you recall seeing anyone in or around the stables this morning before Mr. Bennet drove his gig into Meryton?" he asked. Mr. Belford, his arms still folded tightly over his chest and his complexion a deep red, considered his three questioners. "Why should I answer? It is as plain as day. You've already determined I am the one to have acted against Mr. Bennet. Or what if I tell you I was at the stable this morning? In fact, I was the one to help harness the horses." Addressing Tanner, he said, "Will you hang me for that, constable?" Tanner's eyebrows arched, the only sign of expression on his stern face. "I am not interested in seeing an honest man hang, Mr. Belford.
I merely seek to determine if you are, indeed, as honourable as you wish us to believe. Did you cut the reins? No, and they were not cut when they passed through my hands. I would swear as much in the court, he answered defiantly. Everything about Mr. Bilford's manners judged him guilty. His blatant admissions and the pride with which he declared his involvement, the cold glint in his glare, and the hard set of his chin. Darcy believed him fully capable of causing harm to Mr. Bennet if he wished it. But it was too easy. Was there anyone else in the stables? He asked. Mr. Bilford scoffed. Even if I told you, it would not change your minds. Elizabeth flinched forward. You did see someone else. Who was it? With a sneer, he said, A gentleman. How about that? Will you cast the blame on a man who must earn his living by the sweat of his brow to spare a man who has never seen a day's work? Who did you see? Tanner rumbled. Mr. Hurst.
Mr. Hurst has been acting strangely of late. But what could he possibly stand to gain from hurting father? Elizabeth asked. The strain in her voice and the worry in her countenance strengthened Darcy's resolve. He would find the fiend who dared wrinkle her brow, to cause a frown where there should be smiles and laughter. She, Darcy, and Tanner had remained in the parlour after Mr. Bilford departed. The air was heavy, though several minutes had passed. Tanner rose to his feet, pacing about the room.
That is the missing piece. Motive. Several people have had the opportunity and the means to cause Mr. Bennet harm. If we assume his recent illnesses have been a result of poison, which I am not disinclined to believe, his so-called accidents could have been arranged by anyone who has called at Longbourn or otherwise has access to the home. After today's incident, it is clear someone means to do away with your father. But why? Why would anybody want to kill Mr. Bennet? What is the motive? Until we can converse with Mr. Hurst, we must include him in our list of suspects. I think it wise to keep a watch on Mr. Bilford as well, said Darcy.
Elizabeth rubbed her hands together and moved closer to the fire. He has a motive. Did you see how angry he became when I questioned his honesty?
How could we not? I wish you had not challenged him. If he is willing to kill Mr. Bennet to keep his dishonesty secret, he may hold no qualms in harming you, too.
Darcy's chest squeezed at the thought. The lovable imp reached for the fire iron, wrapping her fingers around its handle and wielding it like a sword. I shall have to carry this with me, then. Take care not to walk the halls at night, William. I would regret it very much if I were to mistake you for the villain. He rubbed his hand where she had, months ago, sunk her sharp teeth when they had been trapped in Bingley's library.
You have weapons enough in your arsenal. When we go to Pemberley, I shall take delight in giving you fencing lessons.
I can hardly wait, she said, stepping toward him.
The flickering flames of the fire could not compete with the fireworks she lit within him. Tanner, playing the part of the boorish older brother annoyingly well, cleared his throat and spoiled the moment. Some investigators you are. The murderer could walk past you and ask for the time, and neither of you would notice.
Darcy stepped back, and Elizabeth replaced the fire iron on its stand. Tanner was right. They could afford no distractions.
The sooner we solve this mystery and leave for Pemberley, the better, Darcy said.
A scowl covered Tanner's face. Waving his arm in riddance, he stalked out of the parlour, nearly trampling over Mrs. Annesley on his way out to the hall. Mrs. Annesley unpeeled herself from where she had pressed against the frame of the door. "What has happened?" she asked, looking down the hall, where she no doubt saw Tanner's retreating figure. Darcy shrugged his shoulders. Were all older brothers this agitating as Tanner? Elizabeth placed her hand on Darcy's arm. "He will be sad to have you gone. You're his family." Frustration welled up in Darcy's chest. If he were not so stubborn, he would accept my invitations to stay at Pemberley. A mischievous spark twinkled in Elizabeth's eye. "A family trait?" Mrs. Annesley joined them. "He refuses to visit Pemberley?" she inquired. Darcy ran his hand through his hair. "He has the foolish notion he would bring ostracism on the Darcy name." "Really?" said Mrs. Annesley. "He would protect that which has been denied him, his family, the Darcy name?" She contemplated for some time before adding, "Would he not deem to accept your invitation for Miss Darcy's sake? She will miss him very much as he will miss you." "Especially for her sake. He thinks he would ruin her chance of making a good match when the time comes." Speaking of which, he had much to relate to Elizabeth once he spoke with Mr. Hurst. His mixed thoughts swelled in his mind, bringing forth one clear idea. "Of course, that is why Tanner has been unbearable." Elizabeth shook her head in pity and raised her hand to his cheek. "I doubt Mr. Tanner fully understands his heart yet. But imagine what he must feel. He has just begun to know you as a brother and a friend. And he loves Miss Darcy with the blind devotion of a love-starved man who does not believe himself worthy of her notice," added Mrs. Annesley. "You insist on including him in your family, something which he has craved since infancy. And now you talk of leaving." Elizabeth lowered her hand to rest with her palm spread over his heart. "If he wants to be part of a family so badly, why is he surly of late? It is his own stupid stubbornness keeping him apart, when we would welcome him," Darcy argued. "Loneliness, the threat of it at least, makes him gruff. We must think of a way to reassure him he is no longer alone." Elizabeth trailed her fingers down his arm to lace her fingers between his, leaving his nerves on point. She would be the death of him before they could marry. 15 days. Mrs. Annesley smiled but said nothing. Elizabeth turned to stand beside him, facing the companion with a sly grin illuminating her face. "Perhaps Mr. Tanner requires another reason to visit Pemberley?" "Perhaps," Mrs. Annesley said, her lackluster eyes coming to life. Darcy recognized the transformation. Elizabeth had done the same for him. He shook his head in hesitant belief and wonder. Never could two more opposite people exist than Tanner and Mrs. Annesley. But Darcy would not interfere. If his brother could find half as much happiness as he had found with Elizabeth, he would not prevent the match for the world. And if it convinced Tanner to be their guest at Pemberley and bring the motley family together. Darcy raised Elizabeth's hand and brushed his lips over her fingers, his heart brimming so full it ached. And it was all her doing. She had brought him to Meryton. She had given him a reason to stay. She had extended her protective loyalty to his family, whether they wanted it, or deserved it, or not. "Whatever happens, we will come out stronger for it.
I thank God every day for bringing you into my life. I did not realize how empty I was until you made me whole."
She raised herself up to her tiptoes, clutching his lapel, and kissed his cheek. "I love you too, William."
15 days. Chapter 24. Elizabeth could not sleep. Wrapping a shawl around her shoulders, she slipped out of her room, walking down the hall where Father's manservant stood watch at Father's open bedchamber door. "He rests," he said in a whisper. Peeking past him, Elizabeth saw the rise and fall of Father's chest in the soft glow of the candles she held up. Unable to return to her bed, where her thoughts would keep her awake and restless, Elizabeth padded down the stairs to Father's bookroom. Turning the corner at the bottom of the steps, her feet slowed as a long shadow fell across the worn carpet spread down the hall. She'd only been teasing about carrying the fire iron with her, but now she wished she had something in her hand other than the limp corner of her shawl and a half-burned candle. Stepping so lightly her footsteps could not be heard, she crept to the edge of the door and was startled out of her wits when a tall, dark figure appeared in the doorway. Clamping a hand over her mouth, he pulled her into his embrace. "You were not entirely teasing when you threatened to brandish the fire iron around the house, were you?" William said, his breath tickling her ear. It did nothing to calm the racing of her heart, but the panic subsided. She giggled. "If only you know how, only moments ago, I considered running to the parlor to fetch it." He rubbed his head. "I'm grateful you did not. With everything going on, I need my wits about me. How is your father?"
"He's resting." She slipped past him, curling up in Father's creaky leather chair behind the ink-stain-covered desk.
"Good. I wrote to Bingley and will send the letter by messenger in the morning. I would have sent it tonight, but I suspect you might want to send a letter to your sisters."
"You know me well. Jane and Kitty would want to know what is happening with Father. If something were to befall him, something worse, they would never forgive themselves for being away. Even Mary seriously considered returning to Longbourn to help." Tears prickled her eyes at the thought. It had been bad enough seeing Father broken and battered, laying along the side of the road.
Elizabeth could not imagine how she would feel to lose her only living parent. Her stomach twisted. Best not to imagine it at all. "There is no reason to believe we cannot keep him safe," William reassured her in the steady certainty she most needed to hear. "The servants, aside from guarding his room, are rotating a watch around the house at all hours. Tanner asked a reliable young man to follow Mr. Bilford should he attempt to step foot near your home uninvited. And Mrs. Hurst informed me that Mr. Hurst is away in London. Tanner and his workers are on the lookout for his return and have promised to notify us immediately."
Elizabeth sighed. "How convenient he should disappear when we most need to talk to him. Do you believe him capable of violence?" She had not thought it possible, but she had learned firsthand how people did things they would not normally do when driven by desperation. And what was murder, if not a desperate act? William sat in the chair she usually occupied, the one in the corner between bookshelves, an arm's length from Father's desk.
"When I asked my man in town to make inquiries about Mr. Nelson, I also made mention of Mr. Hurst. I expect his report soon."
He leaned forward, reaching his hands forward with his palms up. Dropping her bare feet to the floor, Elizabeth placed her palms on top of his. The heat from his hands spread up her arms, chasing the chill away with a shiver. "You are warm." Lacing his fingers between hers, He turned their joined hands to kiss her fingers. She tried to keep her senses about her, but he seemed determined to scramble them beyond coherent thought. What else? He hummed, the stubble of his chin scratching deliciously against the inside of her wrist. What had she meant to ask? Try as she might, she could not remember. A sharp knock on the door startled her so that she bolted upright. William dropped her hand, attempting to adjust the neckcloth he did not wear, and contenting himself by fastening the button at his collar instead.
"Oh, Mr. Darcy, Miss Elizabeth,"
acknowledged Mrs. Hill with a curt nod of her cap-topped head.
"I heard voices and came to inspect. Oh, with the threat against Mr. Bennet, we are all on alert."
William, who looked very much like a boy caught in the pantry, replied, "I'm relieved to hear it." Pursing her lips disapprovingly, Mrs. Hill cleared her throat and continued.
"You are known as an honourable gentleman, Mr. Darcy. I hope you live up to your reputation during your time as our guest."
Elizabeth's face burned. There was no mistaking her meaning. Mrs. Hill had seen them, and she was setting the boundaries. Boundaries which blurred the closer the day of their wedding drew. William's composed mask was firmly in place, but Elizabeth saw him wince. It was so subtle, she was certain Mrs. Hill did not see it, but Elizabeth did, and she knew he was chastising himself. For Mrs. Hill to call his character into question was to guarantee his conduct would be as upright at all times as if they stood in the middle of the parish church. Drat it all. Elizabeth sighed, clutching her hands to her chest before the sensation of his touch escaped from her grasp. "I apologize, Mrs. Hill. I will not disappoint the expectations of this household, nor place Miss Elizabeth in a compromising situation of my doing until we are properly wed. You have my word." 15 days could not pass quickly enough, and if Jane returned earlier than planned, they may marry sooner. Elizabeth warmed to the thought, only to have reality cool her like a draught blowing through a damp room. She could not possibly leave father until she knew he was no longer in danger. And that was not all. Miss Darcy and her secret correspondence with Mr. Nelson, Lydia and her mysterious plan involving Miss Darcy, and the front page of the newspaper, Mr. Tanner's determination to remain behind and lonely. Elizabeth suspected Mrs. Annesley might provide the perfect solution to that particular difficulty, but feelings, if indeed there were hearts involved, could not be rushed. Elizabeth could not manipulate others to suit her own reduced schedule, but she could take the frustration and longing she felt for William's touch and use it for her family and friends' benefit. Then she could leave Meryton with a light heart when their time did finally come. Mrs. Hill and William, having come to an accord, spoke in hushed tones. Elizabeth had been so embroiled in her own thoughts, she had not paid them much attention until now. A tray with a light repast appeared, carried in by the maid. Evidently Mrs. Hill did not trust William and her enough to fetch it from the kitchen. Wise woman. If she were being completely honest, Elizabeth did not fully trust herself with William either, and after the promise he had made, she could not tempt him until it was her right to do so. She loved him too much to make him question his values were he to break a promise. He would never forgive himself.
"Thank you, Betsy,"
Mrs. Hill said, dismissing the maid. William stopped her. "Miss Betsy, there are only 2 cups on this tray. Please be so kind as to bring another for Mrs. Hill." The housekeeper's dimples could be seen even in the dim candle light of the room. While they waited for her teacup to be brought, William said, "You remind me of the housekeeper at Pemberley.
Mrs. Reynolds has been with my family for as long as you have been with the Bennets. She guided me through many difficult times, just as you support and watch over the young ladies at Longbourn."
Mrs. Hill's hand shook as she accepted the teacup from Betsy. Setting it on her lap, she said softly, "They are my family, Mr. Darcy. I have adopted these girls into my heart, as surely as if they were mine. Mrs. Bennet, too. I miss her a great deal." She wiped her cheek and sniffed. Elizabeth reached across the desk, and the old woman clutched her hand.
"You should be planning your wedding, not chasing after another murderer."
Mrs. Hill patted her hand before releasing it. Lifting her cup to the desk, she poured it full of the steaming amber liquid.
"I dread the thought of any further harm befalling Mr. Bennet. Strange things have been happening."
William asked before Elizabeth could.
"What do you mean by strange things?"
Mrs. Hill kept silent for a moment, visibly ordering her thoughts before she spoke them aloud.
"It is more of a sensation than a fact, which is why I have said nothing before now. About a week ago, when I was inspecting the rooms after their cleaning, I sensed a disturbance. It was as if someone had recently passed through the room."
Elizabeth's jaw fell open. She had felt the same in her own bedchamber.
"Which rooms?"
William asked.
"Miss Lizzie's, and the bedchamber currently occupied by Miss Darcy and Mrs. Annesley."
"Was anything missing or out of place to provoke this sensation?" he pressed.
Shaking her head, Mrs. Hill said,
"No, nothing I noticed. I asked the other servants if they had seen anything unusual, but they are of a superstitious mind."
"What do they say?" asked Elizabeth.
"They think you are now paying the price for some dreadfully awful sin committed generations ago by a member of the family."
Anticipating Elizabeth's next question, Mrs. Hill continued,
"What the sin was, they cannot say. I have assured them that in my years of service here, which is a considerable time spanning over 3 generations, I have observed nothing deserving of such a harsh return."
"Thank you for allaying their fears," Elizabeth said. "I, too, felt what you described in my bedchamber. Not a hairbrush or novel was out of place, but I sensed it as if someone had been searching for something in my room."
"When was this?"
William asked. "The night of our dinner party." Mr. Bilford had called earlier that day, and the Hursts had been among their guests. William scowled.
"That does nothing to limit the suspects we already have, nor does it explain a connection to Mr. Bennet. There has to be a motive we are overlooking."
Elizabeth felt his frustration. After some time pondering as a group, Mrs. Hill broke the silence.
"I find I recall to mind what I must when I'm doing mindless tasks or thinking of something quite different. Perhaps a change in subject will help you to rearrange the pieces so they fit into place."
Elizabeth smiled at the housekeeper. "You know that if we dwell on the mystery before us, we shall never return to our beds, and you'll be kept awake all night."
"See how easily you discovered my intent. You have always been clever."
Mrs. Hill laughed. "If only we could solve the conundrum before us so easily," exhaled Elizabeth. Mrs. Hill drained her teacup and stood.
"I realize you have important matters to discuss before the morrow," she said with a raised eyebrow, "and so I will depart. I trust your honor, but not so much as to retire for the night. I will remain nearby."
William waited until she was out of listening range.
"Does she know about Georgiana?"
"I have not told her, but she does know we are taking your sister and Mrs. Annesley into Meryton tomorrow to dine at the inn. She knows me well enough to discern my anxiety." Leaning back in his chair and breathing deeply, William said, "I've been waiting for an opportunity to tell you about Mr. Nelson."
"Is he as disagreeable as I imagine him to be?"
Elizabeth was shocked when William answered, "Not in the least." As he described the gentleman she had been determined to dislike, she found herself wavering between her opinion and admiration. Once again she had been wrong, or so it would appear. William summed up her thoughts perfectly. "I think it best for us to reserve judgment until we can come to know him. If he is untrustworthy, he will soon show it."
"From what you describe, he does not seem to be the sort of gentleman to court a lady before she has come out in society, or agreed to keep their attachment secret."
The man William described was similar to himself in character, and William despised disguise. He would never pursue his own desires at the expense of propriety and decency. "I cannot account for it either, just as I cannot see room for Miss Lydia's involvement. A man such as Mr. Nelson would be the worst fool to elope when he is close to achieving his objective in his profession. All his arduous work would have been for naught, and I cannot imagine my sister respecting a man willing to cast aside his ideals and ability to assist others for a dowry. If she learned anything from Wickham, it was the need to be cautious."
"Do you think he's driven by money?"
"It is the only explanation, and yet I cannot bring myself to believe it." He shook his head. Any further consideration of Mr. Nelson would only result in greater frustration and more unanswered questions. It was time to change the subject.
"What else did you learn in London? Did you visit Anne?" she asked.
William chuckled. "I did visit Anne. She is well and giving a good deal of grief to my aunt." He paused, a lopsided grin and a raised eyebrow taunting her that he did, indeed, have news to share. Just when she thought she would burst with curiosity, he said, "I also saw Lord Havisham."
Elizabeth clasped her hands to her chest. "How delightful! How is he? I suppose he's in London to prevent Lady Catherine from causing his son too much trouble."
"Exactly so, my love. In protecting his son's interests, he has also done us a tremendous favour, as well as assured Anne's continued recovery. My gratitude, and the wish to see my aunt forced to allow a measure of happiness into her own miserable life, made me accept a role in a scheme I would otherwise have refused." She sat up in her chair, tucking her feet under her legs and propping her elbows on top of the desk.
"How unlike you, William."
"It is your influence, I fear. I saw an opportunity to do a good turn, and I could not refuse it, even though it involves a bit of trickery."
"Astonishing!" She had no clue how accurate her exclamation was, until William explained Lord Havisham's plot in detail. It was truly and marvellously astonishing.
Chapter 25. Elizabeth crept into father's room. Lydia snored on the fainting couch Thomas had dragged into the bedchamber the night before for her comfort. Chloe lay with her head propped on father's chest. The pup opened her eyes, but she did not flinch a muscle lest she wake him. The surgeon had said to watch for signs of infection. Gently, while Elizabeth scratched behind Chloe's ears, she felt father's forehead. It was cool. Later in the morning, Elizabeth sat with him while Lydia refreshed herself. Still in a great deal of pain, father drank the bitter laudanum tea she prepared for him. She missed his conversation, but it was important he rest and recover from his injuries. A broken leg, while not instantly fatal, could still heal improperly if great care was not taken. Mr. Collins offered to sit with him after some hours had passed. He wobbled into the room as if every step he took hurt. Elizabeth acquiesced, content father would not be troubled by the clergyman's boring selection of reading material. He would sleep through it, perhaps fall into a deeper slumber at the monotonous narrative. The only one to object to Mr. Collins's presence was Chloe. Lydia was in and out of the bedchamber to ensure her precious pet did not add to Mr. Collins's injuries with a bite mark to his arm, or to gleefully witness said event were it to occur. Lydia's opinion of Mr. Collins was similar to that of Chloe's. After all, he had been under Longbourn's roof for a fortnight, and he had yet to make Lydia an offer. Denying her the honour of refusing his proposal of marriage was a distinction from which she felt he deprived her, and such negligence was not to be borne. Content father was safe. Elizabeth informed Mr. and Mrs. Hill of their exact plans should they need to send an urgent message. They would be away at Mr. Tanner's Inn for 3 hours, not a second more. Any change in father's condition, any unexpected callers or unwanted company, and Thomas would ride the fastest horse in their stable to alert them in Meryton. William, Miss Darcy, and Mrs. Annesley joined Elizabeth in the carriage, every inch of which William had inspected along with the coachman before their departure. One could never be too cautious. The silence and empty smiles amongst their party grew heavier the closer the horses conveyed them to the inn. Miss Darcy chewed on her bottom lip, looking between them and returning their smiles half-heartedly. They had reached the first group of houses at the edge of Meryton when she said, "Please, pardon me for inquiring, but I do not understand why we could not invite my brother to Longbourn instead of us travelling to meet him. Mr. Bennet has been nothing but hospitable, and I am certain he would not object. Surely it would be preferable to leaving Mr. Bennet when we know him to be in danger." William took her hands. "We have arranged a surprise for you, Georgie." Her puzzlement increased. "A surprise? I am not so selfish as to demand to be entertained when Mr. Bennet needs our protection." The tight, forced gaiety cramping Elizabeth's cheeks melted into a sincere smile. "You are kind to think of my father over your own concerns, and I thank you, but we think you'll be pleased with our arrangements." William added, "You may be surprised, astonished even, but I want you to know that your happiness and future are important to us. If you have kept your communications secret out of fear of our displeasure, I assure you, honesty and free speech are far better." Miss Darcy's skin deepened to a notable shade of scarlet. "You discovered my letters?" she whispered. "Yes, Georgie, we did. Why did you feel the need to hide it from me?" She stared down. "I was ashamed. You must think me the most foolish of young women." "Never," William replied softly. When Miss Darcy finally looked up, she fixed her gaze on Elizabeth. "I would not have done it if not for Lydia. She is convinced of the brilliance of her idea, and nothing I have said has convinced her otherwise. Please, understand she means no harm. It is quite innocent, really, even charming." Elizabeth doubted that. From the look on William's face, he also doubted the charm of any plan involving Lydia. "We are here," said Mrs. Annesley, tugging on her gloves and straightening Miss Darcy's bonnet ribbons. Mr. Tanner led them to his best private room. Unseeing to their comfort, particularly that of Miss Darcy's, he departed from the room to attend to his other guests dining in the tap-room. Miss Darcy asked, "Was Tanner not to join us?" "Perhaps later," replied William. Moments after, Mr. Tanner returned with a handsome young man who entered the room eagerly. William introduced Elizabeth and Mrs. Annesley to Mr. Nelson, he, obviously, being already acquainted with Miss Darcy. He was pleasant to look upon, with light brown hair and eyes that changed colour from brown to green to grey at the slightest movement. He possessed the strong, wiry figure of a man of action who was known to skip a few meals. Mr. Nelson looked at Miss Darcy, his eyes full of questions, but William invited them to sit at the table where Mrs. Molly scurried about, setting their plates. The beef stew and fresh bread at the inn were the best to be had in the entire village. "I want to thank you for inviting me, Mr. Darcy." With a nod at Miss Darcy, Mr. Nelson added, "The lady's family will be pleased to know she is well. If I may be so direct, how fares the babe?" Miss Darcy's eyes bulged. "Babe?" Mr. Nelson coloured. "I apologize. My happiness in finally finding you has made me too bold." "I do not have a babe. I am not married," said Miss Darcy, placing a hand on her agitated brother's hand. "Of course not." Mr. Nelson squirmed in his seat. "Your circumstances are safe with me, and your family wishes for me to assure you of their steadfast support. Miss Pembroke, they want you to return home. They want to care for your needs and those of their grandchild," he implored to a stunned audience. Elizabeth gaped at William, who asked, "Who is Miss Pembroke? Are you not Mr. Michael Nelson, the gentleman who has been corresponding with my sister in secret?" Mr. Nelson's jaw dropped. "I would never court a lady I was not proud of courting openly, nor would I ever agree to give cause for her family to doubt my honour or intentions by hiding my regard." Miss Darcy's giggle broke through the tension surrounding the table. Both of her hands covered her mouth, but even her eyes smiled. William cleared his throat and shifted in his seat. "Clearly, there has been a mistake." Miss Darcy chortled. "I should say so," gaining complete control of her person, for she was a Darcy, after all. She added, "Mr. Nelson, I surmise that you and my brother had goals quite distinct from each other when you last conversed. Please tell us how that came about, and perhaps we may help you find Miss Pembroke. She sounds as if she needs assistance." "You are Miss Darcy?" Mr. Nelson said, his face burning red at his realization. "My sincerest apologies, miss. I did not know you. Far be it from me to bring up such a delicate subject in your hearing." "But it has been said, and I want to help. Who is Miss Pembroke? And why did you think my brother could lead you to her?" Mr. Nelson looked around the table, unwilling to share his story before the ladies. William noticed and said, "Mr. Nelson, I am intrigued at the connection you made between me and the lady for whom you search. If you believe it within my power to find her, I would never turn my back on a lady in distress." With a nod, Mr. Nelson said, "Miss Pembroke is the daughter of a wealthy merchant. She ran away with a man who deceived her into believing he loved her. As soon as he found out she was with child, he left her." Miss Darcy gasped. "That is awful. What sort of fiend would act so deplorably?" Mr. Nelson frowned. "It is worse. The man did not have the decency to give his real name to the lady. She knew him as Daniel Howard. His real name is one you'll recognize. He grew up on your family's estate." Elizabeth clasped Miss Darcy's hand under the table. She knew what he would say. "Mr. George Wickham." Miss Darcy said in a voice as fierce as the pressure with which she squeezed Elizabeth's hand, "We will help her, will we not, brother?" William's face hardened at the mention of his old foe.
Wickham was no longer a threat to anyone, but his sins would continue to reap suffering for others. "When was the last time Miss Pembroke was seen?" he asked, his search already begun. "In London. We can only guess Mr. Wickham used an alias in order to conceal his numerous debts from Mr. Pembroke. Miss Pembroke had a sizable dowry, to which Mr. Wickham sought to gain possession. Unfortunately, Mr. Pembroke discovered his real identity and called him out. He forbid him from seeing his daughter and cut off all association with Mr. Wickham. That same evening, Miss Pembroke disappeared. A month later, they received a letter from her. The paper was riddled with water stains and difficult to read, but they understood she was with child and desolate. However, before they could reach her, she had disappeared again. They have been looking for her ever since."
She must be using an assumed name if they are unable to find her. If she is willing to renounce her own identity, her shame must be great indeed, said Mrs. Annesley, adding, "Assuming a healthy birth, how old would her child be?"
"Perhaps 3 months. Her family minds not the shame. They only wish to see her and protect her."
Elizabeth counted back in her mind. This would have been done before Wickham's attempt to elope with Miss Darcy.
What a scoundrel! With the way Miss Darcy continued to grip her hand, Elizabeth deduced that she, too, had drawn the same conclusion. William asked what had been done to find Miss Pembroke, making a few suggestions which Mr. Nelson took note of gratefully. Extricating her hand before she lost all feeling in her fingers, Elizabeth whispered to Miss Darcy, "We have much to discuss."
"Yes, but please, not with William present, I beg you. It will be uncomfortable enough to admit what I have done to you and Mrs. Annesley."
"Does it involve Lydia?" Miss Darcy nodded her head with wide eyes. No words of affirmation were needed. "Dear Lord, what is that girl scheming?" Elizabeth mumbled to herself, then looked cautiously at William, who was still deep in conversation with Mr. Nelson. Elizabeth took a bite of her stew, hoping the gentleman would follow suit. She understood now why Mr. Nelson was so thin, if his work distracted him from taking in nourishment. William took her hint, buttering his bread and offering the dish to Mr. Nelson. Spreading the knife over the chunk of bread in his hand, Mr. Nelson said, "You understand the source of my confusion, but I admit I am curious to know why you sought me out in town, Mr. Darcy. I will admit to feeling flattered, but I do not pride myself you did so out of regard for me or any talents I might possess." William immediately looked at his sister. She still had a secret she had not yet revealed, and far be it from him to force her to speak of it before their small crowd.
"I think I can offer an explanation, Mr. Nelson," said Miss Darcy, with a smile at William. "It is, I believe, the fault of poor handwriting and mistaken identities."
Mr. Nelson sighed. "My hand is infamously sloppy. When I become a barrister, I shall have to employ a law writer."
Miss Darcy grinned. "A dear friend I went to finishing school with suffers from the same problem. You share her surname, sir. Perhaps you are related to Miss Michaela Nelson?"
Mrs. Annesley stifled a groan, as did Elizabeth. Shaking his head, Mr. Nelson answered, "No, though it is not an uncommon surname. I do not recall ever meeting a young lady named Michaela."
"For sure it is not common. She is the 5th in a long line of daughters. Her parents were so determined she would be a boy, they merely added an A to Michael when they discovered they had borne yet another female."
Elizabeth wanted to slap her own forehead. How foolish they had been to jump to conclusions. She really must learn not to be so quick to act on her assumptions. Would she never learn? Of course, the knowledge that William and Mrs. Annesley had been equally fooled eased her guilt. Mr. Nelson bellowed a throaty laugh. I will have to thank my mother and father for bestowing upon me such a worthy name. Who would have thought it would have made my introduction into your society possible? I am forever honoured and grateful."
William raised his glass. "To new friends," Miss Darcy added. "To indecipherable letters." Elizabeth raised her glass. "To non-existent engagements." Mrs. Annesley said, "To restored trust." "Amen to that," thought Elizabeth. An hour later, Mr. Nelson departed to pursue his search for the Pembrokes' missing daughter. Wishing him success, Elizabeth, Miss Darcy, Mrs. Annesley, and William decided it best to return earlier than they had planned to Longbourn. Before Mrs. Molly had fetched their coats and wraps, Mr. Tanner joined them. Looking worriedly at Miss Darcy, he said,
"Is the young gentleman worthy?"
He smashed his fist into his open hand. Miss Darcy looped her hand through his arm, hugging him to her side. "I fear for the gentleman who would face my brothers to ask for permission to court me," she said, resting her golden head against his shoulder. Mr. Tanner leaned his head down, his cheek resting gently on the top of her curls. Elizabeth saw in him the same fatherly affection William often displayed to his little sister, and the sight melted her heart. Mrs. Annesley explained, "Mr. Nelson was not who we believed him to be at all." When Mr. Tanner's head popped upright and his hands flexed, she added, "He is much more honourable than we had thought him. He is not courting Miss Darcy. In fact, they had never laid eyes upon each other until today." Miss Darcy buried her face into her eldest brother's arm to hide her blush. Elizabeth saw it, as did Mrs. Annesley. It was too early for love to bloom for Miss Darcy, but Elizabeth could understand her attraction to the idealistic gentleman, and that was not merely Elizabeth jumping to conclusions. All the signs were there, the blush, the way Miss Darcy had been unable to look Mr. Nelson directly in the eye as she spoke, her returned shyness once her outrage over Miss Pembroke's fate had abated, the twiddle of her fingers as she had waved at Mr. Nelson's departure. Mr. Tanner grunted.
"People often are not what they seem."
Jutting the thumb of his free hand back in the direction of the tap-room, he said,
"There is a man who calls himself Inspector Seymour out there. He is asking some strange questions."
Chapter 26. A man with a bulbous nose and thin strands of dark hair combed over his balding head approached them, hat in hand, as they filed into the tap-room. Elizabeth watched him as he observed them. He was the sort of man who would blend in with a crowd at a tavern. He did have one feature, however, which set him apart. His keen blue eyes assessed each of them as he approached, and when he opened his mouth to speak, his voice echoed through the open room.
"Inspector Seymour at your service,"
he stated with a bow.
"I am investigating a gentleman of your acquaintance."
"A gentleman?" asked William. Leaning in and lowering his voice, the inspector said,
"A gentleman, sir, such as you would wish you had never met. Evilness personified, he is."
"Can you give us no name?" Elizabeth asked. Inspector Seymour clucked his tongue.
"I made that mistake last time, and the criminal escaped before I could make an arrest. I cannot give a name as yet, but I can warn you to be cautious. Do not trust a man merely because he is of the gentle class."
Swooping a bow, he said,
"I wish you a good day, and I pray I will not have need to make inquiries at your respective homes."
With that, he returned to the corner where he sat. Miss Darcy whispered to Elizabeth, "What an odd man." Elizabeth nodded in agreement. He was odd, but what he implied made her skin tingle. They discussed him in the carriage on their way back to Longbourn. He spoke of a gentleman. Who do you think he means? Elizabeth asked. Miss Darcy gasped. You do not suppose he meant to imply Mr. Nelson, do you? No. William was quick to answer. Mr. Nelson is so recent an acquaintance, and is so highly spoken of by others whom I trust, and who enjoy a closer acquaintance with him, I do not think it possible. Whoever the inspector spoke of must be someone, a gentleman, who is not originally from Meryton. Someone who is, perhaps, visiting. There was only one man in the area who fit that description. Mr. Hurst, Elizabeth said under her breath, but with the silence inside the carriage, she may as well have shouted it. William furrowed his brow and massaged his chin. He spoke of the gentleman as if he were a monster. I will admit I do not know Mr. Hurst well, but his lackadaisical habits seem at odds with the inspector's description. Unless it is merely a front to hide what he really is, it would not be the first time a man has succeeded in deceiving his peers, observed Mrs. Annesley, rubbing her ring finger. They rode the rest of the way in contemplative silence. When they entered Longbourn, Mr. Hill greeted William with a letter. Glancing at the writing, William said, It is from my man. I must see to this immediately. I will share its contents when I am done. He started down the hall to the stairs, leaving Elizabeth with Miss Darcy and Mrs. Annesley. Elizabeth longed to know what news the letter contained, but she had another mystery to solve, and the missive had given her the perfect opportunity to do so. She asked Mr. Hill, Where is Mr. Collins?
He is attending to your father, Miss Lizzie. Miss Lydia is there too.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, she said. Excellent. She wanted no interruption from Mr. Collins. Miss Darcy, Mrs. Annesley, will you join me in the drawing room? She asked. Once the fire had been stirred and they had settled comfortably around it, she closed the door and said, First, I must apologize to you for being so willing to assume you were exchanging letters with an unmarried gentleman. Miss Darcy sighed. You know of my past with Wickham, Miss Elizabeth. You knew me capable of deceit. Elizabeth insisted, But I was wrong. When I saw how you befriended Lydia, I was concerned she might have convinced you to behave in a manner in which you would not normally indulge. She has a reputation as a flirt, and believes an elopement is the height of romance to which a young lady ought to aspire. Miss Darcy chuckled. She holds some interesting views, but I can assure you she has an even bolder plan than what you suspect. Bolder plan? Only the laughter in Georgiana's tone held the panic threatening to surge through Elizabeth at bay. Would it be acceptable to you? I hope you will not think me presumptuous, but I would very much like it if... Miss Darcy chewed on her lip, her uncertainty visible. Please ask what you wish, Miss Darcy. You are among friends, Elizabeth said encouragingly. Miss Darcy met her gaze, her eyes brimming with hope. That is what I wish the most, for me and for my brother. Please, will you allow me to call you by your given name? And I pray you address me as William does. That was all she wanted, to address each other as friends. Relief flooded over Elizabeth. Of course, Georgiana. I would like nothing more. Georgiana's shoulders relaxed. Thank you, Elizabeth. I know you can be trusted with my secret. I only kept it from you at the risk of William overhearing it. He can be so proud sometimes, and while I have noticed a change in him, I feared his opinion of you and your family might alter were he to know. How little she knew her own brother. Elizabeth was convinced that nothing her family could do would lessen her in his eyes. But Georgiana could not know what William had suffered through with Elizabeth, not in its entirety. So she thanked her. I am impressed you would offer me, a stranger to you, so much consideration. Thank you, Georgiana. Taking a deep breath and clasping her hands together in her lap, Georgiana said, "Are you aware of the story about King Charles and his spaniels?" Elizabeth recalled snippets of Lydia's ramblings to mind. Yes, he loved the breed so much he decreed they be allowed into Parliament. Another deep breath. Lydia believes the story to be true and has decided to use Chloe to gain entry to the Houses of Parliament, where she will charm a wealthy and handsome gentleman with greater influence than Mr. Bingley or my brother. So long as she accompanies Chloe, they cannot, in her thinking, throw her out until she has accomplished what she has set out to do. Elizabeth raised her hand to her temple and groaned. Of all the harebrained schemes, this one took the cake. Does she plan to set up a living within Parliament walls? It would certainly toss her out into the street, spaniel or no spaniel. Mrs. Annesley, her face blank and her eyebrows raised, said, as if speaking more to herself than to her companions in the room, "I suppose she would forever confirm or disprove the myth. You could take consolation in her satisfying the curiosity of anyone who has ever heard the story." Georgiana clamped her mouth closed, clearly determined not to giggle. Elizabeth, however, would rather laugh than bemoan her sister's desperate attempt to marry better than her or Jane. "How very optimistic of you, Mrs. Annesley," Elizabeth said, with as large of a grin as her cheeks could manage. "I only wonder why other ladies seeking prominent husbands have not thought of it before. Can you imagine the sight?" Mrs. Annesley added, "1,000 unmarried maidens storming Parliament with their army of spaniels, demanding lower taxes and equal rights, along with the declaration of undying love." They burst into laughter, melting away all restraint to leave only friendship. Catching her breath, Elizabeth asked Georgiana, "How have you prevented Lydia from escaping to London to storm Parliament?" Georgiana shook her head and sighed. "It was not easy. First, I convinced her that Chloe required training. It would not do to arrive to Parliament with an untrained dog." "That is why you have spent so much time together. You were helping her train Chloe." "Yes. It served to delay her plans, as well as keep her away from William. I see how happy he is with you, and I would not allow anything or anyone to spoil it. When Lydia grew impatient, I told her of a young lady with whom I had attended finishing school. Her father loves spaniels and breeds them as hunting dogs. I begged her to allow more time to hear from my friend, convincing Lydia that her superior knowledge of the pedigree would be to our advantage." "Let me guess. Her name is Miss Michaela Nelson?" asked Elizabeth. Georgiana nodded. "And you hid her letters to hide all evidence of Lydia's plan and protect your brother's interests," she continued, her heart full. "I may be quiet, Elizabeth, but I notice everything. I see how you care for your family, even the more troublesome members. I see your devotion to my brother. I appreciate how you've allowed me time with him, even though I realize there is no one else on the earth with whom you would rather be. And I trust my brother's judgment. He would never attach himself to a lady unless she was exceptional." No words could express her gratitude and affection for the girl who would become her sister. So Elizabeth reached over the side of Georgiana's chair and embraced her. "Thank you," she whispered, as they squeezed each other as tightly as recently reunited friends do. Georgiana had given her a cherished gift. She had gained another loyal sister, and even better, another friend. And Elizabeth knew they would be happy at Pemberley. How she would delight in observing Georgiana come to know her brother as he truly was. And it struck her. Why wait? Why not allow Georgiana a deeper glimpse into the softer, more playful side of William? Sitting back and catching her breath, leaning over cushions and armchairs to embrace is never comfortable, Elizabeth said, "Thank you for explaining Lydia's plan
and your involvement in it. Now, I have some news which might surprise you. I think it best you hear it from William, though." She rose and asked Betsy to request that Mr. Darcy please join them in the drawing-room when he was ready. Elizabeth returned to her chair by the fire. Mrs. Annesley looked at the door, then smoothed her skirts and gripped the sides of her chair as if she would stand. Holding her hand out, Elizabeth said, "You may stay with us, Mrs. Annesley." "If it is a family matter, I do not want to intrude." "Have you met Lady Catherine de Bourgh?" Mrs. Annesley's face never lost its composure, but her shoulders shivered. "Yes, I have met the great lady," she said, her voice stiff. Elizabeth smiled at her. "Then you will certainly wish to hear of the scheme Lord Havisham developed against her and her nephew's role in it." Georgiana gasped. "William? He despises disguise. I cannot imagine him participating in a scheme against Aunt Catherine." "Then prepare to be shocked, Georgiana." Chapter 27. Georgiana jumped up to meet him as Darcy entered the drawing-room. The news from London had left him stunned, and he did not yet know how to proceed, other than pray Bingley's horses conveyed him home in a short time. Bouncing on her toes, Georgiana exclaimed, "Elizabeth says you have participated in a plot against Aunt Catherine." Darcy blinked. He had dreamed of Georgiana and Elizabeth becoming the best of friends so many times. He feared Georgie's use of his betrothed's Christian name was a consequence of his wishful imagination. "Come, brother, sit beside Elizabeth and tell me how I too may help." He had not dreamed it. Darcy knew he grinned like a fool, but he was too overjoyed to care. The two females he cared for above all others were now friends. Following Georgiana's lead when she pulled on his hand, he sat beside Elizabeth on the settee to which she had moved. Keeping Mrs. Hill's admonishments in mind, he situated himself at an appropriate distance from Elizabeth, not so close their knees touched, but not so far to deny himself of her closeness. He rested his hand between them, on the chance their fingers might brush against each other. Surely Mrs. Hill could have no objection to a happy coincidence such as that. He soon felt Elizabeth's fingers beside his. When he looked at her and their eyes met, he saw nothing but happiness and light in her fair countenance and warm gaze. There was no worry creasing her brow, nor restraint thinning her plump, upturned lips. The room fell silent, and he noted how the chins of all three women pointed at him, their hands clasped together to hide their impatience as they waited. Clearing his throat and his thoughts, he began, "I'm glad you called me. I have more news to share, but first I will tell you of Lord Havisham's plan." After a brief history to explain to Georgiana and Mrs. Annesley who Lord Havisham was, as well as his past with Aunt Catherine, which received several gasps and exclamations from Georgie, he continued, "When I travelled to London, whom should I cross paths with but the Earl himself? He was at Lincoln's Inn, conversing with two old judge friends. When he saw me, he called me over and related their plan and their motive for effecting it. Which reminded him, pardon the aside, but is the mystery of the mistaken identity resolved to our satisfaction?" he asked. Georgiana giggled nervously. "If Elizabeth agrees, I think it better for her to tell you later." "Only if you are present for the telling. I would not do the story justice as you would, and I think you would be surprised with your brother's reaction," answered Elizabeth. "To him," she said, "suffice it to say, the matter is settled, and all the anxiety we have felt over the past week was for naught. You will laugh at Lydia's plan,
But you will come to appreciate, as I have, how fortunate we are in our sisters. Elizabeth displayed her pride and affection to his sister openly, and Georgiana responded like a blossoming flower to sunshine. Darcy felt giddy with relief. He could still trust his sister, and while he would never trust Miss Lydia, he took comfort that her greatest flaw was the benign silliness born of ignorance. Then I shall proceed. There is still much I have to relate to you, and I will not keep you from your father's sick room longer than necessary, he said. With a pat of her fingers on top of his hand, Elizabeth said, "Thank you. I am anxious to return to him."
Aunt Catherine, he began, as you know, has one fear which Lord Havisham seeks to exploit in a rather ingenious manner. She fears being the source of idle talk amongst the first circles. Her fear of gossip, if all goes according to plan, will be both her undoing and her salvation.
Elizabeth chewed on the corner of her mouth, leaning forward in unrestrained interest. Georgiana stared at him wide-eyed and loose-jawed. Mrs. Annesley listened disinterestedly, as a proper lady would, though Darcy knew not one word escaped her notice.
The news Lord Havisham pretends to spread is based on a true event. Aunt takes great pleasure in making recommendations as to how others ought to live their lives, going so far as to impose her opinions upon others on a wide variety of subjects, from the correct raising of poultry to which servants to employ in which capacities. She has been rather outspoken over the years, insisting she possesses a more superior knowledge of character than most.
He clasped his hands together and shook his head at the consequences of Aunt's imposition.
A lady she had recommended as a governess to one of her neighbours in Kent, and who, based on the persistent praise of our aunt, had been welcomed into their home, was arrested for stealing items of value. The family, being of a kindly nature and unwilling to disturb themselves or cause unwarranted problems to Aunt, have kept silent on the connection to Aunt Catherine. However, Lord Havisham recalled a boastful conversation not long ago where Aunt Catherine mentioned her good deeds toward her neighbours, and she named the governess with pride. When that same name came up in conversation with his friends, the judges, he saw an opportunity.
"Aunt does not know the governess was arrested?" Georgiana asked.
Who would tell her? She refuses to read the current events in the newspaper, declaring the contents vulgar and unladylike. He could practically hear Elizabeth rolling her eyes. One of his many dreams consisted of them drinking coffee and reading the newspaper together in the morning.
Georgiana said, "I know it is not common for ladies to expose themselves to material a gentleman would consider appalling for a lady to read, but I prefer to know the state of the world in which I live. After all, were Napoleon to reach our shores, it would affect the ladies of England just as much as the gentlemen. Should we not prepare ourselves and our minds the same as informed men do?" She received an approving smile from Mrs. Annesley, from whom, Darcy had no doubt, such sound reasoning had oriented.
I am glad you do not share in Aunt Catherine's views. Her haughty manners and insistence that her opinion is the highest authority has left her exposed. Fortunately, it was Lord Havisham and not some beau monde harpy who discovered the circumstance.
Georgiana gasped at his relaxed speech. It occurred to him that she had many more surprises regarding his character with which to accustom herself. There were times when he surprised even himself. Continuing, he said,
The day before I departed from London, Lord Havisham approached her with the news, the governess she had recommended, and insisted the family take in, had been charged as a thief, a common criminal,
Her sentence was transportation, where she will live the remainder of her days in a penal colony in Australia. He warned Aunt of the consequences to her own reputation should it become known she had been the one to recommend a criminal for a trusted position of service, a conclusion she no doubt had drawn without Lord Havisham's help.
After jilting him as you said she did, he probably took great pleasure in seeing her reaction. I know I would, said Georgiana, gripping the sides of her chair. You will love Lord Havisham when you finally meet him, Elizabeth interjected. I can hardly wait. I am curious to meet the man who would dare take Aunt Catherine down a peg without being mean about it. The plan is not mean, is it, William? I cannot imagine you would take part in it, were it so.
No, Georgiana. Aunt will be too occupied calling at the homes of the society matrons to ascertain if they have heard her shameful news, to cause further difficulties to Anne, who has developed an attachment to Lord Havisham's third son. She does not know that no one outside of Lord Havisham, his two friends, and the occupants of this room know of her misstep. And so it shall remain. Aunt Catherine would never admit to her mistake and give fodder to the gossips. Her secret is as safe as she will keep it.
Georgiana clapped her hands. How romantic! The son of the man Aunt Catherine refused. Oh, she would hate that, but I am delighted for Anne. Her life has been miserable, living under Aunt Catherine's thumb. If anyone is deserving of happiness, it is she.
Darcy was happy too, but for another reason altogether. To see his shy sister speaking as excitedly as she did to him privately before Elizabeth provided a glimpse of what their life at Pemberley would be together.
I could not agree more, said Elizabeth, adding, Anne's health is improving under Dr. Hammond's care, and I dare say it shall continue to improve without Lady Catherine's constant criticisms to weigh down on her.
To Darcy, she added, again resting her hand atop his, we are indebted to Lord Havisham for distracting her so effectively. I have had nightmares of her declaring me unfit to marry you at the reading of the banns, bribing the Archbishop to refuse your application for a special license, and purchasing every horse at every inn between here and Gretna Green to keep us from marrying.
Darcy chortled.
I will admit to the same dreams waking me at night. She will not triumph. I aim to purchase a common license on the morrow so we may marry the moment Bingley returns. Between Lord Havisham and his judiciary companions to prod Aunt Catherine on, we have some peace.
Elizabeth grew serious. Which means we have less time to discover who has attempted to kill Papa. We cannot leave him in danger.
Darcy turned his palm up and held her hand. How well her fingers fit between his own. I had, until today, believed the fault to lie with Mr. Bilford. His hostile character and dishonesty make him appear guilty, although he has yet to speak against Mr. Bennet. However, my suspicions now lie in another direction. The news I received today, and the appearance of Inspector Seymour with his vague questions regarding an unnamed gentleman, confirm it.
Elizabeth raised her free hand to her chest. Mr. Hurst?
Darcy nodded slowly. It is why Bingley must return immediately. I pray he does not delay. Unlike Aunt Catherine's consequences, which would only affect her, the results to Bingley would be made much more public. The trade his father and grandfather before him had laboured to establish could suffer, and Mrs. Bingley, so recently raised to higher circles, would be looked down upon merely because of the unwise action of Bingley's brother-in-law. Mr. Hurst is bankrupt. He is ruined, he said bluntly. There were no gasps of astonishment, only shaking heads. He had not been surprised either, at least not at that bit. The reason he and Mrs. Hurst departed so soon from London had nothing to do with Aunt Catherine's set down to Miss Bingley, he added.
What?
Gasped Georgiana. Darcy, having preferred to speak of pleasant subjects, of which Miss Bingley and Aunt Catherine were decidedly not included, in the company of his sister, had not told her of the enmity between the two ladies. He explained. Miss Bingley presumed a friendship with Aunt Catherine which did not exist. Unfortunately for Miss Bingley, she attempted to involve herself where she was not welcome, and Aunt Catherine let her know, in no uncertain terms, she would endure no further attempts by Miss Bingley to force an unwanted intimacy. Aunt wrote to the ladies on the committee of Almack's, requesting they refuse Miss Bingley's application for a voucher, as well as any attempt to gain entry through a sponsor. Doors she had worked her entire life to open are forever shut to her, along with her precious social aspirations.
That is cruel. Deserved, but cruel, Georgiana said softly.
Elizabeth asked,
Is that why they do not call every day? Miss Bingley had boasted how she adores Georgiana so much. I had expected them to call more often.
Darcy shrugged. It could be. However, I think it has more to do with the Hursts' situation than anything. You see, they only narrowly escaped the collector, leaving behind the rumour they had gone north to attend to some business affair entrusted to Mr. Hurst by Bingley. It must have proved successful, otherwise the Hursts would be in debtor's prison by now.
How awful! Mr. Bingley knows nothing of this, Elizabeth asked.
Bingley would never invite them to hide at Netherfield Park if he was aware of their crimes against several merchants. Without knowing it, he's harbouring criminals. But that is not the worst of it. Darcy saw Elizabeth's worry written plainly across her face, and he squeezed her hand in support. Until Bingley returned, there was little else Darcy could do, especially with Mr. Hurst gone to London, or so he was told. Who knew where the gentleman really was? My man was able to discover Mr. Hurst's plan to not only repay his debts, but become quite wealthy in the process. He paused, still unable to understand how a man such as Mr. Hurst could think of the bold plan, much less bring it to fruition. Shaking his head, Darcy continued. Mr. Hurst recently purchased an armed schooner with black sails. Elizabeth fell against the cushions, the fingers covering her mouth, hushing her words.
A smuggler's ship?
Chapter 28. Elizabeth thought she would burst before Mr. Collins would leave Father's bedchamber. It was not yet time for Father to take his laudanum tea, and she only had a few minutes until the medicine would dull his senses, making conversation and comprehension impossible. Carefully selecting what she could share in Mr. Collins's presence, she mentioned the arrival of Inspector Seymour and his warning about a certain gentleman. Mr. Collins pinched his chin as he pondered this new information.
Could it be Mr. Hurst after all? Far be it from me to judge a gentleman, but he does not seem to be the sort of man to raise his finger against his fellow man.
Mr. Hurst did not seem to be the sort of gentleman to raise his finger for anything, thought Elizabeth. The more time she had to think about his smuggling schooner, the more she was convinced he had not originated the plan. He had a partner. But whom? Father shifted his weight and groaned, pretending to listen to Mr. Collins expostulate on the dangers of extricating the straw from a neighbour's eye when there was a rafter in the counsellor's eye. Elizabeth shook her head, refocusing her attention on father's plight. He was her more immediate concern, and right now he looked as if he had had his fill of Mr. Collins. To be truthful, she had too. She missed Mary's calls. She hated having to peek into a room to see if he was present before entering. His tendency to sermonize on every topic dulled her senses, and his lack of skills with a firearm had caused father more harm than good. In fact, their household might be safer without Mr. Collins. Surely William would have no objections if Mr. Collins became convinced his presence was needed elsewhere. He did not offer any level of protection. "Mr. Collins," she said, interrupting his speech and bringing him to a stuttering halt. Continuing before he could, she said, "I cannot help but feel guilty at keeping you here at Longbourn when Lady Catherine is in need of your invaluable guidance." At the mention of his esteemed patroness's name, Mr. Collins sat upright and at attention, forgetting his injuries in his distress.
Lady Catherine needs me. My dear cousin Elizabeth, what news do you have? I dare say Mr. Darcy has been too occupied to consult with me directly, and I thank your discernment in bringing the matter to my attention.
Elizabeth could not look at father, lest his smile prove contagious. She must be gravely serious. "I am uncertain of the particulars, but Mr. Darcy did mention that his aunt is in a great deal of distress. The ladies in the first circles can be cruel in their treatment." Mr. Collins was appalled.
"But her ladyship is above reproach."
Elizabeth nodded. "She has been so long away from town. Who knows what stories were allowed to circulate unchecked? I have no doubt but that Lady Catherine will set everyone right in no time. But the strain must be great, and she, no doubt, would appreciate the support of her most loyal friends."
"Of which I am the foremost,"
Mr. Collins proclaimed, then bowed his head in mock humility.
"I refer, of course, to my loyalty to the family de Bourgh. I would never presume to name myself a friend when I am but a lowly rector with the honour of presiding over the parish at Hunsford, though I cannot count on my hands the number of times her ladyship has condescended to include me amongst her guests at several gatherings at Rosings."
Father spoke.
"I must apologize to you, Mr. Collins. In keeping you so long at Longbourn, your patroness must feel you have neglected your duties by her."
Clearly, the thought had never occurred to Mr. Collins. His face, red with the compliments he had bestowed upon himself, rose in alarm. Breathlessly, he said,
"I have been away some time."
Elizabeth exclaimed, as if the idea had only just crossed her mind. "She is in London, which is only half a day's journey away by carriage. Much less if you ride a horse. It would be nothing to travel to her, ensure her well-being, and return to Longbourn once you are convinced your services are no longer needed at de Bourgh House." She held her breath as Mr. Collins considered her tempting suggestion. Finally, when she thought she would turn blue with impatience, he said,
"The hour is too late for travel today. It will soon be nightfall, and I fear the dangers on the road. Tomorrow is a holy day, and I had already given consideration to remaining at Longbourn with Mr. Bennet on the morrow, so that my relatives might attend the service without leaving him unprotected. My own injuries prevent me from sojourning far, and I had hoped to practice one of my sermons for the edification of Mr. Bennet. I shall depart for London at first light on Monday, if Mr. Darcy agrees with the plan. It would, after all, leave him as the only other gentleman at Longbourn capable of defending Mr. Bennet should another attempt be made on his life."
If anything, William would be grateful. Mr. Collins was more of a danger than a defender, though he would flatter himself otherwise. It was not as immediate as Elizabeth preferred, but one more day enduring Mr. Collins's company with the promise of relief would make the morrow infinitely more bearable. She could hardly wait to tell William. Mr. Collins would only add to Lady Catherine's concerns as he attempted to ascertain the nature of the gossip against her, and she took great pains to keep it from him.
"You ought to discuss the matter with him, Mr. Collins," said Father, his countenance cheerful for the first time since his accident the day before. "I believe Mr. Darcy is often found in my bookroom, giving some much-needed attention to my neglected volumes."
He sighed, looking wistfully toward the stairs which led to his precious sanctuary. Mr. Collins departed to search for William, an unfortunate event, but one for which Elizabeth would see her betrothed properly rewarded later. Elizabeth took her dinner with her father. They laughed and spoke of unimportant topics, anything but the obvious impending threat looming over them, jabbing him and Elizabeth with reminders of the danger he was in with every wince of pain from his broken leg. Wiping his hair from his damp forehead with a cool cloth, Elizabeth asked if he required another dose of laudanum-laced tea.
"I do not like how the drug dulls my senses, Lizzie. I feel I must be on the watch, just as you are."
Another row of sweat beaded over his forehead and upper lip. He squeezed his eyes and grunted as he shifted his weight a fraction of an inch to the side, the pain taking his breath away. "The surgeon said the pain will lessen as you heal. But, Papa, right now you must rest. Mr. Hurst is away at London, and the housekeeper had no inclination of when he might return," she said.
"He is probably hiding to avoid prison," he harumphed.
"In which case he will not appear here, especially when he is informed that Inspector Seymour is here. And Mr. Tanner assures us that Mr. Bilford has made no attempts to come near the house." Father tried to sit up, but Elizabeth pushed his shoulders down. "Do not agitate yourself, Papa. I beg you."
"I cannot trust him any more. I ought to have seen to it today, but I have not had possession of my senses long enough to see done what I should have attended to a fortnight ago."
Grasping her hand tightly, he said,
"Mr. Darcy was right. I should have dismissed him when I had the chance. Now Mr. Bilford will be angry at me, and rightly so. But I cannot keep him on as my steward when I cannot trust him. The sooner he is gone, the better."
"Do you wish for me to speak with him, Father?" she asked.
"No." Father squeezed her hand. "I will not have his anger against me directed at you. If he is the one to have caused my suffering, I will not endanger your life by including you in my business affairs. He would resent your involvement. Do you understand me, Lizzie?"
He did not release his hold until she assured him she would say nothing to Mr. Bilford.
"Good. This matter is for me alone to see to. It is my mistake, and I will suffer the consequences."
Father sighed and added,
"It is only too bad I did not think to do this before. It is too late in the day to send for him, and I cannot dismiss him on a Sunday."
"Why ever not?" demanded Elizabeth. "Mr. Bilford will hardly praise your sensibility for prolonging the inevitable by one day, be it a Sunday or not. Though Mr. Hurst appears guilty, I cannot determine a motive for him to act against you. What does he possibly stand to gain with you gone? Mr. Bilford, however, would soon convince Mr. Collins to keep him on, so he may continue draining the estate of his assets. Mr. Bilford has a motive,
And he has had the means to slip poison into your brandy, cut the ladder in your bookroom, and tamper with the reins. He is untrustworthy, and I suspect him of attempting to murder you." Her chest heaved with passion. She knew Mr. Bilford was guilty. She felt it in her bones. All the pieces fit. Had father not rested his hand atop hers, she would have charged into Meryton to lay the evidence before Mr. Tanner, so he could arrest the man who had taken Longbourn's peace away.
Lizzie, do not forget the obvious. Yes, he has acted treacherously against us these many years, but it was cleverly done. Mr. Bilford is not so much a fool to put himself in a position to be accused of murder, a crime for which he could hang.
"With the amount he has stolen from you, he could hang too," she countered, angry his argument made sense when only moments ago she had been so decided.
He knows I respect life too much to allow that fate when he could be transported and begin anew in another distant land. I could never take another man's life over something so fickle as money."
Elizabeth knew it too. If only everyone held that same value, father would be safe. Not that he possessed much, but to someone with a lesser income, or no money at all, as was the case with the Hursts, what he had might be tempting, if it did not have an entailment attached to it. She felt her shoulders slump as her mind spun in circles, each conclusion she came to seeming less likely than the previous. What other motive existed to kill father? She spent a restless night pondering the possibilities, but woke up the following morning no wiser than the day before, adding to her frustration and alarm as the hours passed. Whomever they dealt with was just as father and Inspector Seymour had described, cunning and secretive. Chapter 29. Nearly 3 days had passed since father's accident, and Elizabeth was on pins and needles. Every squeaky floorboard and tree branch tapping against a window sent her up to his bedchamber. Mr. Collins had departed on the first conveyance to London that morning, but not even his absence brought the relief she had hoped it would. The inspector had requested an audience with them that day, and she expected him to arrive soon. Casting aside formalities, she had asked him to call earlier than the accepted social hour. After all, his could hardly be deemed a social call. Sitting in the drawing-room with Lydia, Georgiana, and Mrs. Annesley, pretending to embroider but spending more time tugging her work-basket out of Chloe's sharp little teeth, Elizabeth's nerves jumped out of her skin when she heard a loud knock on their front door. Allowing Chloe the victory, Elizabeth yielded a ball of yarn to the puppy and peeked into the hall. It was Mr. Bilford, accompanied by the young man Mr. Tanner had employed to track the steward's every move. He certainly took his task seriously, and Mr. Bilford did not appreciate it, as was evidenced by his scowl, raised shoulders, and hands balled stiffly at his sides. Elizabeth made to follow, but stopped when she heard Mr. Hill send for William to meet them in father's room. Returning to the drawing-room, she left the door open to better hear Mr. Bilford's raised voice, while keeping an eye out of the window with the view of the drive leading to their front door. Her skin tingled in anticipation. She could not shake the sensation that something important would be discovered today. The attacker would reveal himself today, and she would be ready. They would all be ready. She hoped. Georgiana set her needlework aside. "I can hardly stand it. Something is afoot, but until whatever will happen happens, I do not know what to look for so that I might prevent it." Mrs. Annesley continued poking her needle through the linen, not skipping a tidy stitch or tangling her thread as she looked up.
The wind is in the east. We must be watchful." It did not take long for the scrapes of a chair and Mr. Bilford's irate voice to reach them. Elizabeth held her breath in the hopes of hearing his words, but the walls separating them were too thick. Booted feet pounded overhead, and the shouts grew louder. It was all she could do to remain seated as the steps descended the stairs. "That is enough from you," William said coldly. "After years of service, he would cast me out without a recommendation. Do you expect me to kiss his feet for it when he has cursed my family to starve?" Mr. Bilford hissed. "No, Mr. Bilford, you have brought this upon yourself, and you should be grateful Mr. Bennet is kind enough to spare you your life when you could hang from a rope for your crimes against him. You are the only one to blame," answered William, his voice hard like flint. Elizabeth watched them as they appeared before the doorway. Mr. Bilford was surrounded. Thomas and William held his arms at either side, and Mr. Tanner's man walked behind, should Mr. Bilford attempt an escape. Mr. Bilford must have sensed the four ladies, for he looked into the drawing-room. Digging in his heels, he came to a halt, struggling to free his arms against his captors. His eyes met Elizabeth's, sending chills through her body. She wished to look away, but she held his hateful stare. Baring his teeth like a rabid dog, he lunged against William and Thomas, shouting at her, "I will get you! You will be sorry, the lot of you!" Mr. Bilford was not a small man, but that did not prevent William from grabbing him by the back of his coat and lifting him onto his toes, forcing Mr. Bilford down the hall and escorting him out of the door. Elizabeth did run after them then. Were his threats not proof enough?
"William!"
she called. He whipped around to face her, his chiseled features unforgiving and hard. "Mr. Bilford is to return to his home, pack his things, and leave for Cambridgeshire within the hour. He will be accompanied the entire time, and if he is ever seen within a day's ride of Longbourn, he will answer for it." Turning back to Mr. Bilford, he added, "Have I made myself understood? Mr. Bennet is far more lenient than I would be under the circumstances. Any man who would threaten an innocent family does not deserve the kindness he has extended to you." He released his hold on Mr. Bilford's coat, sending the man careening forward with enough force to discourage any attempt at a return. It was at that moment Inspector Seymour arrived. With a whistle, he dismounted, handing his reins to the groom still holding Mr. Bilford's horse. "What is this? I do hope the Bennets and their household are well after the astonishing events of late," he asked directly to Mr. Bilford. The steward had lost some of the wind puffing him up. The weight of defeat curved his shoulders, and he bowed his head. "It is nothing. I am moving on. I have nothing against Mr. Bennet nor his family," he mumbled. Inspector Seymour clapped him on the shoulder. "I'm glad to hear of it, Mr. Bilford." Pulling out a scrap of paper and licking the tip of a pencil he pulled out from his coat pocket, he asked, "Now, just where might you be moving on to? I'm beginning to think my gentleman might have something to do with Mr. Bennet's misfortunes, and you might be able to provide me with some information if that is the case." Elizabeth spoke. "You dismiss Mr. Bilford as your suspect, Inspector?" It chafed her sense of justice to allow the man she believed to be guilty of harming father leave so easily. The inspector wiggled his eyebrows at Mr. Bilford, examining him with his mouth puckered up. "Do you have reason to believe this man is responsible for the injuries against Mr. Bennet, Miss Elizabeth?" he asked, his eyes never leaving Mr. Bilford. "Yes. Minutes ago he threatened to harm our entire household." She stepped forward, standing beside William. He moved his shoulder in front of her protectively. Inspector Seymour clucked his tongue.
Bad form, Mr. Bilford. See that your temper does not land you in deeper problems than you already are.
He looked around, nodding his head when he saw Mr. Tanner's man ready to depart with Mr. Bilford.
I see you have an escort out of here. It is probably for the best.
He pushed the paper and pencil in front of Mr. Bilford, pointing at the empty space.
Right here, if you will please, Mr. Bilford. I am going to keep an eye on you, sir, as I suspect Mr. Darcy will too. So you see, there is no use making good on your threats. I can see you are smarter than that. A hard-working man such as yourself will have no trouble setting up anew.
Mr. Bilford returned the paper, and Inspector Seymour read it aloud.
Cambridge, sir. Lovely country there, Mr. Bilford. Do you have family in Cambridge?
A brother. I will rely on his kindness until I can get back on my own feet. Another clap on the shoulder.
Godspeed, Mr. Bilford. I wish you the best, though I hope I never have occasion to see you again, sir.
Elizabeth watched Mr. Bilford and his horse depart until they became specks on the horizon. Nobody stopped him. As they crossed the threshold, Inspector Seymour turned to her.
I meant what I said moments ago, Miss Elizabeth. I believe the case I have been hired to investigate and your current trials are linked. Is Mr. Bennet well enough to receive callers? I should very much like to discuss the matter with him, as well as the other members of your household. Anyone who might offer an insight into the villain who has eluded me these past few months.
Mrs. Hill, who stood beside Mr. Hill in the hall, said,
"Oh, dear! Oh, no!"
as she clambered upstairs as quickly as her worn limbs could carry her to Father's bedchamber. The laudanum tea. Elizabeth forgot her disappointment and followed Mrs. Hill, shouting, "Papa, do not drink it yet." If Father drank the bitter tea, he would not be able to attend to Inspector Seymour. Father was setting the teacup down on the table beside his bed when they barged into his room.
"What is all this fuss about?"
he asked. "Did you drink it?" Elizabeth asked, rushing forward to see his cup.
"Only one small sip, not enough to dull the pain," he said,
leaning forward so Mrs. Hill could plump the pillows, propping him up and grimacing with every movement. Elizabeth sat beside him gently, careful not to disturb him. Taking the cloth in the basin of water on the table, she dabbed his face. "Oh, Papa, I am sorry. Can you endure the pain a few minutes more? Inspector Seymour is here to discuss the crime he has been investigating. He feels there is a connection between it and us." Father sat up from his pillows and waved at the door of his bedchamber.
"By all means, let him in," he said heartily.
More chairs were brought in and placed around Father at his insistence. Inspector Seymour even requested the servants of the house be present, and soon Father's room was packed with curious listeners. Mrs. Annesley and Georgiana joined them as well, sitting beside Lydia and Chloe. Inspector Seymour posted himself at the foot of Father's bed, allowing himself a view of everyone present. His eyes scanned over them, as if searching for someone in particular.
"Is this everyone?" he asked.
"Every guest, resident and servant of the house is accounted for," answered Father. Taking a deep breath, Inspector Seymour began.
"First, I want to thank you for joining us. I have a great deal to tell, and I encourage you to ask questions. My search has led me to your home for a reason, and I am dismayed to see my quarry appears to have eluded me once again. However, his disappearance convinces me of his guilt all the more."
Elizabeth looked around her from her seat between the inspector and Father. The only person missing of their household was Mr. Collins, but that had been at her suggestion. Inspector Seymour could not possibly mean him.
"I can see you looking around suspiciously, and you have every reason to do so," continued the inspector. "Allow me to explain what has led me here, and we will see if you draw the same conclusion I have recently come to."
Rubbing his hands and clearing his throat, he said,
"At the end of the Oxford term, nearly a year ago, a young man, a gentleman commoner graduate, was murdered. His name, I suspect, was William Collins."
Chapter 30. Chills raced through Elizabeth, and her fingers turned as cold as icicles. She felt a rush of warmth spread over her and looked up to meet William's gaze. Their thoughts were in unison. She could sense it from the anxious disbelief in his eyes. Inspector Seymour continued.
"The young man was not found for several months. Nobody had missed him."
Father bolted upright, a pillow tumbling to the floor at his abrupt movement. Rubbing his hand over his face, he said,
"Good God, it cannot be."
Inspector Seymour said,
"Aye, but it would appear so. I have hardly begun to tell you the whole truth of the macabre story, and already I see you drawing conclusions. My work is complete as soon as you help me capture the man posing as Mr. William Collins."
If Elizabeth had not been sitting, she would have sunk to the floor. Her arms slumped at her sides, limp as her mind drained her body of its strength in its exertion to understand. She asked, more to voice her suspicion aloud than to hear it confirmed, "The man we have received as a guest in our home, the man we have called cousin, is not Mr. Collins at all, but a murderer, an impostor?" Measuring her breaths to appease the nausea in her stomach and calm the thundering of her pulse, she waited for the only answer the inspector could give.
"That is correct, Miss Elizabeth. How clever you are. I will admit that, without the advantage of being able to identify the body, it being too far along in the process of disintegration to allow for it, it took me much longer to draw the same conclusion you so easily did."
William groaned, but he did not object to the inspector's directness. He merely said, "Inspector, kindly keep the gruesome details out of your narrative. What we need are the facts, and quickly. This man, this pretender, must not be allowed to cause any more harm than he has done already." Elizabeth gripped Father's hand. "It all makes perfect sense now. He has been attempting to kill you, so he may gain possession of Longbourn. He has used every circumstance to his advantage to cast the blame elsewhere. And he would have succeeded if not for the arrival of Inspector Seymour." Elizabeth gasped as realization smacked her across the face. "I was the one to send him away to London. If not for me, he would be here, and an arrest could be made." The inspector said,
Now, Miss Elizabeth, do not blame yourself. He has manipulated many others before you. I am certain he devised a plan to depart as soon as he heard I had arrived. I had hoped that in not mentioning his name immediately he might have grown so confident in himself, as many criminals who get away with their evil plans do, he would stay to observe the dramatic show of his creation. But he is too intelligent for that."
William asked, "Please, Inspector, tell us what eventually brought you here. My aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, offered Mr. Collins a position at the rectory on her estate. How was this not discovered until now?" Inspector Seymour nodded gravely.
"It was a pretty piece of work, that. To answer, let me go to the beginning. While Mr. Collins was alive at Oxford, He was known for his rigid adherence to decorum. He boasted of never reading a novel, preferring the works of Fordyce, which he read every evening. Mr. Collins took his studies seriously, and, while not a favourite among his peers or professors, he graduated with high recommendations. That was how he acquired the position at Hunsford, at the recommendation of a professor to whom Lady Catherine had written regarding the opening. Mr. Collins had not yet graduated, and he had a position worth bragging about, which he did to anyone who would listen to him about his good fortune. My aunt had never seen Mr. Collins before offering him the position, William inquired. There is no one to identify this impostor for a certainty. The inspector bunched up his cheeks. I spoke with the professor of whom she sought a recommendation, and his description of Mr. Collins fits the man perfectly. Tall and heavy, with brown hair. I interviewed several people who knew the real Mr. Collins, but each of them described his manners, which could be learned and imitated, more than his physical features. His father, the only relative who could have identified him clearly, had recently passed away, and if he possessed a likeness of his son, it was destroyed. Father groaned. His father was a disagreeable miser. He distanced himself from everyone. I am not surprised. I knew he had a son, who he took greedy pleasure in reminding me would eventually inherit Longbourn, but I had not met the son or exchanged letters with him until Mr. Collins wrote to me about 4 months ago with a request to heal the breach between our families. Inspector Seymour nodded. That is what I have found. Several people knew Mr. Collins, but he had no close friends. And his manners, though perfect, prevented anything more than superficial impressions in those around him. He openly boasted of his inheritance and of his wealthy patroness, who had handed him a living others envied on a silver platter. A gentleman with a similar enough appearance to his own, a man with a mortgaged estate and several debts across the country, overheard.
What sort of a monster would kill a man to steal his identity?
Elizabeth had always struggled with her feelings of pity and disgust for Mr. Collins. Now she knew why. She pitied the slain man, the fool who through his own self-importance had made himself a target. But even fools deserved to live. She despised the man who had taken his life and nearly taken her father's on several occasions. His real name was difficult to discover. He has changed it many times to avoid arrest. It was not until I discovered his neglected estate that I learned his true identity. Daniel Madden. He has several crimes against him under many different assumed identities, from unpaid debts to theft. But this is, by far, his most serious charge. He will hang for the murder of Mr. William Collins.
Theft. Elizabeth's heart choked her throat as she hastened to her bedchamber and lifted the board under her bed. Empty. William stood in her doorway. She hardly knew how to tell him that his mother's jewels, the emeralds he had lovingly recast as a gift to her, were gone. Her eyes stung, and she felt silly for crying over stolen jewelry when she ought to be grateful she, her family, and her friends were alive and well. He embraced her, and she whispered into his chest, "He took them, William. They are gone." With a final squeeze, he led her by the hand back into Father's room, where Mrs. Hill was telling Inspector Seymour about the occasions when she had felt a room disturbed. They were not surprised when Elizabeth revealed that her emerald jewels had been stolen. With her free hand, she touched her neck where the necklace had rested against her skin. She had planned to wear them at her wedding. "I know where he is," said William, his feet pointing toward the door and his muscles tense with his need to act. Elizabeth squeezed his hand before letting go.
Be careful, William. He's already killed one man. Speaking to Inspector Seymour, he asked, "Are you ready to depart immediately for London?" "I am." "Let us lose no more time." The servants rushed to the gentleman's aid, while the ladies sat in stunned silence in father's room. Elizabeth longed to go with William, but she was needed at Longbourn. Father's shock was great, and Elizabeth saw the guilt in William's face when he looked at his sister, and nearly crushed her in the tightness with which he embraced her. He had unknowingly placed his dear sister in the same house with a murderer. He met Elizabeth's eyes, and she read his plea. Be safe. Stepping away from Georgiana, he said, "I will send for Tanner. He will stay with you while I am away. Madden must be apprehended before he can harm us, or anyone else, again." Without a care as to who watched, she knew she cared not, he embraced Elizabeth once more. She slid her hands under his coat and wrapped her arms up and around his shoulders, wishing she could hold him to her side where they could fight their enemy together. She did not want to let go, but she forced herself to when Inspector Seymour called for him downstairs. Cupping her face between his strong hands, William promised, "I will come back for you shortly." Father said, "After which you will marry and take her and Miss Darcy far away from this place. I am sorely tempted to beg Mr. Bingley to allow me to stay with him and Jane at Netherfield Park. Longbourn will never be the same again, I fear. Not with my wife gone. Not with the taint of Mr. Collins's murderer in every room." Be it the pain causing delirium, or the great shock he had suffered, father had turned as white as the sheets he laid upon. Elizabeth handed him the laudanum tea. It had gone cold, but he did not complain as he drank it in one large gulp. William turned at the door, one hand on the frame. "Mr. Bennet, I will never doubt you again. Your cousin will be avenged when his killer is captured and brought to justice. I will see to it." Elizabeth wished there was someone else he could send, someone who did not carry her every thought and tender emotion with him, leaving her cold and wanting the farther he rode away. But it had to be William. Lady Catherine would not approve of anyone else invading her home to make an arrest, as he, no doubt, intended to do. She would toss Inspector Seymour out on his ear were he to attempt such a bold move. She peeked through the window, hoping to catch one final glimpse of him before he disappeared from view. Georgiana joined her, the girl's fingers nervously fluttering near her own, until her desperation won over and she grasped Elizabeth's hand, holding on to her for the support William trusted Elizabeth would give her. "This will be done before we know it," Elizabeth said aloud, wishing the words true with all of her might. Mrs. Annesley stood on Georgiana's other side, lending her strength. To Elizabeth's surprise, Lydia stood beside her. She set Chloe on the floor and looped her arm around Elizabeth's waist, resting her head against Elizabeth's shoulder.
"When I marry the next Prime Minister, I will have him assign guards with tall bearskins and red coats to stand guard in front of my home and the homes of my sisters," said Lydia. Elizabeth rested her cheek against Lydia's hair. "Until then, I fear Chloe will have to do." Leaping on father's bed, Chloe found her usual spot beside him and settled into it, resting her chin on top of his chest and looking about the room. "She is smarter than the rest of us," admitted Lydia. "You have no idea how many times I had to hold her back to prevent her from biting that dreadful man. Were it not for her, I fear we would have been murdered in our beds." Georgiana said, "We are fortunate to have her then, and Mr. Tanner." "He is on his way here," said Mrs. Annesley, peering through the glass window.
Let us go to the parlour to receive him. He will need our cooperation." They filed out of father's room to the sound of his gentle snores, leaving Thomas to sit with him until Elizabeth or Lydia returned. He was safe, for now. Chapter 31. Darcy pushed his horse harder, trusting Inspector Seymour to keep up with their pounding gallop. His worst fear had been confirmed at the stables in the next village along the road to London, beyond Meryton. Mr. Madden had ditched the slower carriage in favour of the quickest horse available, putting them at a disadvantage. The villain could be arriving at de Burgh House at any moment. The road was clear and the weather held, favourable conditions for which Darcy praised the heavens. Pressing on, he sensed the weariness of his mount. He would have to change horses at the next stable, another 10 minutes at their current pace by his calculations. Easing up slightly so as not to cause injury to his horse, he looked under his arm to see Inspector Seymour several paces behind them. They would canter until he caught up, then continue. There was no time to lose. Straightening up and looking forward as the inspector joined them, Darcy gathered the reins firmly between his hands and was about to press his heels against the sides of his horse when they jolted forward. He kept his seat, but only barely. The horse righted itself as Darcy did, but his mount's smooth gait was marred with a notable limp. "Gone lame, has he?" asked Inspector Seymour. Darcy's jaw ached. He had left his groom behind, not wanting to wait another moment for him to ready a horse. Through his clenched teeth, he hissed, "I will take him to the nearest stable and join you as quickly as I can. It will take a miracle for my aunt to admit you into her home without me, but you must try." "I can trade places with you, Mr. Darcy," he suggested, to be followed by a disappointed, "If only you knew where to go to summon the men I need to arrest Mr. Madden. I dare not go alone. He has escaped me too many times to go without help." "No, you must go. It is best. If Lady Catherine refuses to see you, go to Lord Havisham. His home, like my aunt's, is in Grosvenor Square. He will help you in my absence." "De Burgh House, then Lord Havisham, if the lady of the house gives me trouble. All right, Mr. Darcy. Maybe the lady will be more agreeable when I show up with the constable and a few other men." Darcy doubted that, but voicing his opinion would do nothing to change the results, so he held his peace and continued walking toward the village as Inspector Seymour continued at a much faster clip down the abandoned road. A fortune for a healthy mount, Darcy thought, as the minutes and miles crawled by without any passers-by with whom to make an exchange. 3 hours later, as darkness shrouded the city, Darcy arrived at de Burgh House to a disheartening sight. Inspector Seymour and 2 other men sat on the steps leading up to Aunt Catherine's front door. Their posture admitted defeat, but their continued presence marked their determination. "Where's Lord Havisham?" Darcy asked, handing the reins over to Aunt's groom and requesting he acquire a fresh mount should Mr. Madden attempt an escape. Inspector Seymour stood, brushing his hands on his trousers. "He is inside. A dinner guest. I attempted to bribe the doorman to summon the gentleman, but he refused, fearing his mistress's reaction more than my threat of her housing a cold-blooded murderer. He has not opened the door since, no doubt fearing I would attempt to push past him." He shrugged his shoulders. Of course, he would be right to assume so. "What else has been done? Is Madden inside?" asked Darcy. "He is. However, as we do not have permission to enter the property, I stationed 2 of my other men at the sides of the house, on the chance Mr. Madden attempts to escape." Darcy shook his head and sighed, climbing up the steps. "She will not refuse her own nephew. Stay here until I gain entry." The door did not open when Darcy reached the top, so he knocked. The doorman must have believed he was the inspector. The glazed glass in the centre of the door distorted his view. "I have been ordered to admit no one," the doorman said in a nasal voice through the glass. Darcy could see his figure and knew the man was close enough to determine who he was. Maybe his vision faltered. "I am Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, Lady Catherine de Bourgh's nephew," he said confidently. "I was told specifically not to admit you, sir," the doorman scoffed. Darcy did not appreciate the man's tone. Only Aunt Catherine would surround herself with snobs to worship her, to the scorn of everyone else. Darcy tightened his fist, ready to beat the door down. "I am sorry," said the doorman, sounding anything but sincere. "My obligation is to her ladyship." Aghast at his aunt's stupidity, and angrier than he could recall ever feeling, Darcy bellowed, "Do you not realize the danger her ladyship is in? Would you have her murdered in her own home?" "Orders are orders." That said, the servant stepped away from the glass, raising his hand to his mouth to stifle a bored yawn. "We will see about that," Darcy said, already halfway down the steps. The servants in the stables were much more agreeable. Darcy learned that Mr. Madden had not departed from the house since his arrival hours before, nor had he requested a horse.
"Mr. Darcy, I can get a message to Lord Havisham if you'll guarantee my post," offered the stable boy, dressed in full livery. "I can go through the kitchen and ask Mrs. Myers to send for him. She is reasonable."
Darcy would not have described the housekeeper as reasonable. Harsh, unbending, and as haughty as the doorman, perhaps, but certainly not reasonable. Still, it was their best option aside from going to the local magistrate, which would take too long. Minutes later, Lord Havisham appeared at the front door, the annoyed doorman pulling snuff from the tin he extracted from his pocket and pretending not to listen in on their conversation.
"Darcy, what is this about?"
Lord Havisham asked, concern furrowing his eyebrows as he saw who accompanied Darcy. "Is Mr. Collins inside?"
"He is."
Relief flooded through Darcy, but now was not the time to let his guard down. They must act quickly. He felt the inspector's men pressing in around him, eager to storm de Bourgh House to make an arrest. "Good. I will explain everything in detail later, but right now all you need to know is that Mr. Collins is not who he claims to be. He is an impostor and a murderer, and we must apprehend him before he strikes again." The expression on Lord Havisham's face turned Darcy's feet to lead. He stood, frozen in place, bracing himself for the bad news. Without a word to him, Lord Havisham called a footman over.
"I want you to go to Mr. Collins's room. See if he is there. Enter the chambers if you must, then return to me immediately."
The footman hesitated. Lord Havisham added,
"Her ladyship will consider doing a favour for me as a personal favour to her. She will praise your foresight when you assist us in our criminal investigation, and her household is credited with the arrest of a dangerous man. Now go."
Darcy's unease grew as Lord Havisham explained.
"He retired to his room directly after dinner, complaining of fatigue from his journey. Lady Catherine was all too happy to have him retire, her purpose in inviting me here this evening being the pursuit of information regarding the case against her."
Darcy paced in front of the door, waiting, hoping, praying the servant would return with the news that the false clergyman was in his room. Nobody spoke, as if they knew what the outcome would be. Lord Havisham used the time to have his horse brought out to the front. Just as the servant could be seen descending the stairs, the door to the music room burst open, and Aunt Catherine bustled toward them, her ire stiffening her walk.
"I told you not to admit Mr. Darcy," she hissed to the doorman before turning to Lord Havisham. "I ought to have known you were behind this, Augustus. You have brought ostracism upon my household, and I shall never forgive you." Pointing her finger out of the door, she said, "You will leave."
The servant arrived, breathless and shaking his head. "Mr. Collins is not in his room, sir. I have asked the others to search the house." "He has escaped," mumbled Darcy. Aunt Catherine fumed, her threats going unheeded.
"Out, I say," she repeated.
Lord Havisham had every intention of leaving, but at her direct order, he whipped around to face her.
"I will leave of my own accord, Cathy. Your foolish stubbornness has blinded you into harbouring a murderer in your home and refusing the help of those who would protect you, and your precious reputation. I had hoped the passing years would have allowed some amount of wisdom to crack through the haughty veneer you used to mask your fear. But I see now that my hopes were unfounded. You are every bit as afraid of your peers as you were 30 years ago, and I pity you for it."
Darcy descended the stairs, flanked on either side by Inspector Seymour and Lord Havisham, leaving Aunt Catherine stunned in her entry hall. The inspector ordered 2 of his men to guard the house, while the others were to search for Mr. Madden in the usual places. Aunt Catherine offered no protest. When they mounted and rode down the street, she still stood at the top of the steps.
"Where are we going?"
asked Lord Havisham. "Longbourn," answered Darcy.
"Madden slipped away right from under our noses. He could not get a horse from the stable, knowing we were there. It will take him time. We may catch him yet," said the inspector. "How do you know he means to return to Longbourn?" Lord Havisham pressed.
Darcy wished he was not so certain. Madden either knew they were after him, and his time was short, or he had grown so confident he believed himself above incrimination. He had encouraged enough suspicion around Mr. Bilford and Mr. Hurst to believe it possible to continue on with his farce. A desperate action by a desperate man, or a bold action by an overconfident criminal. Either option led him back to Longbourn. Inspector Seymour answered,
"It is the only place where his plan has gone awry. If he kills Mr. Bennet and inherits Longbourn, he can cast the blame elsewhere, knowing himself capable of eliminating any proof against himself. By now, he surely hates the Bennets."
Darcy knew better than anyone what hate could lead a person to do. He had thought Wickham to be evil, but he was a dove compared to Madden. To think he had intended to propose to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, who was in danger with Georgie. Elizabeth tossed and turned. Sleep would be impossible for her. Only father, who had drifted off to a deep laudanum-induced slumber, would truly rest that night. The entire afternoon and evening had been spent waiting and watching, and she was bone-weary from it. But though the servants stood guard, and Mr. Tanner had placed himself nearby at the stables, giving him an uninterrupted view of both the house and the pathway leading to it, Elizabeth could not bring herself to close her eyes, lest that dreadful man invade her dreams. Pushing thoughts of Mr. Collins, or Mr. Madden, or whatever his real name was, Elizabeth thought of William. His steadiness brought her comfort, and the pounding in her temples dulled into a soft thrum. She pretended she was the heroine in one of the novels she enjoyed devouring between reading material of a more edifying nature. They would ride off into the sunset, him holding her firmly in his arms, and her loose hair flowing through the gentle breeze. She felt her muscles melt into her mattress as she imagined the gentle, rocking rhythm of the horse. Feeling safe wrapped in William's arms, Elizabeth convinced herself of the benefits of rest. Who knew what tomorrow would bring? She would think clearer with a few hours of sleep. Besides, Mr. Madden was in London. The coarse linen of her line-dried pillow rubbed against her skin, mimicking the stubble along William's chin. With a sigh, she snuggled against him and safely wrapped in his gentle embrace. Elizabeth closed her eyes. Chapter 32. Elizabeth growled at the yipping dog beside her. She could not remember what she had been dreaming, but it had been delicious and warm, very warm, too warm. Flinging her covers off her, she ran out to the hall where smoke burned her throat and stung her eyes. "Father!" She hastened to his room, the heat wavering and distorting her view. The Hills and Thomas, all in their nightshirts, coughed as they wrapped father in blankets and pulled him off the bed. "Oh, good, miss!" shouted Mrs. Hill, waving her away from them. "We have Mr. Bennet. Help Betsy wake the ladies. We must get them downstairs before the flames block our path." Elizabeth did not need told twice. Racing to Lydia, she found her bed empty. Continuing to Mrs. Annesley's room, she prayed she would find her there. The hall cooled slightly as she distanced herself from father's room. She turned when she heard groaning wood and scuffling feet behind her. The servants carried father with his helpless body cocooned inside blankets. Chloe ran back and forth under them. They were at the bottom of the stairs when Elizabeth heard a loud crack and the house trembled. "Run!" she heard Mr. Hill shout. And she did run. There was no time to think, only to act. Her throat burned and her stomach twisted in nauseated knots, but Elizabeth pressed on. Mrs. Annesley's room was empty, and Elizabeth continued down the hall to Georgiana's room. Elizabeth clutched her stomach and forced herself to calm her nerves. She must keep her wits about her. The two women were in Georgiana's room. Mrs. Annesley shook her charge, pulling on Georgiana's hands to get her to stand, but the girl laid limp in her bed. Before she could ask, Mrs. Annesley said, "She is alive, but she does not wake." "Have you seen Lydia?" Elizabeth asked. "She and the maid went to fetch help." Help which could not reach them now, nor was there time to wait for a rescue. They were on their own. Elizabeth lunged at the window, pulling the sticky pane up with all her might and welcoming the brisk air rushing in. "Let us draw Georgiana closer to the air. Maybe the smoke has overcome her." She had not realized how hot the house was until the approaching conflagration swallowed up the coolness she had just felt seconds before. The fire was fast approaching. They needed to get out, now. Georgiana's head lolled from side to side as Elizabeth helped Mrs. Annesley drag the girl over to the window. The smoke grew so thick it was difficult to see. Unless they could escape from the house, they would all succumb to the flames. Going through the house was out of the question. Their only option was the window. Elizabeth leaned out as far as she dared. She heard shouts coming from the other side of the house, but did not see anyone. They were on their own. Pointing to the bedclothes, she shouted, "Tie these," as she raced to Mrs. Annesley's room for more linens. Grabbing the sheets from the bed, Elizabeth carried them in a bundle in her arms, joining them to Mrs. Annesley's bunch and tying one end to the foot of the bed. She then knotted the last sheet in a loop and tugged it tightly. Holding her makeshift rope to Mrs. Annesley, she said, "You go down first. Georgiana will need someone to catch her." Mrs. Annesley did not waste time to argue. As soon as she reached the bottom, she held her arms up to receive Georgiana. Elizabeth wrapped the sheet around Georgiana as well as she could, finding a strength in her trembling arms she had never known herself to possess. Lifting Georgiana to the window, she held onto the sheet so as to let her down easily. Her arms ached and shook, but she held fast to the sheets, lowering them inch by inch. She could no longer see Mrs. Annesley on the ground beneath her. She was blind, but she felt when the sheet wrenched loose from her hands, and she heard the cry below. Grasping around her, Elizabeth felt for the window and leaned out, filling her lungs with night air and searching the ground for Georgiana. If anything happened to her... Elizabeth swooned. The arms, which had felt as strong as iron, now weighed so heavy she did not know if she could bear her own weight. But she had to. It was her only option. The sheet was gone, and she had no other option. She coughed, gasping for breath in the smoke burling through the room and out of the window. It was now or never. Elizabeth grasped the ledge of the window, her body scraping over the side of the frame. Her nightgown tangled around her legs, only freeing as she dangled from the edge of the window on the side of the house. There was no ledge to balance on, no tree limbs she could reach for, no soft landing in a pile of hay at the bottom. She was stuck, completely at the mercy of Longbourn's walls and the fire consuming them. Darcy smelled smoke. His pulse raced, and no horse could carry him fast enough. When he saw the flames darting from one side of Longbourn, spreading to overtake the entire house, he cried out. Like ants in the darkness, people scurried with buckets in an attempt to control the inferno engulfing the west walls of the house. As he galloped down the road, he heard Chloe's shrill bark and followed it to see Mr. Bennet with Miss Lydia by the stables. Tanner carried Georgiana over to them, setting her carefully down where Mrs. Annesley cradled her head in her lap by Miss Lydia, who did the same for Mr. Bennet. Chloe licked his face, and he swatted her away half-heartedly. Pouncing on Georgiana, Darcy heard his sister cough, and the panic bolt in his stomach eased at the sound. She was alive. His family was well, except for one. He looked around, first quickly, then slower when he did not see her. Where was Elizabeth? He stopped only long enough to shout, "Elizabeth!" Mrs. Annesley pointed to the house. Tanner, his arms recently free, shouted, "Go, Darcy! You will reach her before I can." It was too dark, and the smoke so thick, Darcy almost missed her. Elizabeth's sooty nightgown blended into the walls. His mount shied, refusing to approach the burning house. Shedding his coat, Darcy wrapped it around the horse's eyes and led him onward, stopping when he was directly beneath Elizabeth. "Elizabeth!" he called up to her. If he stood in the stirrups, his fingers might reach her feet. "William!" she gasped hoarsely. "Let go. I will catch you." He had hardly finished his sentence when her body slammed into him, and it took all of his strength to soften the blow to her and to keep his mount from bolting. But he managed. The feel of her warm body against his, safe at last, enveloped him with a protective ferocity that, if not for her softness, would have sent him after Madden. The violence rising in his breast, second in intensity only to the love for the woman cradled in his arms, would beat the villain to a bloody pulp. He could have wrested Elizabeth by her father and his sister, but he could not bear to part with her, and she clung to him like a burr, her fingers wrapped in his collar and the hair grazing it. "Did they make it out?" she whispered to him. "Your father is safe by the stables with Miss Lydia." She cried out, "Lydia, I could not see her." She gasped through a sob. Her body shook, and Darcy held her closer. "The stairs fell, and Georgiana did not wake." She wiggled agitatedly in his arms, looking about. Directing his horse to the stables, Darcy said, "Georgiana and Mrs. Annesley are with your father. They are all safe." "She fell. The blanket tore, and I could not hold it." She clawed at his arms, trying to see, sobs escaping her until she saw her family sprawled out over the grass beside the stables. "See,
She is well. Tanner was carrying her when I saw them. He must have caught her. They are safe. All of them are safe."
Elizabeth's breath came in heaves, as if her body was purging itself of panic. Darcy could not let her go yet, nor could he pull away from her family to find Madden or help calm the flames. He was stuck, but there was nowhere he would rather be. They were safe, and he had the best of friends to see to the rest. Finally, Elizabeth's tears subsided, and she seemed to melt into him, her body moulding so perfectly in his lap. He wished he could carry her away that instant. "Not quite what I'd imagined, but it will do," she mumbled into his chest, rubbing her stained cheeks against his soft cravat. "How you imagined?" he asked, going around to the other side of the house to see Lord Havisham call the servants away. Behind the crowd lay a motionless heap, guarded by Inspector Seymour. Madden. "My hair was supposed to flow in silken strands in the breeze as we rode away," she said, her voice raspy. Her hair was matted to her head. If Darcy tried to run his fingers through it, they would become entangled, and he would have to pull to free them. Certainly not the romantic scenario Elizabeth described. Still, he could not resist tugging on a chunk of curl near her waist, wrapping his finger around it. After a couple of twirls, the grit wiped off, leaving her curl silky and smooth. "We were supposed to ride off into the sunset," she continued. "Will the sunrise do?" he asked. She turned away from his chest to look at the horizon, and he resisted the urge to press her back against him. Fortunately, she was in no hurry to leave, and nestled back into her spot. "Dawn is not for at least another hour, unless you plan to hold me for another hour. I fear your plan is faulty." "I do not intend to set you down until I absolutely must. I see no fault in that." A loud explosion splintered the night air, and he halted his horse halfway between the injured residents and the water line created by the servants. Everyone stopped and looked helplessly at Longbourn as the ceiling crumbled and the flames licked around it, swallowing what had once been a loving home. Mr. Bennet chuckled. "I knew it. Did I or did I not declare that my house would be next?" Miss Lydia bathed his face with water from a bucket. In a droll voice, she said, "You are a regular seer, Papa. Next time, do try to prophesy to our advantage." Clasping her hand, he said, "I have all I need with me. My girls are safe, my guests are unharmed." "But, Papa, your books, our home, my collection of ribbons," protested Miss Lydia. Mr. Bennet smiled bravely. "All of which can be replaced, my dear. Despair not. Longbourn is gone, but she shall rise again." His voice shook. Whether it was with passion or repressed sadness, Darcy did not know. But it infused them with the quality they most needed, hope. Elizabeth's eyes looked blindingly white against the soot covering her face. He had always believed them lovely, but never more than now. Without a care as to who might witness them, he kissed her. She clung to him, breathing him in as if her life depended on it, and undoing him as thoroughly as she had done when they had been pressed together in Bingley's library. Only now was infinitely better. She was in his arms because she wanted to be there. When she nibbled on his lip, he groaned. Elizabeth pulled away. "What? Am I doing it wrong?" "Bless her innocence. No, my love, you are perfect." "Hardly," she chortled. He smiled at her. Perfect for me. Now that I cannot argue with. I love you as you are, and you have proved yourself determined to love me despite my faults. She reached up and ran her fingers through his hair. There is nothing more to it, Mr. Darcy. We shall be imperfectly perfect together. Our marriage will be a happy one. He leaned down to whisper in her ear, I will see to it. She ran her fingers over his cheek and picked at his cravat until he forgot where they were and what had transpired. All that mattered was her touch. As will I, William. Chapter 33. William's arms and father's words gave Elizabeth strength enough to think clearly. She hated to depart from William's protective embrace, but there were several matters requiring their immediate attention. Sliding to the ground, she watched William hand his horse off. She expected him to join Inspector Seymour, who stood over his prisoner triumphantly. But she was pleased when William followed her. From the looks of him, Mr. Madden would not go anywhere soon. He could wait while they saw to their family. Father pretended to be annoyed at Chloe for her attentions.
She will miss chewing on my slippers. They are all gone,
he said cheerfully, smoothing the rebellious tuft of fur at the top of her head with one hand and patting Lydia's hand consolingly with the other. Poor Lydia. She did not wail aloud, but the trail of tears running down her cheeks was plain to see in the glow of the fire. Chloe is a hero. If not for her barking, we would not have had time enough to escape. I will gladly purchase a set of slippers for the sole purpose of her enjoyment, said Elizabeth. Lydia wiped her sleeve across her face. She is a clever thing, is she not? She ruffled the tuft father had just smoothed. William added, This is the sort of story people enjoy reading. I do not doubt that Chloe and her proud owner will be sought out for an interview in the Hartford newspaper. Elizabeth spun around to share her joy at his thoughtful suggestion for Lydia's benefit. She had no doubt William would send a letter by messenger to the newspaper the same day. Oh, how she loved that man! The effect on Lydia was immediate. Gone were her tears, gone her sadness at what she had lost, gone any poor impression she may have reserved about William. Georgiana smiled with them. She now sat beside Mrs. Annesley in the grass. When Elizabeth stepped closer to her, she attempted to stand, but her legs wobbled so much, Elizabeth knelt down instead. She was rewarded with a lung-squeezing embrace. Chloe is not the only hero. Mrs. Annesley told me how you stayed behind so you could lower me down from the bedchamber window, said Georgiana, releasing her firm hold enough for Elizabeth to breathe. You are my friend, and very soon to be my sister. Had you been awake, I am certain you would have done the same for me, Elizabeth replied. I am so glad we are to be sisters, Georgiana said, her whisper warbling with emotion. One look at William nearly brought Elizabeth to tears. He smiled unguardedly, and his eyes brimmed with happiness. Tanner joined them, and William grabbed his arm and pulled him over as soon as he was within reach. Wrapping his arm around Tanner's shoulders, in the jostling way brothers had of showing affection, William said, Our family is whole. Tanner slumped his shoulders. For now, he grumbled. Mrs. Annesley rose to her feet. Had it not been for you, that evil man would have done much more than burn Longbourn down. We owe you our lives, Mr. Tanner. He tensed.
It was nothing.
Mr. Tanner turned to leave, but William held him in place. Mrs. Annesley insisted. But it was not nothing, not in the least. You leapt to catch your sister, preventing her from suffering a fall and causing her injury. Mr. Tanner looked tenderly at Georgiana.
I only did what I had to do.
For your family, added Mrs. Annesley. His face pinched and his jaw jutted stubbornly.
For anybody.
Mrs. Annesley huffed and flailed her arms, her frustrated display catching Mr. Tanner's attention fully as he looked at her in shock. You would sleep in the stables for anybody, spend all night in the winter cold, putting your life in danger to catch a known murderer, and hitting him so hard he has not moved from the spot where he dropped since. Elizabeth looked past the arguing couple to said dark heap. She sensed no movement. Perhaps it was for the best. Given the gleam in William's eye, Mr. Madden would not keep his consciousness for long. Mr. Tanner raised his voice.
I could not allow him to hurt another, now could I? What do you want, woman? Why do you ask me all these questions?
Mrs. Annesley's eyes flashed, reflecting the flames behind Mr. Tanner, as if she wished to light him on fire with a look. She was a fearsome creature, but Mr. Tanner held his ground when she poked him in the chest. Why will you not allow yourself to be part of their family when they so obviously want you? I sympathized with you at first, but now I cannot help but think your own stubborn pride is preventing you from allowing yourself to be loved.
I do not need to be coddled like a child just because my father did not want me. I need nobody, he shouted.
You, sir, are in desperate need of the love a family can offer you. Why do you refuse to be happy? Mrs. Annesley persisted. Elizabeth saw the longing in Mr. Tanner's eyes, and her heart squeezed. If only he would agree to visit them at Pemberley. Mr. Tanner mumbled,
Why do you care?
Elizabeth held her breath. The want etched across his face declared him vulnerable to Mrs. Annesley's reply. Elizabeth prayed the lady chose her words wisely. William must have felt the importance of the moment too, for his fingers wrapped around hers and held her closely to his side. Mrs. Annesley tilted her head back to look him straight in the eye. I cannot stand idly by when a man so deserving of happiness and love, a gentle man who feels deeper than he will own to, who would go to the ends of the earth to make his little sister smile and ease his brother's burdens, who sees to the needs of everyone surrounding him while neglecting his own, who keeps his distance out of a fear of harming those whom he has grown to love, denies himself of his family's love when it is sincerely offered to him. Her voice wavered, but her admiration was clear and steady. In a whisper she added, You should fight for your family, Mr. Tanner. They want you. They stood closely, neither of them backing away, not even when Mr. Madden stirred.
You make me want things that do not belong to me, Mr. Tanner said.
Then I have done my job well, she answered softly. William stepped forward.
My offer stands, Tanner. You will always be welcome at Pemberley.
Looking at Mrs. Annesley, he added, I believe you now have another reason to venture up to our part of the country, a reason even society would not frown upon. With that, he smacked his brother on the shoulder and tugged on Elizabeth's hand to follow him. She did follow, but not before she saw the grin spreading over Mr. Tanner's face as he raised Mrs. Annesley's hand to his lips and said, You are some lady. Inspector Seymour had tied Mr. Madden's hands behind his back, but that did not prevent him from squirming to his knees and lunging at them.
Why would you not simply die?
He screamed at father before he fell forward on his face. When he rose, He spit out a tooth. It was an improvement, Elizabeth thought. The inspector strolled up behind him, saying, "Now, do take care, Mr. Madden, or we shall have to tie you up like a hog. I should think you would avoid more ropes chafing at your skin with what awaits you." The impostor's features twisted in hate. Considering the trouble he had been through, Elizabeth could understand from whence such strong feelings proceeded, although she could never excuse them. Never that. A horse snorted in the distance. Listening closely, Elizabeth heard the jingling of harnesses and the squeaking wheels of an approaching carriage. The sun cast a golden glow over the misty fields, lending enough light for them to see Mr. Bingley and Jane pressed against the window of their carriage. Elizabeth left Mr. Madden behind. She never wanted to look upon his wretched person again, and ran to meet Jane. Mr. Bingley hopped from the carriage before it had completely stopped, reaching in and grabbing Jane about the waist to assist her before she jumped in her haste. Both of them looked aghast at Longbourn. Elizabeth heard William's bootsteps behind her as Jane nearly ran her over. "You returned. Please allow us to reassure you that Mr. Bennet, the entire household, is in good spirits despite his injury and the loss of his home," William said quickly. Jane stepped back, leaving one hand on Elizabeth's shoulder and the other clutching the fabric of her dress over her heart.
"Father is injured. Lizzie, why did you not write? We would have returned sooner."
"What? Is that not why you are here?" Elizabeth asked, looking back at William, who appeared as stunned as she was. "I wrote. I sent a letter by messenger 3 days ago," he said, looking intently at Mr. Bingley. "Oh, that explains it. We had to cut our wedding tour short when I received a letter from my bank. We were imposed upon to travel to Dover, then to London, where our return to Netherfield Park became imperative." William asked, "Mr. Hurst?" Mr. Bingley shook his head. "Caroline?" Elizabeth gasped in surprise, but she had to hold her questions until later. Jane stared unblinkingly at her childhood home. Wrapping her arm through Jane's, Elizabeth said, "Let me take you to Father and Lydia. We will send for Mary if she is not already on her way. The smoke will be visible in Meryton soon."
"That is what led us here," Jane said breathlessly. "And I am so glad we are here. It is where we need to be."
Turning to her husband, she said,
"Charles, we must ask Mrs. Harris to ready the rooms at Netherfield."
He nodded seriously. "Of course, my love. They shall stay with us until Longbourn is rebuilt. We will have more than enough room once my sisters have gone."
"Gone?"
asked Elizabeth. Jane patted Elizabeth's hand.
"In due time, Lizzie. First, let me give what comfort I can, and then I will tell you everything."
Chapter 34. It took hours for the fire to die down, but the Meryton neighbours came in droves to pour bucket after bucket over the ruins of Longbourn, until only embers and crumbled walls remained. Inspector Seymour, accompanied by his men, took Mr. Madden to Hertford to await his trial. The jury would have no trouble reaching a guilty verdict. The charges against him were too many: murder, fraud, theft, attempted murder on several occasions. He had orchestrated his subtle attacks against father so cleverly, he might have got away with his act had William not followed him to London. Had father succumbed, it would have seemed to have been nothing more than an accident. In the comfortable parlour at Netherfield Park, they sat around the fire while the water for their baths warmed. Mr. Bingley asked, "How did this Madden fellow hope to get away with his plan?" Lord Havisham answered, "He arrived in time to impose upon Lady Catherine for her hospitality, knowing very well he would be invited to dine with her party.
Pretending a headache, he retired early to his room and begged not to be disturbed with all of her guests as witnesses. But he did not stay in his bedchamber. He escaped, renting a horse from another stable so as not to rouse our suspicion. It worked, too. None of us knew he had gone."
William continued. He aimed to set Longbourn ablaze, blaming Mr. Bilford for the crime. He did not know of Mr. Bilford's threats, and had Madden been more successful, he may have managed to cast the blame onto the steward effectively. He hoped to return to de Burgh House before anyone even noticed he was gone. Nobody would have suspected him, as it was known he was in London. Without Mr. Bennet to cast doubt about his identity, doubts which Inspector Seymour had raised, Madden could have avoided arrest for a good while longer. Mary, now free to enjoy the company of her family without the worry of a disagreeable proposal, said, "I ought to have known. He once misquoted Fordyce. A devout clergyman, such as that evildoer claimed to be, never would have committed such a grievous error." Elizabeth shivered despite the warmth in the room. As foolish as Mr. Collins was said to have been, he would have been a dramatic improvement over the man who took his place. Father, who reclined with his foot propped up on cushions, said cheerfully,
"I have many letters to write today."
His mood seemed odd, but then again, after surviving Mr. Madden's attempts to poison or otherwise do away with him by some accident, Father must have felt overjoyed to still be alive. How ironic that Mr. Madden nearly died of poison at the hand of another killer. A whining cry reached them from the hall.
"This is unfair. Why should I be punished for a scheme of which I was ignorant? It is all Caroline's fault."
On hearing Mrs. Hurst's voice, Mr. Bingley cleared his throat.
"I owe you an explanation, and I hope you will agree I have acted as fairly as I could under the circumstances."
Jane held his hand.
"I received a letter from my bank informing me of an attempt to forge my name in order to extract funds which required my signature. It was a sizable sum, the entirety of Caroline's dowry."
The room fell into absolute silence as Mr. Bingley paused. Tugging his free hand through his hair, he continued,
"The long and short of it is that my sister, in an effort to help Mr. Hurst pay his debts, that one generous point I must mention, as the rest of it is so horribly greedy and devious, I feel the need to grant some inkling of an honourable motive to her actions. Caroline convinced Mr. Hurst to help her make the arrangements to establish a smuggling operation, promising him money enough to keep him out of debtor's prison, and much more if the operation proved successful."
Elizabeth bit her tongue, the insides of her cheeks, anything to keep from bursting into laughter. Miss Caroline Bingley, the smuggler, and Mr. Hurst, the puppet. Elizabeth held her breath and looked down at her hands, her shoulders shaking. William, who from sheer volume of throat clearings was struggling to compose himself, asked,
"Did they go so far as to buy the schooner?"
Mr. Bingley sighed.
"They did. She promised the man selling it that she was in possession of the money, and, she being a lady, he accepted her word, and even helped her purchase what she hoped would be her first shipment for a fee."
This was serious. A man in possession of a smuggling ship was not the sort of person to be crossed. If Miss Bingley owed a smuggler money she could not pay, a man with no respect for the law, she was in a great deal of trouble. Elizabeth asked, why would she risk so much? It could not have been merely to help her brother-in-law out of the goodness of her heart.
"Do you want to know why?"
Miss Bingley's voice hissed from the doorway. Mr. Bingley's face burned red.
"Caroline, you do not have much time to pack your things."
"Oh, shut up, Charles. Were it not for your refusal to release my dowry, I would be a rich woman now. And Mr. Hurst would not have had to hide in your hunting shed this past week.
Ah, so that was where he had been, thought Elizabeth. You did it for the money? Elizabeth asked, determined to satisfy her curiosity. Miss Bingley waved her arms in the air.
Why else? Thanks to you, I have been replaced in Mr. Darcy's affections.
That was news to William, who answered, I have made it clear since the beginning that I held you in no particular regard. Miss Bingley snorted.
Oh, fashionable gentlemen say that. I would have won you eventually. Only my brother insisted on leasing this estate in Hertfordshire, where the ruiner of my happiness dwells. And owing to a certain lady whose name I refuse to utter ever again, I am no longer welcome in London society. So I developed a plan to silence my naysayers. I would have become the wealthiest lady in England had Mr. Hurst had the gumption to seek out investors. And now, thanks to my own brother's interference, my prospects are ruined.
Even now, she haughtily tilted her head to the side to look down her nose at them. Her own foolishness had brought her lower than a common criminal, for she ought to have known better. And yet she acted the queen. Lord Havisham pinched his lips together and tugged at his side whiskers. Elizabeth wondered if he, too, noted the striking similarities between Miss Bingley and Lady Catherine. Father chuckled. Ah, so that was why Mr. Hurst sniffed around Longbourn. I suppose I ought to be flattered he would consider asking me to invest in his venture. Mr. Bingley walked toward Miss Bingley, and, looking behind her, he requested that the butler bring him the newspaper. Returning his attention to his sister, he said firmly, Caroline, I have borne your insolence too long. I can see now the grave disservice I have done you, but what happens next is the result of your own actions. You were found out, and I had to go to great lengths to convince the authorities to allow me to ship you away, along with Louisa and Mr. Hurst, whose punishment will be to serve as your chaperones and companions until you convince a gullible man to marry you. The Hursts would avoid debtor's prison, but oh, the cost. Miss Bingley crossed her arms and tilted her chin up defiantly.
I shall be the most accomplished lady in America.
Mr. Bingley took the newspaper from the butler. Opening it before him, he folded the paper up in such a fashion as to make father groan. Mr. Bingley scanned the wrinkled pages with his finger, his eyes squinting at the print. No, Caroline, you shall be the most accomplished lady in Australia. Quicker than a bolt of lightning, Miss Bingley snatched the paper from her brother and pored over the page.
There is a boat leaving for America next week. That is the boat we will embark upon.
Mr. Bingley snatched the paper back, before she could attempt to smack him over the head with it, no doubt. You have made enemies with the worst sort of people, promising money you cannot pay. You cannot stay in England another week. The ship for Australia leaves at dawn on the morrow, and... Mr. Bingley straightened his shoulders and spoke with finality. And, Caroline, you will be on it. Now I suggest you pack your things. She blustered, her face ghostly white.
But I cannot go to Australia. There are snakes and whole colonies of criminals there.
She will feel at home, thought Elizabeth. It was difficult to pity Miss Bingley when she refused to learn from her mistakes, thinking she could buy her way into society with her smuggling scheme. Had she thought herself above incrimination?
I am an accomplished lady, not a criminal to be shipped off to that place,
she insisted, as Mr. Bingley, the housekeeper, and the butler escorted her upstairs. Lydia, who had been listening in wide-eyed silence, said,
My plan is positively tame compared to that. Had she consulted me, I would have suggested she acquire a spaniel.
Father, who had heard of Lydia's plan while he lay helplessly watching others put out Longbourn's fire, replied,
"While I can appreciate the ingenuity of your idea, my dear, it would not do for you and Chloe to appear at the House of Parliament without proper training in matters of deportment. It is my hope that, perhaps, with the recommendation of Mr. Darcy, you might benefit from a year at the finishing school his sister attended. It is my understanding they allow a pet on the premises."
Lydia did not quite know what to think as Father and William discussed the arrangements to be made. However, when Father promised she may take Chloe where she pleased after her year, she began to see the benefits. It was a bold promise on Father's part. If anyone was capable of avoiding a year's worth of education, it was Lydia. But Father's expressed concern for her future and voiced belief that she could improve might move Lydia to apply herself to the opportunity placed before her. One could hope. Otherwise, Parliament would receive quite the surprise at the end of the year. Several maids and footmen crowded outside the door. Rooms had been readied and baths had been drawn. It was time to wash off the remains of yesterday and begin anew. Elizabeth looked about the room. Though everything was ready for their comfort, nobody was in a hurry to leave. Father was merrier than he had been in a long time. The threat he had felt against himself was gone, and he laughed heartily and freely despite his injuries. Mother would have loved to see him thus. He cackled until he was out of breath when Lord Havisham mentioned how the news of Lady Catherine offering a permanent position to a murdering, thieving fraud would be received in society. The Earl would not be able to shield the great lady from the full consequences of her ill-fated decision this time. Mr. Madden's story would be plastered on the front page of every newspaper on the morrow, and the connection to her would be made no matter how badly she wished it not to be. But she had a good friend in Lord Havisham. Or foe. It depended on how one looked at the battle between those two opposing forces. Jane sat contentedly beside Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth saw the pride in her eyes as she gazed upon her husband. To be sure, Elizabeth was proud of him as well. He had not yielded to Miss Bingley's protests, but had held firm. The Hursts remained out of sight. Mr. Hurst had a cold from his uncomfortable stay in the leaky hunting cabin. The warmer climate of Australia would do him well, and he was apparently too delighted to avoid debtor's prison, as well as relieved to come out from under Miss Bingley's thumb, to complain. Mr. Tanner sat beside Mrs. Annesley. They spoke quietly between themselves. Elizabeth had not known Mr. Tanner capable of so many smiles. She suspected there would be a wedding in the spring. Mary listened to Lydia jabber about the excitement awaiting her in London with patient forbearance. Elizabeth wished more for Mary. She was happy at Uncle and Aunt Phillips's home, but she could not stay there forever. However, Father soon turned his attention to Mary, teasing her about the new heir to Longbourn. Apparently, he possessed a large estate of his own, as well as a baronetcy. Mary was not impressed in the least, until Father informed her that he was a leading member in the Horticultural Society of London, and boasted the finest rose garden in all of England. And he was as yet unattached. As for Elizabeth, she sat between William and Georgiana, perfectly contented where she was with her new sister and her best friend. She and William had not ridden off into the sunset, but he was still her hero, her beloved betrothed. He leaned toward her, whispering in her ear, "Elizabeth, will you marry me?" "Of course," she replied, without hesitation. They had agreed as much before. Today? New life surged through her weary limbs. That the worst night of her life should end with the most blessed event she had dreamed of was the perfect conclusion to their turbulent courtship. Caring not for the soot covering her face, William tilted her chin up and kissed the middle of her forehead with the tenderest gesture. Breathless, she answered, "What a splendid idea!" Epilogue. Their wedding was a simple affair. Their haste made it so, but Elizabeth would not have changed it for the world. All that mattered was that she loved Fitzwilliam Darcy, and she would not wait a moment more to become his wife. William was not the only one to suffer from a lack of patience. Her favourite green dress had burned in the fire. Everything except for her nightshirt on her back had burned. But between Jane and Lady Lucas, not only Elizabeth, but the other ladies to have suffered the loss of all their possessions at Longbourn, looked not only presentable, but lovely. While she had been devastated to know Mr. Madden had stolen her emeralds, they would have been lost in the conflagration along with everything else. His theft had ultimately saved them, as they were found soon afterward when a search of Mr. Collins's room was performed at de Burgh House, much to Lady Catherine's chagrin. The jewels awaited her at Darcy House, and they sparkled all the more as her wardrobe was replaced and generously added to in record time, and she wore them to dinner parties, operas, theatre performances, and the ballet. It was anxiety-free diversion, and she enjoyed it along with William, Georgiana, and Mrs. Annesley. However, when the last stitch in the final garment of their wardrobes had been tied off, Elizabeth declared it was time to quit London for Pemberley. Georgiana, Lord love the girl, remained in London with her Fitzwilliam relatives. She may have been influenced to prolong her visit in town when Mr. Nelson so happened to call during their stay at Darcy House. He had noted her keen interest in the case of the missing Miss Pembroke, and he had thought she might like to know that the lady and her child had been safely restored to her family. His call had been brief, but it had left a lasting impression on Georgiana. It would have to last. If William had any say in the matter, Georgiana would not be allowed to so much as look at a gentleman until the ripe age of 30. Pray he not be blessed with 5 daughters, thought Elizabeth. They travelled at a leisurely pace, stopping so William could show her all the places she had yet to see along the way. They even made a detour to see Kitty, who was unable to travel at all in her condition, and regale her with gifts for the coming addition to her family. William would make a wonderful father. They read and conversed at length, and Elizabeth perfected her kissing art along the way. They departed at dawn for Pemberley on the final day of their journey. Elizabeth was anxious to see, as William was to show her, the home they would share, the home where they would welcome the next generation of Darcys and live a life free of murder and investigations, one could hope. The path wound down a hillside, and the view opened up before her to reveal Pemberley sitting peacefully at the top of a slope, surrounded by manicured parkland and backed by forested hills. A solid stone fortress, embellished by the rays of the sun warming its walls and sparkling off the polished windows like diamonds. One window in particular drew her attention. It was larger than the others on the east side of the house and boasted an intricate rose garden outside the doors. "Is that the library?" she asked, tapping her fingernail against the carriage glass in the direction she looked. William grinned. "Only you could locate a library before stepping foot in the house." The landscape outside Pemberley was stunning, and Elizabeth longed to explore every inch of it. But as lovely as the setting out of doors was, The interior was awe-inspiring. She spun in a circle on the marble floor of the grand entrance hall, her mouth open and words failing her other than to repeat, "It is beautiful," for the 100th time. Mrs. Reynolds, the housekeeper, looked as pleased as William did at her reaction.
"Will Mrs. Darcy like me to give her a tour of the house when she has refreshed herself in her rooms?"
Mrs. Reynolds offered. William, with a wicked grin and a raised eyebrow that meant he was up to something, said, "Show Mrs. Darcy her rooms, then I will give her a tour. You know where to find me." Going up the stone steps padded with crimson-red carpet, Elizabeth followed Mrs. Reynolds into a bedchamber as large as the waiting room, dining room, and front parlour at Longbourn had been. A large bed with a blue silk canopy and countless pillows leaning against the headboard rested between two rosewood tables. A writing table was placed in front of a large window, offering an incomparable view of the untamed woods beyond the park. Double-panelled doors led to a sitting room, adorned with blue wallpaper the colour of the summer sky, and cushioned couches with lamps on stands and tables. No more reading by candlelight for her. Already the maids had emptied her trunks, inspecting gowns for wrinkles and setting aside those requiring a press before hanging them in the armoire. Splashing her face with the basin of fresh water brought in and changing out of her dusty travel clothes, Elizabeth followed Mrs. Reynolds in search of William. The housekeeper opened the door and stood to the side to allow Elizabeth to pass. It was the library, the glorious, heavenly library. William stood in front of the door leading out to the garden, surrounded on either side by large windows and encased by tall bookcases as high as the ceiling. Elizabeth's breath caught in her throat at the beauty of so many treasures lining the shelves, but the books paled in comparison to the man standing before her. He held out his hand, and she followed him deeper into the room where a settee and several cushioned velvet chairs surrounded a fireplace. She envisioned many wonderful hours in William's company here. "I have yet to see the rest of Pemberley, but I know this will be my favourite room," she said. "What a coincidence. It is my favourite room, too." William pulled her closer to him and nodded to someone behind her. Elizabeth turned just in time to see Mrs. Reynolds hold up a key and, with a parting wink, she closed the library door and locked it. The last time she'd been locked inside a library with William, she had been livid. She had bit him. Not today. Today, she hoped Mrs. Reynolds would lose her keys. "Trapped in the library with Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth said through her smile. "Do you have any objections, Mrs. Darcy?" William brushed his lips over hers. "None at all, my dear husband." She nibbled on his lips, reveling in the effect she had on him. "I promise not to bite this time," she whispered. He nuzzled the tender skin below her ear. "Do not make promises you cannot keep." His breath tickled her neck and sent delicious shivers from the tip of her head to her toes. "Very well. Then allow me to make one promise I will keep." She held his head steadily between her hands. "I will love you completely, happily, inseparably, forevermore. I choose you. I will always choose you." The inseparable Mr. and Mrs. Darcy. What a happy beginning. William picked her up, cradling her to his chest as he had done when he had rescued her from Wickham's murderer and from the blazes of Longbourn. Nothing, not crazed killers, manipulating relatives, nor devastating tragedy, had separated them. Now, in the security of William's embrace, Elizabeth felt the first chapters of their life together coming to a close, opening to blank pages with which to fill with their coming adventures, with excitement and love. She would see to it. The Inseparable Mr. and Mrs. Darcy, Chapter 1. This has been The Inseparable Mr. and Mrs. Darcy, a Pride and Prejudice variation, A Meryton Mystery, Book 3, written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Nancy Peterson. Copyright 2017 by Jennifer Joy. Production copyright 2017 by Jennifer Joy.
Thank you for staying. Of all of the stories I've written to date, this book has the twist that took me most by surprise. Did Mr. Collins surprise you too? If you saw that one coming, then you're way smarter than me. When it dawned on me who he really was, I had to go back and reread the first 2 books, and I still shake my head at how everything was set up for that drastic change of events to occur. Now, some of my characters have been wanting to make little cameo appearances in my newer stories, so I have an important question I'd really appreciate your feedback on. Who would you like to see again in a new story? Do you have a favorite original character? Please tell me who it is in the comments so that they can get their cameo. Now, did you read The Jilt? If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can find The Jilt here to download. Lord Havisham and Lady Catherine are both very strong characters, and anything they do big. There's more of them to come in the Meryton Mysteries. And speaking of strong personalities, how about Jonathan Tanner? I have a bonus chapter up for you to download here. It's called Tanner Meets His Match. Check it out. Did you enjoy listening to The Inseparable Mr. and Mrs. Darcy? Then please like this video and subscribe to my channel so you don't miss anything new. Until the next audiobook, bye.